for Angry Men lineup. Minute 15, of course, so time not low. Definitely should start thinking about it, thinking about how you want to work this final minute, because what utility do you have remaining? You don't have the Grim, obviously, bees are banned, but not bringing the Ying either. Capital banned as well, so a lot of that normal disruption utility you have isn't present. So those Deathmark trackers maybe need to buy a little more weight. Those flashbangs between Darsley and Rockstar probably both need to do some heavy lifting in this later round, especially since without any nades, Gotti can't work players out of position. Some important things to consider for 4 Angry Men here. Some good utility, but a limited quantity. They have to be decisive with where they place it. Lyda, as the Selma attaches to the wall around the corner, spots someone just on the opposite side of that soft wall. Can't quite land the shot, so he takes another chance at it. Oh, but he bounces around the head. Could have been a 5v3, but still a slim advantage established for the attacking team. Pushing down through Church. Gotti trying to replicate the success in blue that he found last time, but as Azami actually playing here, yet still focused on Moto, needing to do double duty, worried about the striker and worried about Moto, could find themselves distracted as Seal looking for kill 14, has increasing pressure put on him as defenders are dropping like flies. Now the Azami hits the floor too. Gotti makes 2 fall due to the assault rifle, and now Azuki, in a 1v4 with the shield already on the ground, will not find anything. 0 rounds becomes 2 as Daystar are merely 1 round away from a victory, and yet by the same token, just 1 away from OT.
Yeah, it didn't look like we were going to get to this point with the attacks that we'd saw up until this point, but 4AM have just pulled another worldly attack out of the bag into a very different lineup. As you commented on, there was a clash this time. There was differences in the fact that there was no Tachanka, there was a Fenrir, there was all sorts of things that were just a slight bit different and needed a different reaction. It needed a different response. 4AM took it in their stride. They didn't do too much differently, let's be honest. They still went for a very main stairs, kitchen hatch, and oil pit sort of lurk. Again, not reinventing the wheel, just and make sure that the sufficient amount of pressure is put into them. I think Gotti has been a blinding backstab, because that's 2 rounds in a row now that he's really opened up the round. I know that he didn't get the most amount of kills there, but the threat and the pressure of it was enough.
Well, and you also see one adjustment that we saw from 4 Angry Men there is when they actually, reattempt that site. And maybe even in reaction to the Fenrir, they bring the Twitch, and probably is what enables that backstab, because you're able to shock those F-knots. Then that gives Gotti a bit more confidence to walk down the staircase, which then forces the Azami to do double duty like she had to start looking at Moto and thinking about the player behind her. So not only good adjustments from Daystar, but even good reactions or anticipations by 4 Angry Men that enabled Gotti, as you said, to be just an elite backstab player in the back half of this game. 11-9 might not be as shocking a stat line as what, like 15 or 16-5 like it was on Nighthaven Labs, but in these past couple rounds he has really been having some weighty impact and some heavy kills in rounds 10 and 11. And now as we look to round 12, could be another important player, as Gym Bedroom could be the site Daystar move us to Chalet, or the site where if a few more rounds transpire that they might lose all of Clubhouse.
This is where it starts to get a little bit
there it goes.
Daystar, doesn't it? Because let's not forget, it's an elimination game. There is a lot at stake.
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
Of your time at the major really does hang in the balance. Now, granted, we have an overtime. If Daystar do lose this round, we will go into an OT, and we will then work out from there where we start to move. But realistically, 4 Angry Men, they won map 1. All they need to do is get a couple of rounds here, and they will be through later on playing the winner of our next game. So, a lot on the line right now. And we need to find out just exactly how Daystar stand up to this pressure. Can they convert it? Can they just put Clubhouse to bed and take us on to Chalet?
So Daystar is the team that lost to
CCTV clear.
Falcons. 4 AM is the team that lost to Shopify Rebellion.
Her head again. There is, in fact, not 4 players around construction, CCTV, and Cash like we saw last time. In fact, it is just the Clash a minute in. This is about the normal pace, to be clear. And Clash is a good player to kind of leave as a hanger-on. But again, another good reaction for Daystar, understanding what went wrong the last time they attempted this site. And because you brought this Clash and you put her in this position, rather than fully pushed up on red stairs, she can gather information and make a decision. Okay, are they really holding aggressively? Maybe I can rotate back in. Maybe I have to hang a little bit further back. But as Rockstar looks to get this con wall, this will likely be the thing that forces Seal to move a bit further back. And yep, indeed, you can see her rotate away as half the round's gone. Half the top floor has been cleared.
And it's not really had too much effect, has it? It's cost you a little bit of hard breach explosive, which you were going to use anyway, and now you've been able to gain a little bit more control inside of CCTV and Cash. You push the Clash back. It would have been nice to put a bit of damage in. It would have been nice to take them out, but you can't always get that. The fact that they've now got more space to work in, more space to operate in, they can start to try and establish this peak a little bit further. Gotti will fall here. It's a star player that you don't want out of action here as the first blood. But look at how condensed everyone on 4 Angry Men is right now. And don't forget, that Jacuzzi breach is open right now. But losing Gotti, you've lost your extra man. You're not going to be able to commit someone just to a wish and a maybe that something might work on a backstab.
You also look at Seal's positioning, tucked inside of that Jacuzzi breach, looking towards the gym window, seeing if they hop in. Not a lot of utility to deal with this. No nades, maybe some flashes to blind them, but Seal's kind of stuck in this position. Azuki going crazy inside of the bedroom right now. C4 to damage Lida, only a little bit of a tap. TX trying to go for a lurk, but Picard's ready for it, still goes down. Banshee will spot him, but the attack losing more players. Daystar seem like they'll hold on, as it might be closer than they would have liked, but 7-5 is still a victory. And Daystar send us to Chalet to decide who stays.
All right,
and
going to map 3 now.
Big performance there from Daystar, really locking in and getting the job done. I think a lot of their work here tonight was done on that attacking side. Regardless, Lynx, of how those rounds were won, they were won, and that is the key takeaway. Doesn't matter if it was a clutch, doesn't matter if it was a round that they should have lost. They fought tooth and nail to secure their own map pick here, and they lock in our 3rd and final map of the series of Chalet. Coming up.
How am I not live? I am live. Going to Chalet too.
Usually when I'm using AI, I'm very wary and cautious. There's been so many times where it's just gotten it wrong. With AI mode in Google search, it gives me sources and links that you can directly click on. That was really transformational for like my studying experience.
I don't know what they're thinking, but right now, every Domino's pizza is half off. Every single pizza. Like, what? I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm just gonna get half off some Domino's.
The remains of the Empire want another war, and a new power is coming.
What's my mission?
Something you may not come back from.
I've collected the most deadly creatures from across the galaxy. The Mandalorian will die. I won't always be around to protect you.
There comes a time where we all have to say goodbye.
Get out of there, Mando.
This is the way.
Star Wars: The Mandalorian and Grogu, rated PG-13.
Yeah, I know.
Get as low as 1.9% APR financing on a new Subaru Hybrid.
With the perfect kick for steak and shrimp bucatini, Olive Garden's new Calabrian sauce just may become your new favorite homemade sauce. Then again, we're family, and families don't pick favorites. Okay, maybe they do.
This is going to be the biggest fight in women's history.
The 2 most talked about women fighters are coming to the biggest stage in streaming.
You clean up nice.
Always.
Soap scum. What will your guests think?
They'll never know.
Ooh, water spots?
Not on my watch.
That's wild, bro. Are you serious?
This takes care of that. See what Delta can do. Paint. Sweat. Cheers.
That's wild. What up, man? How you doing?
Repeat.
I'm muting my shit right here.
Like you care for the game with Delta.
No, I do not want more emotes, but I did already sub. Just did. Literally just did. Yo, what up, Hurricane? Uh-oh. Your shit lagging? Alright. It's a very good question, Hurricane. I believe it starts on the 11th. Hey, Fire, when does Phase 2 start? Going through lower bracket? Man, I'm gonna have to say Shopify Rebellion. Phase 2 starts on the 9th? It starts today? Shopify Rebellion for sure. That's gonna have to be mine for the lower bracket. I'm trying to be completely honest with you, Hurricane. I think that I think G2 is gonna take it all. I really do. But I'm hard rooting for my NA teams. I have to, man. Have to. Why do you want EU to win it, bro? Swiss stage is the 9th, playoffs start the 13th. That's what's on the site. Oh. I didn't know that you were EU. My bad. Fair enough.
Still got one more map between these two teams as they start fighting back quite valiantly on Clubhouse, but 4 Angry Men, we could say the same for them, as what could have been a 7-3 ending for Daystar ended up being a very close, but still, I suppose, decisive 7-5 victory for Daystar. Now we have Shallite coming up, which very different than both the preceding maps.
It is, isn't it? You know, we've gone from labs to club, quite similar. Two different results, though.
True.
As much that we like to talk about them as maps that play in a similar fashion, we've had two very differing results. I think that Daystar came alive a lot more on Clubhouse. It definitely felt like they needed a map to really warm up into the series. And obviously with the stakes of this game,
I didn't know that, man. Fair enough.
These teams is going to be going home after this.
I get why you back
you
too.
A little bit, and you expect
who do you think
to give it a little bit more when it matters the most? Moving on. To
I was just going to ask you, who do you think is the best EU team out there?
Map for the side of 4 Angry Men, so you could read into that a little bit and say, well, you know what, if a lot of teams are banning it against them, maybe it's somewhere that they are a little bit feared or they've got a bit more of a reputation. Alternatively,
it's hard for me to say who I think is NA's best chance at the major.
I mean, you know, 4 Angry Men, saw them play Border yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. Two maps in which kind of the exterior angles are very important. And that's something they struggle with. They struggle to clear out Spoit and any struggle with some of those innate factors of Border.
Man, I really don't know.
Some very clear corollaries.
I really don't know.
Where the exterior windows are very important to
Wildcard did just temporarily pick up.
And so, if we saw 4 Angry Men struggle with that yesterday on Border, it's possible.
Wow,
they could
hot and
struggle
cold.
Here. Also possible.
I'm curious to see how that's going to go.
It might have improved and might do a lot better with it on Chalet. But that is at least one of the main, I suppose, kind of points of comparison we can draw because. I mean, Daystar on Bank, this is just an entirely...
Did that change the volume?
Literally, and with how it plays out.
In the stream?
It is, isn't it? I think for Daystar, one of the plus factors they've got coming into this...
That was very fucking loud in my
ears.
ears.
There's going to be a lot of hype in there. There were some really big moments for some individuals. We saw Seal, again, have a very good game over on Clubhouse. And I think that if that starts to translate into Chalet as well... Also, Lynx, they're starting on the attack here. Attack was quite kind to them. They got a 4-2 split on the attack. Yes, okay.
I don't think Five Fears has got it in them either, man. That's why, I mean, I didn't even bring it up. I think Wildcard's probably the best.
Are presenting to them, and that's what they're willing to deal with and capable of dealing with at that level. You can't take anything away from them. So I think it's a good thing here.
VP did look very good
and if they can
in kickoff.
With some of that momentum that they left Clubhouse with, I don't know. This series really could flip around quite significantly.
I think it could as well. And to your point about the 4-2 and playing the game in front of them, I mean, they needed the map to get comfortable, but also needed kind of that half to get comfortable. But I think if we see an extra...
I'm really thinking Wildcard's our best bet for NA.
It's probably like...
I think G2's going to take it all the way.
It's probably like 5, 6, 7 rounds they would end up getting just because that second part of their attack was so much stronger. I think they just needed a few rounds to get comfortable and we would have seen some really, really strong...
Who's y'all's pick?
Up against 4 Angry Men and...
For the lower bracket, who's y'all's pick?
On Chalet here,
who are y'all backing?
We really are seeing the truly comfortable Daystar on the attacking team. Of course, see how that translates to a different map, but I do think this is kind of them peaking at the right time with the attacking side.
They started being a little bit more unpredictable as well. Eden's timeouts have been very focused. They've been very sort
of... For the lower bracket.
In the sense that
lower bracket, bro.
They're going to do that. They're going to do the other.
It's very prep-based.
Yes.
I personally think G2's going to take it all the way. But
we've very much got our to-do list, and we're going to kind of try and stick to that. And as soon as Daystar start to stray off that path and start to, walk down the path less trodden, it's quite difficult because you're like, hang on a minute, we prepared for something else, and you're just doing the exact opposite.
And again, if you remember back on Nighthaven, there was something I criticized Daystar for actually sticking with what we obviously knew to be 4 AM's prep a little too much. Always going for those full clears, not really switching things up all that much.
Just for the lower bracket.
As the series has gone on, as Clubhouse went on, Daystar were able to start doing that a lot more. And they, of course, don't know what Eden has on them. They don't know what 4AM's game plan is. But understanding that they might be coming a little bit too predictable and that they need to show a different face. They were able to do that on Attack. They were able to do that on Clubhouse. But now they need to do it on Chalet because the loser of this map, no matter if it's 4 Angry Men, no matter if it's Daystar, one of them is going home at the end of this. And conversely, the other is going forward, but going forward to play Los in the blower bracket later today. We'll see who is who by the end of this. But one thing I can say to everyone who was terrified, shaking with fear before we got in this map, we will not have hard breach denial bans on Chalet. At least, we won't have completely hard breach denial bans.
Yay, and we don't get any in the first phase.
We're so back. We're so back.
Denari and Nazami. This is where things start to get interesting now because, okay, hard breach has its place on Chalet, but it's not as big as other maps. It's certainly not as big as the 2 maps that we've seen ahead of it in this series. So we start to get something a little bit different here. Still going to get the Grim back, and the Glaz will come out as a round out as well. Quite enjoyed the little bit of chatter in the all chat there. Lied, Seal, stop killing us. I'll take you to an American barbecue place. Like, come on, there's got to be some sort of deal that we can strike there, because Seal has really been that menace, and particularly coming alive. A little bit of a quiet game on Labs, but
no,
the same could be said for
I don't think G2's going lower bracket at all, bro.
Live over on Club, and if that's starting to get activated and really ramps through the gears now.
Daystar.
It's going to take someone on the side of 4.
Daystar looked pretty good. I can't lie. They looked pretty good.
Gotti a bit quieter over on Clubhouse, and Lida, based off the performance that we saw them have yesterday, we were expecting big things again. And I don't want to say it's fallen flat, but the impact hasn't been there as significantly.
No, he's been good. He's been good. He's been fine.
It's not been an overperform, though.
Yeah, exactly. It has been. It's not been an overperform. It's just been a perform. Like, he's just been playing, I would say, like a very normal player, which nobody's going to get mad at him for. But especially going into today, it was fine. Especially when Gotti was, like, dropping a gigantic amount of kills. But on Clubhouse, when you are facing a team that is struggling, not struggling, actually, but when a team is, like, performing that well, like Daystar was strategically, lacking that overperformance can always be a little bit tricky, and can't really blame a player for it, but you can say, man, wish that was there, wish we saw some of what we saw yesterday, which Obviously, for both these teams, did not see Chalet yesterday, and we'll see what they have to offer here. As the first sight out the gate will be master bedroom and office. Appears that Daystar not fully committing to a take on either side just yet. Some players over by Solar, some players over by Library, and Gotti outside the building in the first minute, but hops back in pretty quickly, and the player on the balcony not able to capitalize off of that. In fact, I think he runs all the way back to site, and very minimal roam presence at the moment. Some players down.
Well, I think I'm gonna be
leave over by
I think I'm gonna be playing a lot or streaming a lot.
Kind of extension too aggressively.
Rockstar's kind of set up.
No, buddy. I don't have the drops yet. I'm sorry.
Play the Why there. Just stop people from getting library control entirely for free. Ella there caught out Darsley on the Deathmark tracker. So he's going to be tucked in there, just sort of transitioning in between on the downstairs. But it'll be Gotti with that opening pick, taking down Bin Bin and really alleviating some of that pressure that Darsley was sort of facing there. He was kind of on that first floor, feeling like
I wish. I mean, I have my drops enabled, but I don't think you'll get them from my stream. I highly doubt it.
Rockstar, very self-sufficient hold there over on the library side of things. And
I'm not co-streaming.
Darsley, this attack's starting to fall a little bit flat.
Quite flat, in fact. I mean, very clear position.
I was watching Mint stream.
2 players on the site, 2 players
to try and support him, and I didn't get any drops from his stream.
And Daystar not really able to mount any kind of.
But I think he got approved to co-stream now. I'm not sure.
A lot of 1v1s handed to the defense. Very little presence over by Fireplace, which in part is likely because Rockstar could challenge down in that area.
You have to be a Twitch partner, and I'm not there yet.
Doorways, resulting in which 80% of the bodies that have dropped have been Daystars. Though finally, Seal will start with 1.
All right, I have missed all of this.
1v4 like the clubhouse. Now we're in a position where it might need to be a 1v5 to start a Chalet, and I've certainly learned from my habit of calling rounds too quickly. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here on this one, but stuck outside at bathroom window with a shotgun around the corner.
That was unfortunate.
Of any kind.
No, Rockstar was fancying that one, wasn't he? Nice close range, super shorty, and just a quick peek round the corner. I think Seal's position was fairly well telegraphed there. I think everybody knew just exactly where they were playing. It's good to say this, Links, but I need to bear with me.
Okay, bearing.
They brought a Deimos, a lion, and a snake.
Oh, that's true.
It looked like they didn't.
Edward Gaiman's. Man, I'm sorry. Hang on, y'all.
Now, all that is true. I will say, the Deimos going down first did not help because he had information on the Ella, and then who did the Deimos die to? Actually, now that I think about it.
Edward Gaming's a good team, man. I just don't know that they're going to beat Shopify Rebellion. They might, but I don't know.
A player, just not the one.
That is the next game, though.
I think
continue with your point.
The snake has to be used a little bit more effectively there. It was a very confused push. We had somebody.
Daystar just got their shit kicked in on that round.
We didn't really have people.
Sure.
But Shopify Rebellion got their shit kicked in the first round against 4 AM.
There was a lot of things that were being done there. That
the very first, their only match.
If you're going to take library,
that was a BO1.
If you're going to take solar, get on the solar repel. You don't need to be sending everyone in below and trying.
What he just said right there.
Well, here's a question to respond to that. So
he said, if you're going to take solar, just get on solar repel.
More effectively.
That's,
but if you saw the way
that's something that I preach to the people that I play with.
Rockstar, they were all playing in very static positions. Yeah? Like the snake could have found them out, maybe get their exact position, but so many of them.
Noah he's a frag op, but you're right. There's a language barrier there. I'm curious how that's going to go. I wonder if he's got earbuds or something that like translate everything. So he can understand it.
If you're going to play the snake in that position, I think you need to make a bold play, and you need to be walking in from Snowbalk and getting on your scanner and going, oh,
you hope Daystar loses this. You're trying to see the Chinese teams against good teams.
Yes,
I can get something else to go down. We can open the door. We can do this. We can do that. And you've got to play it in that and play it in conjunction with something else happening elsewhere. Because I made a bit of a joke about it, but it just didn't seem like it was really linked.
I like how he's.
And if not, we'll start talking about this round in the moment.
The souffle. I like how he's droning, checking for any
get the snake flank up blue stage.
Any util.
I like that. You got a 5v4. That I think that's
one thing he would have been looking for would have been an Elamine.
Also, to your point, that is a very good idea of just using the snake instead of going for that position and try and get something on the opposite side. Won't have a snake present in this round.
Pro League players wouldn't put a Malusi on a softball.
Getting some more information, or at least being able to make, I think, better decisions with the information you have. That is basically the name of the game of Rainbow Six.
They've gone from feast to famine, haven't they? They've gone from all information ops to now, just stuck to drones and good old-fashioned intel. Seal, does he know With the way that he just stopped dead,
I have to think he's.
you've got an inkling of it.
You're right,
He's
Hurricane.
likely going to be able to hear.
He did bad the
TX
first game.
just on those
So,
lines
yeah,
there.
the
But
language
Doki's
barrier, I
got
think, is
start
going to...
things
Ooh.
up. Seal needs to land this
Ooh.
shot, but gets caught out by the Grismar. 2 for Souffle as well. So things a little bit more equal, but still with an advantage to 4am because they have that man advantage.
I think the language barrier might be a little too much.
TX, of course, winning that fight over on the blue stairs, but if you look at the positions remaining, while Daystar have some semblance of the vertical control, Bin and Souffle both with control of library, because of the low count, you basically can have the whole players displaced horizontally.
So like you just said, Fire, they speak basic English, but
fire some shots through the wall.
English is the language that I know.
Gotti can also rotate all
But
the
with
way
the
down below.
accents from other people, yeah, they might speak
Reposition himself
fluent
on the
English,
flank,
but with
looking
the
over
crazy
towards
wild
the
ass
stairs now.
accent that I'm
Great
not
take
used
on the
to,
landing, likely gonna try
I
to
can't
evade
understand
some
them.
kind of drone.
They're speaking English, yeah, but I can't understand them.
Later. This is gonna be deadly.
And some of the interviews on this,
Will reveal his
yeah,
position, and he goes
I understand they're
right
speaking
across.
English, but I can't understand
Finding
them.
an important angle with 40 seconds remaining, and now in a 2v2, the utility might be lacking, but he's got information on one, even flicks onto him, but can't land the headshot. That might be
Pretty
a
sure
different
some
round
of
at
them
that
don't
point.
speak English at all. That's
Souffle
tough.
moves and Crouch walks in. TX is ready for it. There is a chance in that 2v2, but it goes unrealized, and instead 4am take bar in games.
TX and Darsley really having to buddy up there at the end. It was dangerous because there was a lot of known quantities. Everybody was known. I mean, a lot of those positions are going to be fairly well known anyway. Bomb chassis peaks, head glitches, that sort of thing. It's always safe bets to try and hit a pre-fire onto those locations. Daystar are actually going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. They feel like they've seen enough of Chalet already to know something isn't right here. There's either opportunity, there's either something pretty significant going wrong.
That's crazy. You see the color difference?
We've only seen 2 sites.
And
That's crazy, bro.
But I don't know if you want to say similar problems, because if you think back to the obviously it was master bedroom defense.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody have their shit green.
Bedroom defense was very linear. It was very one-dimensional, and they were all sort of funneled into.
I've seen purple and orange. I don't think I've ever seen green.
Yeah, that round it was a lot more spread out, but it seemed to be a lot of collective 1v1s. And to your point about the lineup,
Bro, Team Liquid not making it? I ain't gonna lie, that's a little wild.
Something like a death mark
W7M didn't make it either, did they?
Information or give you an advantage in these fights, but instead you just have Seal trying to just like take that engagement raw, getting hit by a Gershmont mine in the process, clearly not aware of it being there either. And right as that happens, you have one player dying to a run out, another player dying to a 1v1. We go from
green is odd,
way
bro.
too consolidated to
green is
way too
odd.
spread out in the process. And
yeah, I didn't think W7M made it either. Yeah, that's crazy.
Just in terms of the strategic game plan, some of the weaker attacking rounds we've seen from Daystar across the whole series.
It's been very reminiscent of Labs, hasn't it?
Who does?
on Clubhouse, and we saw.
I know FaZe is in, but who does Brazil have?
Well coordinated rounds as well as some
just FaZe
coming out there, and now we've got onto Chalet. It's like we've kind of regressed back to the start of the series, and we're seeing that desync again. We're not seeing those 3-2-1s be very well timed. We're seeing those solo pushes that are into a lot of utility. It's a different lineup now that's being brought out, so the timeout is at least.
Me personally, I think 4am's got this one.
Blitz come back into the fray. We're starting to see this Dokkaebi that, let's be honest, we've spoken about at quite great length by Eden, and we're still yet to see a lot of impact from Dokkaebi from Daystar.
We're spoken about by the
way. Oh yeah, Los. Yeah, Los.
At the first timeout, we heard the side swap timeout that we listened into 4am highlighted the possibility of a Dokkaebi lurk, and we've not only not seen much impact, we've barely even seen.
I know. Team Liquid was number 1. I know.
Now we see something completely different. Not only
this is map 3, yeah.
Down Gotti within the first 45 seconds of the round. That one is nice. You'll take that. Sentry might not be the most impactful operator in the game, but you're never going to complain about coming with a 5v4. And that's going to make those two operators that Ollie and I just mentioned a lot more impactful. The Blitz is pushing into an area. It's going to be a bit more.
When I was watching the games yesterday, man, I think 4am looked better than Daystar. 4am put up much more of a fight against Shopify than Daystar did against
close around the corner of the trade. So just a great find for Daystar to start, and makes both of those powerful operators just a little bit more so.
We need to see Daystar work with that advantage now. They've taken Gotti out. They've gained a little bit of space there. That's somewhere that the defenders now can't occupy or can
I think
occupy.
4 a.m. might be the better team
I like
here.
this play from TX. The call is going to give the game away. I wonder if he tries to play a bit more aggressively on this. Or he isn't going to be given the chance to. He might be Warden, but you've still got a shield and a pistol running you down there like a dog. We're seeing the kills start to come in thick and
Running you
fast.
down like a dog, bro. That's nasty.
So far over the course of this round, 3 kills, Rockstar. He might have the DMR, but he's still 1 versus 4 here, Links. I don't think he's going to find the first.
Oh.
Cleans him up from that piano single. The 3-2-1. That's what we wanted to see from Daystar. The timeout already worth it.
Well, love to see it, and also I just love the little bit of cinematic storytelling we get because we see all the utility go out, we see the E1D, we see all the smokes, and we're like, okay, but why is this Twitch not
4 a.m.'s attack sucked. Is that what you're saying?
Doing? This is what I'm expecting. And then we suddenly cut, and the blitz is already at the bathroom door, and you're like, oh, that's why. We were baiting the bathroom window pressure to send in the blitz from Piano, and it's just a brilliant move for Daystar. And an attack that could not have gone better. Like, literally could not have gone better. The bedroom player gets his kill, the bathroom player gets his kill, and the player inside of Solar dies at the very end. Even though Darsley has some kind of impact there, it's perfect. Perfect play from Daystar. And also, I think, and Ollie, maybe you disagree, I feel like the first time we've really seen Daystar well and truly, like, switch up their play, from round to round. Like, just a complete reversal from anything we've seen in the series so far.
It's like they've been, sort of grabbed by each shoulder and shaken a little bit and gone, come on, guys, like, do what we practice, do what we know that we can do, because
Border,
again, a night and day round.
Yeah, their attacks kind of sucked on Border, but at the same time, Border is such a...
First time they got the opening pick as well, which I really like.
There's not much strategy
for them in this
to
series.
Border.
And Gotti
You just have to delay them entering the map
see them on the board, not letting the score
and win your ones.
Too far the other way. But
there's not a whole lot of strategy Border. There is, but
it's third choice site for a reason.
it's more of just kind of like a gunning map.
Expected to have a bit more of a tougher time on. It's a side where the attackers are expected to do slightly better. We're going back toward more primary territory here, master bedroom and office. And this is where it's going to be.
It's the way I feel anyway.
Sort of, they're going to have to be a bit more convincing for my money at least, because last time when we saw this, it was a
how's the audio, y'all? Does it sound good?
Really
everything clear?
Committing fully to anything.
Do we need to turn anything up or down?
Going on here and there.
Some changes from 4 a.m. being brought on their defensive side. Introduction of the Solus into the lineup. Conversely, could also play a bit looser for the Realm, as before it was really like 4 players all on the same side of the map, but 2 players upstairs on the site, 2 players down below, and then Rockstar, the one who I believe still is over actually on the mezzanine side. So that is a bit of a change for 4 a.m. with Darsley kind of moving around on the Solus, but also you have the Castle Barricades. Ooh, Gotti going for a very late Castle Barricade on the office balcony window, right as Pecan.
The timing of that must have been quite fine. Pecan's like already running around there.
Oh, he still gets him.
Wake up a little bit, Gotti. Like, you can't just be full sprinting around there. You've got to give it a little bit of a wiggle peak first. Pecanzu will be taken out there as Rockstar is good to trade out his teammate, so it at least doesn't give a numbers advantage away, but still, Gotti, that's a player we need a bit more impact from. Bin caught out on the Razor Blue as he's trying to make his way in down through Trophy again. Now, this was one of the positions where we saw quite a lot of trouble happen last time. They like to roam inside a kitchen, and I don't think that these players are known. That drone needs to be effective.
Needs to be effective with one player around the corner. You can see Darsley trying to draw the attention and seems to do so successfully.
Oh, that was a good flank.
The kill. It's Lyda who walks down. SMG-11 in hand. Takes down one, though the DMR is good for the next, and even the second. 2 line up for Azuki. The Lyda holds on. Shotgun around the corner. I know exactly who was destined to win that engagement.
What are we seeing here? Where's the Solar player? One player on the Solar Repel would have just put an end to all of this.
The Capital was on the Solar. Bro, what do you mean? This caster just missed that.
Really doesn't want to over-challenge.
He's saying, where's the Solar player? The Capital was on the Solar Repel and he got killed off of it.
From actually being able to make any impact there. And the 2 remaining attackers, they're very split up at the moment. Seal, he's all the way over on side of balcony now. We're starting to see the rotation. A little bit of pace has been taken out of the round, and we can hit a bit of a reset. Both teams have players now that have buddied up a little bit, and there's some good info that's just been found out on the drone.
Some good info, and I was going to say some nades as well, but with the magnets catching one of them, you want to send this deep, likely over towards Blackwall is an easy predictor. If you choose wrong, if the defender avoids it, this needs to land, and it cannot get caught. One more flashbang as well.
That was a great smoke.
Perfectly. So the nade goes over to the right, and it's a 50-50, and he ends up coming up wrong. Rockstar in
Oh.
position. Azuki caught in the toxic gas. Lighta's 3rd kill of the round, 5th overall, but Seal
Ooh.
gets one. Knows the next one maybe can land.
Oh!
Fire. Rockstar prone, waiting on the floor, and Daystar tie things up.
Yeah, that was pretty
Round
nasty.
Was recovered to be in a round that was lost. Seal. It's not the first time today that we've seen him clutch up big when his team needed it the most. Second time in 2 games.
I think the Swiss stage, phase 2. I think that's tomorrow. I think it's after
been able to navigate
the day.
That's
the
crazy.
initial sort of chaos.
The stream needs to be
TX
louder.
was thrown
Okay.
here. Now, he didn't have that much of an impact because it was
I
Lighta
can do
ended up
that.
getting the kill, and TX just ends up barrel stuffing himself into Azuki as we saw the kills come out. Lighta did such a great job of not overcommitting down on those trophy stairs.
That
Didn't
better?
need to do too much. Seal's left in that position. What do players do? They just have to pre-fire angles and hope.
Does exactly that, and honestly kind of a theme of round 4. Being players from 4AM just sprinting into the attack. Not only the castle up top on office balcony door, but also, as you mentioned, the Thorn down below. 2 areas in which,
I ain't gonna
especially
lie, I
the
wasn't
Thorn
expecting
seemingly
that.
undroned, clearly trying to take things off guard, and the attack in some kind of off spot that the defense doesn't expect, and they end up getting punished for it. Fortunate for 4AM as the recovery's looking good, but great clutch by Seal. Again, his 2nd in the series overall. Such an important player
Interesting.
for Daystar in these past couple maps, and also the performance yesterday, even though it resulted in a
Bandit
4-7 loss.
on
Definitely the one player we kind of highlighted
wall.
that is
What would that
showing
be
up on
called?
both days
That's
of
not Abbey
competition.
Wall.
Bar Games,
It's the wall
Angry
between
Men will try their hand again at this site.
office and master.
We have Solid Snake once again. Different site than we saw before. It was Master Bedroom Office on which they brought the Soliton scanner. This time it'll be Bar and Games. And given the attack that we saw, Ollie, we saw players trying to push up blue stairs, saw players trying to kind of go for their own separate angles. I think bringing the Snake for this site rather than the other makes a lot of sense.
And
All
don't
3
forget, this is the
Valcams.
site that forced
Well,
the timeout.
he's going
Because
for
after
the
they
3rd
lost this
Valcam.
site, Daystar, they chose to take the
Valk
round, they
is-
chose to take the tactical timeout. and
Valk is now
it
obsolete
feels like
other
it's been
than a
very
C4.
effective because they have come out and played
100%.
entirely different Siege from that
Good
point
play by the
onwards.
Twitch.
So I'm not expecting solo pushes through Garage into Grismot Mines. I'm not expecting a lack of information. We've got the Twitch. That's going to be brilliant for dealing with the bulletproof cameras. You've got all that sort of stuff on lock. You can even get rid of some of the information from the Valkyrie there as well. You're going to be able to work around that. Bin playing on the Snake should be able to find a little bit more out. We've got a belt and braces approach here with the IQ as well to search out for those electronics, and an oldie but a goldie. Little Maverick line in towards stock and a couple of shots put in, but Darsley gets away with his life.
Just barely gets away too, 50 HP. You can see like literally the moment that torch opened up, he had a feeling of what was going to happen. Really good stuff from both teams. Anticipation by the defense, but also the attack. Putting the pressure on, making them feel uncomfortable. Minute 15 remaining. A lot of the round has gone by, but the defense has been slowly pushed closer and closer together around the site. I believe all of Master Bedroom Office has been seated as we've seen the 5 defenders over there. And yeah, as we can see, Bin has pushed up, used this Soliton scanner to take some very aggressive control. Now the nades go deep. Those Souffle goes down in the process. Second chance of the engagement. It is actually Darsley who gets the better. Now, Bin in a tricky spot because you could go for this lurk. You could use that utility, but we're starting to reach a bit of a worrying point. It's looking like that last Bar Games attack. IQ down below, alone. Snake above, alone. Pecan pushing in through Fireplace door, and he might have found a gap. But as he hops up, the ACOG scope ends up covering the Valkyrie. No clear kills broken the way of the attack just yet as they're still bleeding bodies in the process. Bin, oh, a hell of a flick on Lighta. Can confirm the next one with the pistol. And now Daystar have something. Darsley in the 1v3. Make that a 0v3.
Wow.
As the round shifts hands in only a few seconds and Daystar continue their march.
Just goes to show you don't
may
always
have
need to have
been,
it all figured out. If a
may have
couple
been
of
wrong.
solo plays like that work out, they've done a lot of the hard work, and they had some great intel. They knew where these players were. They knew that Library Stairs was being occupied. They knew, obviously, I mean, the site players is fairly standard as to where they're going to be. But importantly, they knew about the player at the top of Fireplace. That's kind of the link between all of that because you've got a great line of sight down into the site. You can affect onto the Library Stairs. You can keep an eye on the main door coming in. You deal with that link, and all of a sudden things start to open up quite a lot more. You can see Darsley didn't waste any time there getting out of dodge.
This is crazy.
This
Look
is the
at
big
that.
kill there from Bin. because as soon as that one happens, with the other two players already down, Darcy's now just left entirely on his own. And we already know, where's the smoke going to be? Likely going to be in stock. Maverick Hole or not, that's where he's going to be gravitating toward. Daystar, 3 rounds in a row now and secure a brief lead here just before the side swap. Will it be a 4-2 or are they going to end up on a 3-3? For 4 a.m., it's alarm bell time for me because it's not only the attacks that have started to look a little bit weak as this series has developed, it's these defenses now as well.
Defense is really, if you think back on it, in the grand scheme of things, it's only Nighthaven where they looked really indomitable
right
in
there
4
is
rounds out of 4. All the defense won by 4 angry men, and we've
I don't know.
caveated, the hell out of that defensive half on Clubhouse, but it ended up being a 4-2 favoring Daystar as well. Daystar being on the attacking side, and could very well be here because what an effective timeout that was from Harambe. I mean, literally 3 rounds in a row, and that one kind of looked the weakest. Asterisk, it still ended up the way it did, and Bin winning an excellent individual engagement. Those are the kind of rounds you want to see. You want those to be the exceptions when we can say, wow, what a great individual play to make kind of a 50-50 round, 55-45, in conjunction with 2 other rounds that have just been so strategically sound, so well played by Daystar, that's the pattern and the plan that we're thinking about. We're looking to master Betterment Office. The 3rd time we've seen this site defended by 4 angry men. Now we see a bit quicker presence on the solar stairs.
Whoa.
Blackbeard immediately repelling in. Can't quite land the shots.
You cannot let that man run away
over the
like
black
that.
Wall. Brendan, quite a quick diffuse plant. It's not the Blackbeard.
Nice
kill.
on big
How does
window.
He find that?
It's beautiful. The cutoff.
That was a perfect
window,
pinch.
Cutting the sight in half, and as soon as the Blackbeard comes in, bang, body starts to fall. A little bit of an overheat, I think, from Bin. Rockstar's 1 HP, but he's still standing, and he has taken down that Blackbeard. So whilst, yes, you've had the cut-off, you've had the ability to deal with one player, Lida, the smoke that was rotating in between sites, you've still lost the rest of that pushing power. And I think Bin just needed to hold his horses a little bit there and just temper the expectation ever so slightly. It's still a pretty significant advantage for Daystar. We've lost out on the toxic babe canisters, and we're losing engagements like that. Oh dear, it will be cleaned up by Rockstar as he just seems to be the janitor for this round. Gotti finding a little bit of success here as well. It's only his 2nd kill of the game so far, but he too will be cleaned up. A 2 versus 2, but look at this HP advantage for Daystar.
Yeah, so close around the corner. Surely the 417 wins that. No, it's the 556 that gets the job done. But what a play remaining. TX down below with the Solus, made an impact grenade to stave off the first diffuse plant, and now can go on the hunt for the 2nd. Though again, neither with the diffuser at the moment. Spots 1 through the floor, can't get it. That's his 2nd impact grenade gone. So the rest of this will have to be off the Specchio scanner and shooting it through the floor. Souffle now putting it down. Spots the player on the hatch, and Seal shuts it down. Great 2v2, and Daystar, another lead, 2 maps in a row.
Again, a great idea of how they wanted to approach that as well. Some really clear ideas of how they want to try and use that Blackbeard and how they want to try and set up all around it. We need to hear from both of our coaches at the halfway point here.
Yeah.
Okay. So their defense. Bedroom, they have one strat with smoke bar and Ella basement. Okay, remember it. And the second one, they have no bar roam. Smoke will play blue. And on this one, they have Echo that plays on kitchen. Okay, he tries to stay alive so we can Echo drone deny the plant. Bar, they have Pulse inside and they extend piano office and play Clash in the Maze. Okay, she rotates where we are pushing. Kitchen, Ella, that's roam games, and blue, Aruni on solar, and the last 2 are top. Okay, be careful on big window when we rappel. They try to run out lobby, but our strategy is lobby control, so we should be okay. All right, keep up the comms, please. We had the solution in the first 2 rounds. Then we kind of get a bit disconnected, okay? Make sure that everyone's on the same page. Okay, remember to be fast. We use gadget crossfires, we take position fast, okay? We got it, and if needed, I have 1 more timeout, so let's go.
我一半，我一半，我一半。我们怕不怕电盾的道具？
别。
你刚才说什么？
我说啊，
没有，我说他。
他说凭我。
在每句话尾句
I
加
don't understand that
加
one.
一个字，直到他们发现。
Obviously not. Obviously not.
我们蛇，然后3边他们想要的豆壳还是提莫斯，我们直接把他们情报全部
折了。
他们进攻有个东西就是有可能超闪盾，可能要超闪盾。
哦，
来，我们前面看到
Shit.
Just hear some random person shit.
啊，shit。玩 ORC 的，
对，玩 ORC 的东西。
ORC 的 free solo。
free solo。
OK。
We'll say very different vibes as we've seen in the past few maps in the room.
All I heard out of that, all I understood out of that one was shit.
I assume both are game oriented, but a lot more kind of like business. I would
And
say,
3 solar.
at least for the 400 men, where it seems a bit more jokes for Daystar. But at the
laughing
same
and joking, isn't there?
But at the same time, I'm also
Ooh,
curious: is
Mira
that
and
because we see the
Azami.
first minute for 4AM and then the second minute for Daystar?
Yeah, potentially. I believe that the second minute for 4AM is kind of just a
Grim and
translation
Snake.
of what
I can
Grim
agree
is
with
saying
those
in
ops.
English, and that sort of gets
Unfortunate.
translated through, so it's sort of fully understood.
But I can agree with those ops.
And maybe that's why it is so prescribed and it is so direct and to the point. It's reminding the team of, look, kitchen, this is what they do for kitchen, this is what they do for top floor, this is what they do for bar, and having a very clear understanding of these key locations. And one of the things that I quite liked, he was talking about, you know, be careful when you get on big window repel, they like to run out of lobby, but our plan is lobby control, so we should be okay. It just seems like every box has been checked here, and I imagine that on paper, it works really well. But as we know, Siege isn't played on paper, and Daystar have shown far more flair here today and willingness to sort of break the boundaries a little bit and break those rules in some ways, and not just go with, this is how prescribed the approach is going to be, this is how checklists need to be, because it doesn't always work out like that in the server.
No, it doesn't. And as we can see, Daystar, when things have gotten in the server, at least on Clubhouse and Chalet, have proven quite capable of meeting the challenge. It's really only been one single half out of this whole series where 4AM have been unequivocally the better team, and that was the defense on Nighthaven. Everything else has either been a 3-3 in the case of the first Nighthaven half, or a 4-2 in the case of the first halves of both Clubhouse and Chalet. It's been Daystar who have settled into this series, who have become very comfortable on their own pick, but then now on the decider as well. We'll see how that translates at the side swap. Bans have gone through. Not a lot of Grim Love today. Really not a lot of Grim Love. Hate him, but the Snake taken out very quickly by Daystar. So that impacts.
I can agree with both of those bans, Snake and
a little bit of different
Grim.
strategies entering the play. We'll see how it works. With 2 to 3, now pretty much make that 4 players all looking over towards this library side. You'd be confused for thinking this is a Bar Games defense. It's actually the Master Bedman office despite 4 players on this part of the map.
It's a lot more together though, isn't it? I like this from TX, getting in below, a couple of points damage in onto Bin Bin. They've thrown a lot of drones at this as well. They've only got 2 drones left. So they really do need to be cautious and try and pace those 2 for the rest of the round. They do have the Monty, so they've got the ability to use human drone, as we affectionately like to call the Monty and our Monty players, because they can just sort of bear down onto people, very similar to the way that they are doing onto Kanzu right now. Darsley is going to find the first kill. Rockstar the second, starting to chain some together here, as this slight extension, maybe it's tried to be held onto for too long by Daystar, and they've not given it up quick enough.
Not giving it up quick enough, and now 2 players on blue stairs. This might be the end of the round right here. Another one found. Demos with the nade and the revolver take down another. Surely they know about this Thorn. You can see Souffle trying his best to draw the attention, but it's a flawless round for 4 angry men. Round began and ends around the library position as every single defender tries to buy in and is punished for their actions.
It's just a strange hill for the defense to die on there, really, isn't it? There was ability to maybe drop back through Ivy
To
into
me-
Piano and play the site a little bit more, but it's like they just kept throwing more bombs at the problem.
Obviously,
like,
I'm not pro
we're taking
league,
library. We need to go
but
and support. Oh, a couple of
To
players.
me,
back.
if
We'll
you
just
see that
throw
there's
more at
4
it.
people on
Just keep
library,
throwing at this, because eventually the problem will be solved. And
give 1 or 2 to just kind of
in hindsight, backing
bait
would have been
them
a better
into
play to
thinking
make,
you're pushing.
and just saying, okay, they really must
And
want this library
then
control. Let's maybe
send
just
your
do it for
other
them and
3
try and
guys,
work
your other
a
3 or
little
4
bit more
guys to
with
solar
respect.
and just rush into sight. If
Also in this
all of
tricky
your
position with
defenders
the
are
Thorn
over here
getting
on
kinda
library,
stuck in the
they'll take
plants right
solar.
there, because she can't really go a whole lot because of the single window. I think definitely a lot of what you said, but also just like
Y'all give me your
happenstance
thoughts
based
on
like
that.
in the split second decisions where the defenders decide to move, ends up kind of biting them just
Well, they
shortly
just get caught in
thereafter.
no man's
Yeah,
land.
exactly.
It's like if you're gonna go and assist and commit, you've got to go and
Yeah, I
assist.
just
and commit.
bought that
You
Gavik
can't just get
skin.
caught in the no man's land in the middle, because it's very indefensible inside of Ivy Corridor. You need to be either in piano or you're in top library or top 5 place.
Well, Daystar's base of operations for round 8 will be bar and games. No man's land in this context would probably be more over towards the piano side, though arguably a little bit of library and mezzanine as well, depending on what kind of control 4 angry men are able to establish. the blitz, they could be able to pressure the attack, pressure the defense, excuse me, quite nicely. See where the clear decides to come from, though. We have a pulse in
you
play.
know where Malusi
about
is.
to mention him. We cut to him. Very nice. Thank you. Be able to tell which side the attack is pushing from early on. We'll likely have seen both the, I was about to say, both the blitz and somebody else. Might not know it's a blitz, of course, but knows there are at least 2 players. Surely we're not going to jump in this quickly. I mean, we got a little bit more work to do.
The Pulse is kind of vulnerable there, depending on what's going on upstairs inside a library. We do have a presence there, and Azuki is going to be playing up there on the Clash, so it's not going to be as easy as just sort of hopping in and playing through the hatch, but as soon as that Clash is dealt with, or as soon as they're displaced there, the Pulse does need to be careful below, because with that hatch being open, it can be quite a tough job. Obviously, they have the ability to affect onto that and can throw their C4 up through the hatch or even onto the wall, but so far, quite a good job is being done from Daystar here at just keeping control. And again, it's quite a flat approach.
Why would he have
You
just
maybe need something
wasted
going on
all
inside the
of
fireplace,
his
and maybe need something going on
Selma
inside the snow
charges?
balcony, and that's exactly where we're going to see TX right now. But he's left with little option. There's a lot been thrown already here.
A lot been thrown already, spotting the Thorn on top of one of the display cases. 2 players now acknowledged and observed on the blue stairs, but they both retreat very quickly. Light anticipating some kind of push, though the smoke will actually facilitate the defense's retreat. They'll also enable the blitz to push up. Attack finding more success. All 3 Selmas were either shot or blown up by the defense, and so Rockstar gets his revenge on the very player who did it. Azuki shot by the AK-12 and library control established for the attack.
Oh, I like this from Pikanzu.
Love this.
There is going to be a drone, but no one's dead on the attack. No one's going to be sat watching a flank drone right now. Gotti, the only player that can save this day.
Easy.
And he will do just exactly that. It's a boring job, flank watch, but sometimes it can be rewarding, especially when you catch out a defender like that.
It's always boring plugging holes in the sinking ship, but you keep yourselves afloat, and everyone is very happy you get that kill and have some kind of impact. Seal, 50 HP, playing on blue stairs, likely trying to just evade any kind of late round information, catch the attack off guard. With a 5v3 for 4 AM and the blitz still alive, sure, you're losing the Capital bullets. Actually, if you look at it, there's very little utility remaining for 4 AM. But they have that advantage to compound. But, ooh, Seal deciding to get aggressive. Such a big player throughout this map, this series as a whole. These 2 days as a whole could find another, but no. Rockstar creeping up. Good for quite a few kills this round. I believe a double for both him and Gotti and 4 Angry Men. 2 really strong rounds at the side swap.
Split theory.
That timeout has worked quite well.
I think if you'd have had
like they're quite a
2 people playing on both library windows,
they like to know what they're going to be going up against here, because consistently,
maybe a Capital and a striker.
Some very clear information they're able to work off the back.
Sparingly
of it.
using your util, making your library players think that you're there and you're trying to push.
Attacking into bar
and like, why did he not check
enough,
that piano window?
It was the clash hold that they played.
But
knew there was a chance.
You got 2 people over there, and there's 4 defenders there.
This preparation
other 3
is really starting to work
just
for them.
Rush into solar.
Whereas with Daystar, when they're on
get
the
your plant
attacks,
down,
we saw them leaning quite into that preparation.
And then
the way
as the defenders try to run back to site,
we start to see a little bit of adaptation.
Now they're split. There's your push-pull. Now the 2 people on library, ideally neither of them have been picked off. They can hop in and get them in the back. Now you're pinching them.
We started
put cases down.
Maybe we need to adapt a little bit more.
I'm not pro league, and maybe that's why. I don't know.
This is the perfect time, replicating the exact position from that
That's
first
just how
half. I mean, 2 rounds lost, 2 really good 4 Angry Men rounds. This is the point. This is where we saw that blitz rush into bathroom with a twitch on
still in here?
Window. A kind
Getting
of
a little worried, ain't you?
Seen Daystar really employ on Nighthaven or Clubhouse up until that point. On the defense on the opposite side, this would be the perfect time to see some kind of corollary. We've seen the clash before. I don't think any of these operators are particularly shocking, but Solus, that'll be a difference. That'll be something new, roaming around
getting
the
a little worried?
side. But at the moment, can easily retreat to kitchen and dining. We could also see her rotate upstairs to Master Bedroom office to try to deny the plan later. Maybe hoping that 4 Angry Men will end up getting to a position to go for that plan. Then they can play
no.
later on. We'll have to see, though. As with library control seated, 4 AM will move in.
What are you looking for?
In the first 45 seconds. Same could be said for Barn Games. As Daystar are looking to try and win this on the eastern side of the map in kitchen, dining, and master bedroom office, where now some work is being done to hollow it out.
And it's a brilliant pick from Gotti here.
Are you paying attention to their?
You've got so much
their kitchen defense
to go through there. There's plenty for those.
We always struggled on this.
Hacking away at. It is just going to be another set of eyes to try and clear some of the path. Tough position right now that Binbin finds himself in. Has got a bit of support, though. Pikanzu can sort of aggress out and keep an eye on the snow balcony. He's not really going to want to go and press his face right up against that double, but he's at least going to be able to give a bit of support to his teammate that's just stuck in behind the half wall right now with basically nowhere to go. Binbin's best hope right now is to get away with 1 kill at the very best.
At best hope is to get the refrag at this point. Oh, an attempt at a flank from Souffle, doesn't find it. Binbin swings out, but again, gets traded in the process. That Clash aggressing for so long might end up biting Daystar. Really good utility usage by 4 Angry Men. It's given them a consistent advantage. And even if they don't kill Souffle, they know that at least for the moment, he's off-site. That means Kitchen Dining is a 4v2 at the moment. And maybe if you can get somebody over to West Main, you could cut off that position as well. Can't really do a lot of bottom to top plant denial as this Solus. Your really main avenue is going to be top to bottom. The defense still has control of it, but even the Aruni's been pushed back. She can fight an angle with that DMR, but lacking the control, you wanted to get that Solus into position. Now you can't. Now Solus is the only one left defending the site rather than retaking it, rather than playing some off spot. She's the lone defender. And any reaction from Daystar, we are still waiting.
It needs to happen, doesn't it? And it needs to happen quite quickly. Clash there, just getting caught a little bit of a stretch too far. If you bring in the Clash, that's such a powerful operator. You'd have been better off making that play with anybody but the Clash, really, when you think about it, because it just leaves you so vulnerable, and you're just a little bit too slow.
I didn't even predict on this because I don't know.
Think about aggressive.
I don't know anything about these Chinese teams, and I know that Phase 1,
likewise,
not necessarily lower bracket, but just Phase 1 was all pretty much Chinese teams. So I just didn't even bother predicting. I don't know anything about them.
Consistently out of position here, and it does just feel like 4 Angry Men.
This will help me on my predictions
and I think it is purely down to its preparation. We need to see a little bit more flexibility. It was a good play, really, that we saw that we saw Binbin attempt there. It was Pikanzu on the Clash, excuse me. It was a good play to try and burst out of the breach and pick 1. If he'd got 2 there, we might be sat here calling him the hero. But it didn't happen, did it?
Yeah.
Only gets away with the 1, and it never really had too much of a consequence onto the round. 4 Angry Men take a lead here. This is where things start to get very dangerous indeed. Only 2 rounds away from closing out this series.
With 3 good attacks in a row. The reaction you mentioned we're hoping to see from Daystar, still waiting. And if we just keep waiting, obviously they might lose. But also the more important and pressing matter is we start feeling like they weren't entitled to that presumption that it might not come, of course, but that these rounds are really, as you said,
correct me if I'm wrong here.
Issues that are consistent.
The loser of this
might be able to fix these little mistimings that we saw yesterday on Bank.
Is completely eliminated, right?
Their time in Salt Lake City, despite their excellent performance on Clubhouse,
despite
also a good start on Night Haven Labs in the grand scheme. But they had a great start here.
Entertainment, all right.
These next 2 rounds might be their last at the Salt Lake City Major.
Yes, that's what I thought.
4 Angry Men might be moving on to play Los in our final game of the day. All they need are 2 rounds to do so. At least the first site will be attacking.
Edward Gaming's an EU team, right?
Daystar will attempt again. Some similarities. We've got the Aruni back in the lineup, but obviously because the Clash is banned, can't bring her a second time. So the Castle enters the fray. We've got the Ella and the Mozzie to get a little bit of roam pressure for both of these, or for this defense. So the Monty drops down. Human Drone applying a little bit of passive pressure to these defenders.
The winner of this plays against Los.
Rockstar good for 1. Can't even land the trade. He gets both of them. That's just extra credit. At that point, he didn't need to do it. There were 3 players in that room. Any of them could have got the kill. Instead, it's Rockstar, player we haven't talked about all that much. Now 11-5, and Daystar in another disadvantage.
Oh, Edward Gaming is Chinese. Oh shit, my bad.
Quiet worker this game, hasn't he? 11-5 right now, double positive, away. And you just feel like they are, like you say, just chipping away, and it's. Gotti's not stepped up. Lida's not stepped up in the same way that we've seen him do previously. And Rockstar's gone, yeah, you know what, guys? I've got this one. I'll get myself a couple of kills.
Bro, and, you should have just shot the
worked out quite well for him. That
fire
double
extinguisher
particularly really
on the Monty. That would have
round number 10.
Would have stunned him.
It's not going to be easy to come back from that, especially when you've got Lida on that Monty that's going to start bearing down here. Gotti grabs one over onto Binbin. I mean, Lida can just basically push through and give exact
How did we miss how the Monty got all the way into half
Deathmark Tracker going out. A plant to secure the round, even though it's 5 versus 2. Not taking any chances. Darsley from there on the corner. The plant will be stopped, however, but it's still a 1 versus 4.
Still 1 versus 4 and still 1 minute 8 seconds remaining, and the final Deathmark Tracker goes out. So any kind of impact Souffle might have had It won't be found here. Got to wait a little bit longer. Got to wait for that tracker to run out. But the Monty now rotating over, blocking his entrance, his path of ingress up the blue stairs. Will hopefully knock that shield back. There we go.
Hey.
That's something. 1v3. I'm not calling rounds early. I learned my lesson earlier. So I'll hear him out on this one. One player, I believe, to his right on the library side, or might have rotated out. Yeah, Gotti prone, looking through the castle barricade. The other two players more in the bedroom position will be taken down. 4 angry men now. 4 rounds in a row. Map and series point. And Daystar 1 round away from our first team eliminated.
That Noah's from
very attacker-sided
EU,
challenge so far today, hasn't it? And it's, I mean,
EU is such a mass.
Hypothesize this a little bit, saying that, you know what, the
collaboration of
countries.
There's so many different languages in EU. So
just a little bit. And
I knew there was a language barrier, and I knew they didn't speak English.
There's just still so many toys to play with. The Monty has just been available throughout all of these games so far, and it's a massive pushing factor. Brilliant crossfire there being held by 4 angry men. They knew that they could afford to throw the Monty's life at just harassing and wasting another few seconds out of the Mozzie there to secure that round.
What Lita, whatever, just did on Monty, that's what I like to do. Let somebody else let me go push and waste time. If I throw my body, I throw my body. I still wasted 10, 15, 20 seconds of the
defuse. 5 to secure not only this map, but the series.
We'll have to still wait for that reaction from Daystar, maybe see some kind of adjustment. In terms of the operator lineup, not a big change overall. Do you see the Valkyrie for the first time this half, though? Give them maybe some more information to work with if they want to push off that site.
4 rounds in a row.
She will have defenders that
Daystar won 4 in a row, and then
side. She gets a guy barricaded, so probably not that portion. Would likely be the second floor we see any defenders roaming on. It seems to be where some are right now. We can't quite tell who they are. One player even tucked inside of the library corner. Capital not even banned this time, but not being brought by 4 angry men either. And, well, they have a 6 nades, so they could recreate the Capital in the aggregate for the secondary utility.
Yeah, you're not quite going to get the fire and smoke in full force, but you're going to get a little bit of smoke dispersion when the nade goes off, and you're going to get plenty of explosives if you start throwing those in as well. TX is going to be looking to try and work through this dining room area now. He's got some good information.
So we're going to do that and not check the corner.
Out there. Gotti doing his work on that IQ scanner to make sure the path is nice and clear for his teammates. TX is firmly on a bit of backstab duty right now. Difficult position to see the sledging. You'd expect them to be playing a bit more vert, swinging that hammer around. But in this instance, he could just have a really nice challenge, especially when he starts thinking about challenging on from dining over toward site a little bit more. And he's just going to wait for the rest of the team to be in position. It's going to be players like Pikanzu that he's looking to challenge onto on that long corridor.
Exact kind of player he wants to find. Not a whole lot of presence for Daystar in reality over on this side of the map. Though Darsley taking a lot of damage.
Lida was fragging out on Monty against
probably from the player on Mezzanine.
I know it.
Given, I think
was watching that.
The DMR
Believe me, I'm watching
that
these Pro League Shield
how
players.
Darsley lost so much HP that quickly. Monty pressing out, impact grenade. Ooh, that does actually quite a lot of damage to Lida. Now, if you want to see Daystar win these next 2 rounds, push it to OT. The fact that you've got 2 attackers, one of which kind of important, put below 50% this early on. Ooh, Lida even ADSing.
Wow.
Caught out by Supplé, though. Gotti quick with that trade. Now looking for the next. Another player on low HP. The defense going to support as well. Azuki should be able to win that. Win the next as well. Finishes the player he softened up earlier. And TX, who was going for this flank, telegraphed it so long ago to us.
Shotgun? Bro, there's no way.
There's
no way there's a Pro League player running the shotgun on
Scorpion
Sledge.
and Azuki, good for 3.
What are we doing?
50% of the job done. Daystar
what
just need one more for OT.
Just a little bit sloppy there from 4AM, wasn't it? Default camera left up. Not really with a good idea of how to deal with the player.
The IGL, and I do run shields
taken
a
until
lot.
after the Monty's D shield and trying to ping him with a live shot from behind the shield. Like
before I swapped over.
The synergy wasn't quite there in the same way that we've seen it there in previous rounds.
I had a comp stack that I was building.
And the reason we call it out is because 4AM have won 4 rounds in a row on the attack. They've looked fantastic so far, and it just looks like they've entirely taken their eyes off the ball there. For what
now that I'm on PC, I'm trying to relearn.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously,
at that
how
point,
to
we
move
still
in
have
the
three,
game.
three nades remaining as well, so you can still foresee
I can
maybe some
always
utility
learn
getting used.
from-
But I mean, Azuki just a menace in the mezzanine
From the
with
Pro
that
League Shield
DMR.
players. I can always learn from
Puts
them.
Darcy to 1 HP, then gets 3 kills after that. Really impressive stuff, and the exact kind of
But
player
yeah,
you
that
want
is
in
that
that
is my
position.
role. I'm IGL on shield 9 times out of
So another
10.
attempt.
If we need a shield,
Four
it's
Angry
me.
Men to close this out. Kitchen and Dining could be the last site. Could be the
Yeah,
first of
yeah.
a few more if Daystar can match their success in round 11. We have a Maestro. I do not think I have seen a Maestro.
They
At
ran
least I
a
don't
Twitch
remember, but I
shotgun?
don't
Get the
think I've
fuck
seen a
outta
Maestro in
here.
like a year. At least in the game I've casted, I mean.
Yo!
It's an older
Alright,
look
you need to
only,
get
isn't it?
Pug
I think
in
it
here.
just
They got
gets
a Pro
snuck in at
Leaguer on
opportune
Maestro.
moments. We've even already seen 4AM playing a little bit of Brava, and typically
True.
Maestro is inviting a Brava pick from the attack. You've got the Flores, you've got other ways of dealing with it in this instance, but hacking those cameras can be just so valuable. It gives you a lot of information and, of course, the ability to get in there and use the camera. So don't always see it brought out, but it's going to give a little bit more information over toward Daystar. That's obviously what they're feeling like they are needing a little bit at the moment. That and maybe the Alder, just to hold down some of those really lengthy gunfights.
Yeah,
potentially,
should
to
have
see
had
if they
Pug in
find
here for the
themselves
pulse
in.
round. I
But
know
it's
it.
more likely going to be for that camera utility. We'll have to see where some of those get placed out when we get further into the round.
Who's got the
They've
Reaper?
Full reinforcement
Oh,
as well. as
when
Seal's gonna be
dude was
playing
on
that
Sledge,
bandit,
yeah.
and he's entirely locked
I mean,
off
yeah, that's a good gun, don't
upstairs.
get me
Not even
wrong,
got
but-
line of sight typically open toward the Ivy
Sledge
side of things.
shotgun?
So
Bro, that's wild.
Library is just free for the taking right now, and it doesn't look like 4AM are going to waste too much time getting themselves into that position.
No, the office wall falls pretty quickly. Long angle created by 4 Angry Men. Of course, the player to watch be Bin Bin with the DMR, who can better challenge this angle than anybody else. A long one from all the way behind the bed. So we'll see if 4 Angry Men spot this. They might even anticipate it, but this is just a difficult angle to hit, even if you know it's coming. Souffle all the way on Solar Stairs. Can play comfortably, also relaying information to the defense that nobody's on these windows presently. And as we can see,
Nobody's
no
pushing
attacker
Solar.
even on those windows whatsoever. Some calming occurring, potentially trying to set up for this bedroom push, as with one more concussion, one more impact, might be trying to make something happen. Castle Barricade goes down, looking to find somebody on the opposite side, but with nobody there. 4 Angry Men still looking for ideas.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to really catch someone off guard there. A little bit of a 1-2 play from Rockstar and Gotti.
Wonder
Destroy the
who they're-
barricade, immediately have someone there to try
I don't
and
know
look
these
through, see if they
teams.
can catch somebody
Curious
out.
who the,
So it has been a slower approach round.
Who the
What's gonna make it
IGLs
even
are.
slower is the introduction of a Tuberal, those Zoto canisters. Azuki's got 2 of them left in pocket as well, so he's going to be able to chew through a good
Their
portion
shield
here.
players have
That is
been
something that
Lida
isn't able
and
to be
Bin
dealt
Bin.
with, and with no nades, it isn't going to be the easiest thing to try and work with. Now, you could look to try and shoot it through the floor, get it upstairs inside.
Just
of
because
office,
it's a
but
shield
it
player
looks
don't
like
mean
that
that's the
position's
IGL.
largely been given up. Yeah, sure, the wall's open. It's not going to be so easy for the defenders to play up there. I think the Daystar are thinking about this in levels. They've got players
I
even
know.
below now with C4s
I
up
know.
ready to try and work through that hatch potentially. Big kill there.
None of us ever go big
not
window.
taking any chances. We'll send his C4.
We
but
should.
It's caught in his own
It's
Zoto.
a very
Oh,
good
and they
place.
find the next player
Very
inside
good
of the
cut.
site. 4 Angry Men, good for one. It seemed like with how many protocols
dude
there
is
were, Daystar were
lost.
destined to win this one, but Rockstar somehow found a way in. 4AM have somehow found an advantage, but with intel on this diffuser with 10 seconds remaining, it falls too short. He doesn't do a lick of damage to Rockstar, but Daystar still have some fight. Leveled it to a 3v3, but because of that failed C4, 4AM can now back out. Hold this long angle on the breach. 2 players in fireplace, but a player locked down right around the corner. And so Pikanzu pushes deeper. 1 player up top, 1 player down below.
He
but
didn't
Darcy
know the
takes
dude
him.
was down
And
low.
Souffle in the 1v2 caught on ADS and can't flick in time. 4 Angry Men finish things.
That's it.
5 rounds on the attack.
4 Angry
They'll
Men
go
are
on to
moving
play
on.
Los, and Daystar are your
Daystar's
first team
going home.
eliminated from Salt Lake City.
Only
That's
a
gotta be
small
tough, man.
blip there from 4 Angry Men, only losing 1 of those
Bandit
attacking
needs to hit the
rounds,
gym.
but otherwise, coming out with an extremely convincing
Right,
showing.
Hurricane, yeah, you're right.
Darsley, Rockstar, both putting in massive performances there. Rockstar was the one that we were talking about, and then Darsley just
That's
comes
gotta
out of
be
nowhere
tough,
in the last
man.
few rounds.
To be the
He gets
first
himself
one
onto
eliminated,
13
that's gotta be
kills.
tough.
Really impressive stuff. And I mean, obviously, Darsley also, 9-5 when he first kind of made point of Rockstar. 2 players locking in towards the end of that series, and 4 Angry Men, of course, being our victors.
Goddamn, those are
Overall, I
some
feel like we
big-ass
talked about
Chinese
everybody at
people.
some point today, maybe TX being the only one, but really good showing. We'll, of course, go on to play Los later on today. as they'll go and congratulate Daystar, your first team eliminated from Salt Lake City. Shame, as that performance on Clubhouse was really quite excellent, and even then, their performance on Chalet, especially at the beginning, Ollie, really quite commendable.
There have been some bright moments from Daystar, haven't there? And I think that you can see that they've been putting in some work. You can see the vision of what they are trying to achieve with this roster. But it's just a little bit too unpolished. There's not quite that same level of conviction. And for Angry Men today, coming out the winners. They will be advancing to a game against Lost later on this afternoon. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with a winners interview.
Interesting. Man, I ain't gonna lie. Going home before they left the hotel. Yeah. Really? You think Mint had Daystar going? I really hope Shopify Rebellion makes it up. I really hope that Wildcard Gaming goes up, because I would like to be able to say that I met Spoit, and I would like to be, I really want to meet Hot and Cold. He's probably like, that's probably the main person that I want to meet out of all of this. I'd like to meet Spoit and Stompin' and Shaiko, don't get me wrong, but I really want to meet Hot and Cold the most. Mainly because he's 27, I'm 28. He's IGL, I'm IGL. He's a Shield player, I'm a Shield player. There's a lot of similarities there. Other than, yeah, Hurricane, I will be there. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. It's the 15th, 16th, and 17th. I've got my Elite 3-day pass, tickets already bought and everything. Hotel rooms booked, rental car. Oh yeah. Dog, I tried to, yeah, he's got a beard too, Fire. It's not obviously like mine, but yeah, he's got a beard too. I tried to get my whole comp stack to go, but there's a couple of the guys that was on my comp stack that aren't in America, so they would have had visa issues and all that shit. But yeah, I was trying to buy a ticket for my whole comp stack to go. You know, yeah, there was two of my players on my comp stack that I was building on console that aren't American. They're from a different country. So they would have had visa issues to get here. They were still on NA servers. They just didn't have high ass ping. They were still on NA servers. Their ping stayed around like 60 to 80, I think. It never really got that bad. I really appreciate you helping my
4 a.m.
YT out.
I'm here with Luna.
All right, let's check it
after
out.
A historic win for a team here coming from the CN League. What is this experience like for you guys coming from the CN League to the international stage, winning a game for the first time?
请问你现在是什么感受呢？你们是在中国众多队伍之中第一个晋级去下一个阶段的队伍，那你是什么感受呢？
So this is the first game we won in major, our first major. So we feel very good. Like,
Only got one sideburn? What the fuck?
When we do the prepare,
What is this?
We can win this match. So we just like feeling very good now. So we will do the prepare for next match and to get in the phase 2 and try our best.
What has been working really well for you guys as a team? What's been one of your strengths?
那你们成功的秘诀到底是什么呢？
I think so.
Okay, so what's the translator for if dude's speaking perfect English?
The siege in China is spent for a long time, but like in the team we played like 10 years, so like 11 years. We kind of like experience, and like we have Eden and Goldie to support us. They are like a good coach and a good player. They have experience, so they help us to do the prepare to enemy's team. So yeah, I think yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. We'll go over to Intero and Jesse as we get ready for our next best of 3.
Intero.
However, by getting into the map veto system, we're going to have Edward Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion, and, well, the maps are correct. So we are going to be going to Fortress first. We have Labs as the second pick, and then the decider, Jesse, of Layer.
Yeah, it is Edward Gaming Enterprise, of course, moving on yesterday, and this will be a big test both for Edward Gaming and kind of for Shopify Rebellion as well, Parker, because EDG did not have the start to the tournament that they wanted yesterday. They actually played up against Enterprise in that opening match, and it was kind of a disaster.
I thought it was Edward Gaming
against game that we've seen since the event began. So they're really hoping to bounce back, have a strong game against
I thought it
SR.
was
It's a
Edward
full
Gaming
BO3,
against
so plenty of time to get into the action.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple things here that we're going to be
Intero,
focusing on
what
throughout
the
course
hell?
of
We
this
got
match. Number one, the
fucking
very
Led Zeppelin?
pronounced struggles that Shopify Rebellion have had as an organization and as a roster over the last 8-ish so months. This is a team that many people look
But
at
he's a
Shopify
part of
as
the
best
Motley
in this
Motley
scene
crew?
and think they've got to be a top 3 team in North America, and yet when have they played in front of a crowd?
Been a minute.
Exactly.
A hot minute.
So this is a team that is perennially towards the bottom of the depth charts in North America, and they are deservedly so. 4th place in NA. If they struggle against Edward Gaming today with a sub after what we saw from EDG yesterday.
Okay, so is Enterprise and Edward Gaming the same damn thing?
Side of SR.
Yeah, no doubt this is going to be a really important matchup for both of these teams, but we've got a little bit more time before we get this lobby set up and ready to go, so we'll be back right after this for the starting game between Rebellion and Edward Gaming.
Yo, that was a little bit of a beard, dog. Like, it was over here. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know what that was. I'm so lost. It just said Enterprise. I thought Enterprise and Edward Gaming were 2 different teams. See, now it says Edward Gaming. But just a second ago, it showed Enterprise. Yeah, I thought they were 2 different teams, but it just showed Enterprise against Shopify. That's so wild. That must have been an editing bug or some shit. I don't know. Hey, Hurricane, there's some ads that's gonna start, man. Here in a couple minutes. They were supposed to lose. Hey, yo, Hurricane, I'm just saying I could get more money if you subbed versus you watching the ads. I'm just saying. Damn. Is there gonna be a major in London this year? I know there's one in Japan after this one. I don't think there's another one, right? Hell yeah. They usually only have 2 majors in a year, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Of course, SI is in Brazil. After phases 1 in 2 years.
Our second matchup of the day is ready, and again, we waste no time whatsoever getting ready for Fortress. Edward Gaming, another CNL team. We just saw our first CNL team win internationally here on LAN. Will they go 2 for 2 to start the day?
Okay,
Edward
so
Gaming
he
playing
just
with the
said that it
substitute,
was
but
international.
it's one of the best Swedish players
internationally
in the world.
win, which I
Joining
guess
this
it
roster.
was.
He's playing up against
But
another
that was a
Swede
Chinese
contestant.
team against a
Up
Chinese
points
team.
on
So was
Shopify
it really an
Rebellion, and
international
Fortress
match?
Is our first map.
Yeah, no doubt the 2 best Swedish players in the world right now. Sorry, Fabian, but you don't quite have it like you used to. These 2 players will be going head-to-head, and they've already been chatting a bit behind the scenes. We've been watching the lobby, and they're definitely active, yapping across the aisle, but this is going to be for far more than bragging rights, Parker. The loser of this best of 3 will be sent home in phase 1 of the major. The winner, of course, moves on to the Swiss phase where they will compete tomorrow. That is simply not an acceptable result for Shopify Rebellion. This is a team with so much higher expectations than going down in this first phase. For Edward Gaming, it's a different story. We don't need to paint a pretty picture here, Parker. They're coming in with a
Noah's solo queuing this whole shit, bro.
Never played international before. This would be a massive upset if they were able to take down the Rebellion. But
no, not
Enterprise. It's going to be any team
Oh.
that chokes against Edward Gaming. Probably SR.
You've got the SR haters already on Jesse Hate Watch at the moment. No, when I look at all the teams that are still remaining here, Edward Gaming beating the Rebellion is the biggest upset.
Yes.
I don't even think we don't even need to use one of those wishy-washy.
No, I was talking
statements, Jesse,
about,
where they're like, it's one of.
Yeah.
It
4
is the
a.m.
biggest
and
upset.
Daystar.
Direction, who was a former
They're
caster,
both Chinese.
now turned player, one of the best players.
Noah's
in
just
the
solo
CNL,
queuing this whole
statistically
thing,
the
bro.
best
He
player
brought
in the
Century.
CNL, was unable to secure a visa, so they called in one of the statistical best players in the EML of Noah. But the problem is that this EDG team communicates not in English.
Right.
Chinese is what they speak in, and because of that, Noah doesn't know the language. So Mentalist has been translating for him because Mentalist is fluent in English. But you know that delays comms. What if there's a call out and he doesn't know
Mentalist
what it
is
and Mentalist is trying to say
translating
too
for
many things?
Noah.
It's just not really doable. And Noah really did suffer because of that in his match yesterday.
That's exactly right, Parker. I mean, you could tell by the way Noah was playing. He was very isolated. He was off on his own quite often. And even though Noah is an incredible player, even though he's so talented, he really struggled up against Enterprise because he was in 4v1 gunfights consistently as the Australians were hunting him down. They were taking him out.
Yeah,
first. He
Enterprise
went
is
0-3
Australian.
on the entry battles. So we need a different look from Noah today, and automatically look at this position. He's a little bit closer to the bomb site. He's
It might be
playing on
other
essentially a bit
Asian.
more of a
All right.
team-focused operator. You definitely can kind of see the vibe that things have changed on the EDG side. They want Noah to be a bit more involved. Even if the comms won't be perfect, it's better than him being isolated.
Oh,
Big hit by
Ambi.
On July. Gets the first frag
No.
onto Ambi. It's traded back nicely, though. Spoiled on the window, ready for that play to come through. Canadian with a shotgun.
Canadian.
Close on the stairs, wins the second duel versus Bottom Love. Goes down towards White and gives that man advantage back over to SR.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the real test of this team, right? They have been mighty good on the side of the Rebellion on attack. Their big weaknesses yesterday were defending, and some of
That
that
was a
does
good shot.
unfortunately fall on the shoulders of Ambi, who has been stretching his legs and calling as the defending IGL. Noah finds 2 kills in pretty quick succession. He beats Spoit, so that is for ownership of the Kingdom of Sweden. Noah now has that one fully under control. It's him and Carp remaining. Canadian goes down. Surf last man standing. Goodbye to Noah. And Surf will
All right,
find
Surf,
himself
come on,
in a
bro. You got
1v1
this.
with still over a minute to go. Taking some damage, has to be concerned
where
with
he
the
is.
position of the
Come on,
Goyle.
bro.
He flashes into the corner.
Hey,
and it was
all
a
right.
reload, likely blinded.
Yeah, I'm very
SR will
biased
take
on
down
this.
Yeah,
No
really
way.
nice play to come
Very
up with there in
biased.
the 1v1 clutch. It's going to be his first clutch of the tournament, but we know how consistent he is in those late
You're
1vx
good, man.
situations. Really scary to see Noah popping off with a 3K right off the bat, Parker. I mean, we saw Noah struggle. We've talked about it a lot already, but just for context, When they played Fortress yesterday versus
I
Enterprise,
ain't gonna lie,
he got
I didn't
4
know that
kills
Noah was Swedish.
total across the entire match. 9 rounds straight, 4 kills, that was all. To get a triple just in the opening round here against SR does spark some confidence for EDG. Of course, you never like to lose the round, but came down very, very close. Noah was able to be a little bit more comfortable in his role, and that's exactly what EDG need to have a chance in this match.
Noah's trolling right now, bro.
I did like the defense structure from EDG.
Yeah, really nice, again, coming through with those plays coming through from
Ambi, you
from
can't
Noah.
be getting first picked, bro.
I believe my microphone was muted.
Happens.
There's a green button, and green means go. But when you press it, you don't go. I've now learned that out the hard way. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Shout out to the haters who are happy to not hear me talk, though.
I was on bliss for a few short seconds.
Anything that makes you happy makes me
I
upset.
love listening
I
to
much prefer when you
Interno
upset.
cast, bro.
So, either way, Rebellion's test is going to be on the defensive side. EDG were not a very good defending team yesterday. There's some numbers that I know that you got into and we can get into again, but if EDG are not able to do much defending on their own map here, then obviously things go very bad for them moving forward.
Yeah.
To be fair, we don't really know a lot about how SR approaches this map. They've only played it, one time? I believe it was against Team Falcons, if memory serves correctly.
Yes, they played it back at the Sixth Invitational versus
right.
Falcons. They did win that quite dominantly.
7-1 the scoreline there for Rebellion. For those that did not watch yesterday's matches, Rebellion were in action against the Falcons, and it did not go as well as you probably would have hoped on the side of SR. They really started to fall off that cliff when they were defending on map number 2. So Rebellion now need to run up the score. They're so good through one round. They've got a minute off the
Rexon,
clock
you just
here.
barely got out
Utility
of there,
usage
bro.
being applied effectively, chipping away at some of this defense on the side of EDG.
Yeah, nice little start there with the hard breach to come through from Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be, again, one of those tests where here on the attack, they've been successful, but they have to be able to run up the scoreboard just a little bit. Noah, an opening death to Spoit, so we go one apiece for the Swedes, but so much trouble for Bottom Love. He was great in this position yesterday versus Enterprise, but now on the Warden, a little bit more of an issue.
way!
Circle nade Ambi, and that's a team kill to come through from SR to even the numbers.
Rough start for Ambi, but that one's no fault of his own. Double shield now lined up here against Bottom Love, who expend as many bullets as he can, doing some damage, but not able to secure the pick. They need to deal with the bulletproof camera next to Canadian. Surf will get that job done. A great start for Surf so far, 3-0. 1 minute to go. Rebellion right now leading in man count by 1.
SR love their shields. It shouldn't be a surprise for EDG, but they've got to find some way to counter it. Mentalist aggressive inside the bomb site, sees the Monty, but wants the player behind him, misses some shots and takes big damage. Canadian will start the plant.
This is a really rough spot to be in for Mentalist. You're trapped in the corner. On July taking some damage. Mentalist with 1. Spoit shuts
Good
down on
refrag.
July. Diffuse kit goes down. Spoit is on the ground as well. That leaves just the 2 shields upright for Rebellion. Carpe and Mentalist. Now, left up
Very
just to
good,
Carpe
okay.
yet again. Surf gunning through Mentalist, the long-tenured player, helping to guide this young team of EDG. Edward Gaming, a huge organization. In the hands of Mentalist, they can do some serious damage, but without their best player running with Noah, it has been an uphill battle so far here in Salt Lake City. The Mute trying as best as he can. Canadian toying with him at this point in time. There's no shield break to be had. Secure your kill on Spoit. Why not? Run out of time. You're outside of the building. The round will go to the Rebellion, and it's 2-0 for the North American squad.
Really nice double shield push into the small tower. Shopify Rebellion looking pretty confident on these attacks. They're not the cleanest, all right? A team kill is a team kill, but in the end, it didn't hurt them too bad, right? That chaos is just part of the game when you're pushing in through small tower. A lot of players in a small
Bro,
area.
Andy,
That's
you
gonna
can't be
happen
going
from
down
time
like
to
that,
time.
bro.
What's important is they didn't lose their head. They kept
Yo,
the
what up,
Blackbeard
Red Fox?
up,
How
they
you
kept
doing?
the Monty up, they kept that pressure coming through. And
I'm doing
what's
pretty
more,
good,
it should
man.
be no surprise. Big Bad Nadian, the old man of the tournament, 29, oldest player here in Salt Lake City, and you're expecting him to be on the shields quite often. More than a third of all attacking rounds yesterday were played on our shield for Troy. We're seeing that immediately here in round number 2 as well.
The
And just
old
how
man
confident
of the
is he to get
tournament,
his,
and he's
kills for his
29.
teammates to make
Bro,
that
I'm
space
28.
And to not
Come on.
give up any opportunity to go down. Even in that 2v1, Troy plays it so perfectly, keeps the shield up. You know, it's not flashy, it's not crazy, but he does exactly what he needs to do to let his teammates win that round.
And while there were just 2 remaining for the Rebellion, both of them were shield operators. Surf was a non-factor in that post plant.
Yeah.
Canadian drew all of the attention from EDG. So while it was a 1v2, it's not actually anywhere near as close as you would think. That was a lockout by Rebellion once that defuse kit went down. And they did it all with Ambi getting team killed earlier in the round by Surf. Surf, to his credit, still undefeated in this map. 2 rounds through now, 3 rounds in, 5-0. A great start.
Yeah.
The TK will impact the EPS score, unfortunately. That has a big bearing. But in the end, he's still going to be feeling really good 5-0 up.
At the end of the day, Jesse, these players only play for their EPS rating. There's nothing else that could possibly be of more importance to them. You do it for the stats. That's it.
I was talking to JJ Blast. They arrived yesterday, actually, and I got a chance to talk with him in the morning, and he kind of flamed me a little bit for some of the comments I made, and I said, JJ, you're playing too crazy. You got to play passive, play for your stats, and then I'll talk about your good stats.
That man just opened like 6 fucking windows.
I am very glad that our social media department was allowed to go buck wild with those welcome letters, because I don't think I've ever seen the word Hog Nation in a welcome letter for a team before, and yet it is forever immortalized because of 5 fears, and you have to credit JJ for that one. Ambi, who started off well below what you would expect of his abilities, 0-2, takes quite a beating on entry and almost dies. Spoider's been playing way more active and has been kind of let off his leash. Will find 2 kills. He's up to 5 so far through 2 rounds, 2.5 at this point in time. Ambi taking down Carpe, and now it's Bottom Love in a 1v5 with 1:40 to go. There is a lot of discomfort here from EDG.
Yeah, no doubt, Parker. I mean, Willie with the SMG just made this a nightmare. It'll be a Capcan to take him down. You can't beat Spoit in a gunfight, so you got to find other means, and I guess that'll do. Still a 1v4, Bottom Love. So much time to waste. Low HP, I'll say, on at least 2 players on SR, so it's not a given, but they're already droning things out. They're not rushing this, Parker. They don't want to take any chances.
Do you want to stand corrected there on that one?
Very nice.
Nope. Very simple, easy closeout. And Shopify Rebellion, a perfect rotation on the attack, going 3 for 3 on these bomb sites. They've got to be feeling confident with how they're starting this game.
I do want to focus a little bit on Spoit because we noticed something just with the operator usage compared to kickoff.
I'm going to save this as a VOD. That way I can go back and watch this.
The term that I typically use
no, I'm streaming this.
Like Spoit is you play that secondary support.
After this is done, most definitely I will play.
Utility op. Maybe you're playing on an enabler that has smokes, so like a Sens or something along those lines.
Yo, that's wildfire. Well. Why do you want Canadian to retire? That's tough.
Or flank watch. You can bring a Canadian intel operator. Some teams will run Deimos as
hot and cold
intel.
to stay there.
Snake is their
that way, whenever I finally get
and
there.
Intel ops are obviously something that SR uses
It's
quite
still
well.
all right. Yeah. Red Fox is not a part of my stack, no. He's a PC player.
He was playing a lot of Nomad. He was playing
my stack
Sens,
was all
and
console.
he's played Sens here already, and if he doesn't switch off this operator, we'll do so again. But Spoit has already played more Deimos and Dokkaebi at this event than he did for all of kickoff. And you can tell that a player like Spoit can pop off when given the tools to do so.
Yeah.
But the role that he played on the team was not a fragging role. And to be fair, when you've got guys like Ambi, Rexon, and Surf, they're already very talented players competing for kills. But so far here at the event, Spoit has been playing more forward. He's still running high-value utility ops, but he's involved in more action earlier in the round. And he's excelling. His numbers have gone up by a larger margin than we expected. And again, if that's just maybe map dependent, or if the Rebellion realized they needed something to kickstart their offense, it is working and Spoit is playing better because of it.
Kind of a great example here. He's on the Grim, Parker, an amazing operator, one of the best guns in the game, can be kind of selfish utility to try to enable your kills. He played Grim just a single time in kickoff. And I don't think you can just look at raw operator picks and define a player's roles. It goes a lot deeper than that. And certainly on SR, everybody's expected to bring utility and have an impact. But I do agree, it feels like Spoit's been let off the leash maybe just a little bit more here coming into Salt Lake City. And he's really been able to explode on the server because of that. Playing excellent so far today, 5-3, 6-0 still from Surf as well. So
2 of them
are fragging on
still
SR.
play on console.
It really does come down to
one of them we don't communicate
this was their
anymore.
Best bomb site through their first 3 rounds. Parker.
And another one has been so hard stuck on a different game that he hasn't played Siege in like a week and a half.
So very unusual for us to see Spoit being that
Red
involved.
Fox.
It's been a good change for Rebellion, or at least
hopefully Shopify Rebellion 2
Whether that will actually matter
these maps.
in the long run for Rebellion, well,
But
they gotta
then we
get
have
the
another
first, and
game.
It's a great start.
It's
here on
4
Fortress.
a.m.
3-0.
versus Los.
Surf still is not
And
died.
after that game,
He and
yes,
Spoit
I will
combining
get
for
on.
11 kills. We're at the halfway point of the round, and right now the advance up White Stairs being slowed by
This
Mr.
is the
Chaka.
best
Canadian
of
is ready
3.
for the Candelas to go off.
And then
he thinks he has an opening, but
it'll be a
maybe
best
just
of
a
3
little out of
between
range.
4 a.m.
Needs to
and
dance
Los.
around that nade, lest another team kill transpire.
Gotta be careful here. They're still taking their time. Haven't
So,
gotten any gunfights. Good
at
swing on
most,
Troy, though. He's
6
gonna go
more
down
games.
throwing that Candela. Early pick from July and Mentalist. Another on to Surf. His first death of
We
the game. That'll
were
be 2-man advantage now for
1
EDG,
diamond,
trying to hold off this Rebellion
2
force.
And a
emeralds.
smart play for EDG to take advantage of that gadgetry in hand. Rexon now dead by Bottom Love.
And a
First
silver,
kill for
but the
Bottom
silver
Love here
just
in this match.
he was hard
Three
stuck
still
elo
remain for
silver.
EDG. Noah
He's better
leading
than the
the way on his
silver.
team with
That was
3
just
kills.
his rank.
Still very much there. Ambi and Spoit now outnumbered. This is an unfamiliar position for the Rebellion, Jesse.
I give
had a
him
numbers
plat.
advantage through most, if not
So
all,
I'd say
of his
it was a
rounds.
diamond, 2 emeralds, and
Count
2
out
plats.
Spoit and Ambi, the two most mechanically talented players on SR. They are so deadly. Ambi gets 1.
We
That's
were,
the headshot on the
A
carpet.
tier.
Brings up to 3 for the match. Now it's a 2v2, equal numbers. Noah and Bottom Love have to work together, but with the language
No
barrier,
problem,
it's
Red
not
Fox.
easy.
I'll hit you up whenever I get
Randy
on,
will
man.
have 2 death marks in
At
pocket.
most, it'll be 6
Halfway
games.
through the defuse kit, Spoit looking for coverage, cannot find his mark. Noah out-dueling Ambi, and Spoit will need to clutch out with 30 seconds to go.
no. Oh,
he takes
whoa.
down Noah, but Bottom Love is there for the refrag. EDG is on the board.
Really nice to see that team play, Parker. I said it, they had to play together. Bottom Love and Noah, they've only been teammates for a couple of days. They didn't even know
Can
each
y'all
other
guess which
a
one of
week
them is
ago, but
Noah?
there they are, playing that 2v2 together perfectly. When one goes down, the other guy is there for the trade. So I love seeing that team play coming out
Oh,
from
it's all
EDG.
good, man.
I do think really that's coming down to a lot of the early round play, though, as well. I mean, you saw that early frag coming out to be able to take down Canadian as he's throwing that Candela. Those early aggressive moves, they do 2 things. Number 1, obviously, they get you the man advantage. That's a good thing. I know, deep analysis there. But number 2, they get you a little bit more confidence.
Bigger number, better.
They get you more in the game, right? I feel like for these first 3 rounds, Edward Gaming were doing a lot of sitting back. They were a little bit afraid of this SR team. They were letting them take a bit of map control, and sure, sometimes it was a bunch of shields running through small tower. You can't really do much to stop that. Other than Noah, though, nobody else was really taking risks on the defense. In round 4, we finally saw that from Edward Gaming, and I think it turned out really nicely for them.
It was Edward Gaming's 3rd defending round victory here at the event. Admittedly, the numbers for EDG are quite low because they only played a single best of 1 yesterday. The way that our scheduling worked is that when you win or lose in a best of 1, that ultimately determines what comes next for yesterday's games. So SR won their match. They get to move on and play up against Falcons. Ultimately, they lost that one. EDG lost their first match. They had to wait till today, and now they'll have to run the gauntlet. So the loser of this matchup will be eliminated. The winner will still have to play
Noah and
one
Spoit
more
are
best
talking
of
shit
3
in game chat.
to
I really
see
wish I
if
could see
they
it.
make it to phase 2, that's Swiss phase. So there is a possibility that SR could go home because of them being in this game. But the bigger thing is that EDG
Yes,
played
I have to build a new stack.
Exactly.
Because
that's obviously partly due to the Wolves
I'm
team
PC
getting
now,
disqualified- not
obviously.
making it, I should say.
So
Disqualified's
I
not the
need a
right
PC
term, but-
stack.
Well, they were disqualified when they didn't.
But
win.
Sure.
I don't think we just sit.
I don't
and
know
watch
how
an
that's
empty
gonna
hotel
go
room
for
and
rank
then go,
3.0.
Okay, I don't think they're showing up.
We just force the 5 players to run
It's
out.
gonna
and
be a
play
little
the
difficult.
Equip the diffuser every round. So that would be maybe not the best content, but
I'm gonna
I would do it
wherever
where
I
it's
get
just a small mic
placed on
issue
my
from
placement
EDG,
matches, I
so it
really
shouldn't be
wanted
too
to have
long
a
to get this
stack
fixed up and get
for
us
the
back into
placement
the game
matches.
here. We
That
do
way I'm not
appreciate
trying to
your
solo
patience.
queue the placement
I want to
matches.
again maybe go back to that opening
But-
pick point, Parker, because it's something that you and I were talking about before this
I don't
game
know, wherever
began.
you get placed.
In yesterday's match,
I'm
and
curious to
continuing into
see-
this match. Not a single time were EDG able
Curious
to
to
lose
see
the
if
opening
you
pick and
lose
recover
all
the round
10 of
quickly
them.
for a win. So if
But
they lose
you're
that opening
running
pick,
like
they
a
have
fucking
0%
2.0
win rate
KD.
through both yesterday's game
Is it
and
gonna put
today's
you in
game
copper?
here
Is
as
it gonna
well.
put you in
I think it's
gold?
so
Like, how's
important
it
to
gonna
start
place
off on
you?
the right foot because
Is
again,
it just
as a
off
newer
of
team,
wins and losses?
They've had a lot
Or
of
is
struggles
it
bringing back those deficits,
playing,
getting aggressive
like
at the
your-
right moments
your-
in the right ways to
your
get the man count
stats
back into
for
their
playing
favor.
as well?
They finally get the opening pick here in round 4. They got it again in round 1. Doesn't guarantee them a round win, but it at least opens that possibility. It gives them a chance in these matches, and I think that's something that they were likely focusing on coming into this game, and it's nice to see them now
Flash
put into
in the
practice.
bathroom. In the bathtub.
Noah is still leading the team with 4 kills.
Interesting.
But I think it is very fair to say that because of the language barrier and a lack of familiarity with the strats, EDG is playing a 4.5 against 5 other players.
Yeah.
So if you lose that opening pick and it's not Noah, you're in even worse shape because you are already down half a man. You could argue maybe a full man. You are just constantly behind. It is incredibly important that they strike first. And as you said, it's not a guarantee that they will ultimately win the round, but it's a great indicator of what success might be. Canadians got a great read on Carpe here.
Yeah.
Almost for a second wondered if that was Valk
herself
looking at it. It threw me for a loop because I was like, there's no way you don't see that drone. It's in plain sight.
Yeah, whether Carpe realizes it or not, he's just kind of avoided a disaster. He walks down those white stairs away from the camera and doesn't walk straight into Spoit's waiting arms. So they get to avoid that catastrophe, and he will survive down here around Music. Still going to be hunting him down, though. We're seeing another Jackal coming through from Spoit. Shocking to see his pick rate creeping up just a little bit here at the Salt Lake City Major. Not often a common pick.
There was some speculation here based on operator bans that Jackal might appear. If you're banning Deimos, if you're banning Solid Snake, if you're banning Dokkaebi, your only intel ops remaining are going to be Jackal and a Lion. Carpe blinded out over by Cannon, and it's Canadian looking for the frag, but he cannot find it. It allows Carpe to get away. That was the first bit of action, and now things will likely settle down as we get ever closer to the halfway point.
SR hungry for an opening pick. Again, they know how important it is, just like we do. Clash makes things difficult. Rexon staring straight at that in towards the bomb site. Most of these roamers have broadly fallen off of the top floor, Parker. They've gotten back towards briefing. They've gotten back towards kind of these main stairs where the Clash can retreat and cover that backup. Ambi here on the stairs, worried about one below. There's nobody down there to cover for the flank.
The fact that the Clash didn't move means Ambi knows somebody's nearby. Because if you are playing unsupported, you are not sitting there waiting because you can get swung from window, they'll double up, knock your shield, and you're taken down. The fearlessness from Mentalist means it's a trap.
Some utility being used by
You're
Canadian,
exactly
the
correct.
Kendalls and the Smokes might showcase.
Oh, shit.
Execute. The Thorn stops him, though, and he gets down to try to get back out.
Oh, that was a slow on surface downed as well. Things are going quite bad for the Rebellion at this point in time. Spoit now suffering through some damage. A stalwart defense from EDG. Ambi missing out on a golden opportunity. Neither of these players on Rebellion. Retrievable at this point in time. Ambi walks in, not expecting a second. Carpe is there. What a surprise that is. Noah goes down. Carpe will follow. Rebellion now have the lead, but they're all bleeding out. Everybody is down, but not out, except for Spoit. It's a 3v3, but in actuality, it's a 1v3. Spoit will have to clutch out yet again, walking in, slowed by the Clash shield. The Thorn at bottom love shoulder peeks him, sees him, can't do much. Now he knocks the Clash around, does an awful lot of damage. Where is Angelai? That is the concern for Spoit at this point in time. Back in, still looking in the wrong direction. Down goes Mentalist.
No!
And Spoit just misses out. Late round heroics from Angelai, and it's another round for EDG.
Spoit does not lose those often. The communication looked a little weak.
We can do Hokyu.
Dying moments, Parker. Angelai not able to work with his Clash to get that frag, but in the end, Spoit, I think, expecting him to be farther away just because he wasn't playing off his Clash there, almost got caught off guard by the fact that there was no early aggression, tries to sprint through because he thinks he's really far, gives a relatively free pick over to Angelai. Of course, there's no way for Spoit to know that. He played that so well, but just not quite well enough to clutch things up in the end. His team, unfortunately, had a few too many downs to put him into that strong position. We watched Canadian over towards the vending stairs getting downed. Surf, the other player, was actually trying to creep up those stairs over by Old Tower. He was on that side of the map, and it was a great shot from bottom love to be able to get him on the down. Ended up being a triple on the round for the hard support of EDG. So nice to see bottom love starting to pop off.
I don't think
Wasn't
Spoit
really a
knew
player that
dude
got
was
talked
right
about during
there.
the CNL.
I really
believe
don't.
one of their lowest rated on the hard support roles alongside Mentalist, but he's really been finding success, especially on the defense, both yesterday and today.
More like top love. He's got the most kills on the team.
There you go.
And you love to see it.
I'm not a Spoit fanboy by no means. He's good. He's very good at the game, don't get me wrong.
Slowing down
But I think he just didn't know where the dude was.
I like EDG's response, right? The first two rounds, the pacing was really, really fast for Rebellion. So how did they respond? They started bringing operators like Capkin. They started bringing Denari. They started bringing Legion, Ella, Clash, Thorn, all operators that their main focus is to slow you down. And Rebellion never really took their foot off the gas. And because of that, you've got guys running into Capkin traps. You've got guys running into Thorn Razor Blooms. And it's not, it maybe doesn't kill you, but it doesn't.
Wow, this is a whole different game with Parker being quiet. Fuck fucking Elemines. Why are we leaning with a shield, bro? What are we doing? I think the commentator's audio just bugged out. I can actually hear the game now, though.
Reloading, cover me.
Noah has been a non-factor so far. He sees not one but two shields. Trying to deal with them both.
Nice.
X and ADSing down goes Noah. And it's all up to on July. This is a tough one, Jesse. I do not hold much hope. Going up against two shields and Ambi. Rexon gets the final 2 kills, and they exit the first half with a 4-2 lead for the Rebellion.
Beautiful little rush there from SR. Gets them out of that first half with some success.
Okay, so we were 4-2 on the first game against
HP. Really gets the job done. Let's listen to the coaches.
4-2 on the first game now. See what the coaches say.
Okay, guys, it's me.
Yep.
Right? Hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can try trap span and play plant-oriented pushes. Although they have like Smoke, Tachanka, if we have the numbers, they have to take play retakes, like heavy retakes, like Master, like 90, like Horse. So we just, after we have numbers, like yesterday, make sure we have reset, okay? Proper reset. We don't need to have, as long as we have that advantage, don't lose that advantage and do not give them anything, okay? And especially now we are banning Thorn and Ella probably, then they probably don't have enough like early kill like operators. So they will play very slow, very passive, holding crosses. Then depending if we have the utils like Ying, Grim, and Cappy or whatever to sense or like to just play for the plant. I think really planting,
like figure out the plan. If we have info, we need to swing somebody. Let's do it. If it's fine and we can play the time, do that.
Play
Right?
the one every time, and that's us doing it together. Like it's absolutely like we have an info on a guy. Let's fucking 2v1 them together. That's fine. Let's make sure we're playing to win.
I like the
If we want
printouts of
to
their strap.
do adaptations, be thinking about the next round. Don't hindsight. Don't talk about the last round. Think about what we want to change immediately. Don't save it for last second. If it's last second, it's probably not worth it. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure we're thinking about that, guys. These guys can play with a little bit of tempo, so I just want us to be gun up at the beginning of these rounds, just in case somebody tries to jump. They will run info, obviously with Noah on the Deimos. Okay.
Heard that.
We're playing great, guys. Keep it up. Confidence. All right.
Yep.
Confident. Can you repeat one more time what they'd like to do on the
Command,
CEOs?
I think he said there's a Yang.
So for both
Overs on
top
the guy outside
sites,
force.
again, this is just based off of yesterday because we can't really use the old footage, but they were just doing overs with maybe one guy opposite side or like playing the horse side. And then for kitchen, they went top down with like a med.
Good
Oh, damn, I really wanted to keep listening to that.
Super and the boys on SR, of course. That's one of the
That was very
disadvantages
good English
for
from their
EDG
coach,
playing the
but that
same
was their
map
coach.
back-to-back on respective days, right? You have a lot of.
I
that
don't
flex to go back
necessarily
in. That's
have
why
a
Shopify
team,
Rebellion wanted to pick this
but
map.
obviously
And
I
it
want
kinda come through
Shopify
and help them
Rebellion to
out
win
here
this.
in this second half, where they got to see a lot of these EDG.
There wasn't
offenses,
much
at least
time left
in
at
the
all.
first couple of
Okay.
rounds.
When
Thorn
that
Ella,
round
the band's coming
exploit
through as
died,
promised by Coach
there
Nado.
wasn't very much time left at all.
That's
I
his
wasn't
third and
watching
fourth
the
most
clock
played
that hard.
defenders at the event so far. So we know that Willie likes to run around on some of those trap ops. It's not the biggest thing for SR. I wouldn't say they're a particularly trap-focused team, as we talk about them historically on the defense, but could also just be something that EDG don't feel so confident playing up against if they know that they're not as comfortable watching for those, especially if there's some communication issues within this team. That's going to be something important to take off the board. Confidence being spoken about by SR. EDG needs some of that as well, I think.
Operator Bands were absolutely correct. So EDG knew what they wanted to do going in. He is worried. They were worried about early kill pressure. Now, Ella and Thorn obviously enable early kill pressure, so I understand that. But you know what else is early kill pressure? Sitting a guy like Ambi or Rexon by a window and you don't drone it properly, and then you have somebody like Spoiler Canadian there to pick up the pieces. You don't necessarily need that passive gadgetry to get the job done.
No, certainly not, and we do see this kind of double roam strat coming out once more. Ambi and Spoit, these are the roamers on SR. They love to play together on these extended positions, and today that'll be no different with them both roaming towards the south side of the map over towards dorms. What do EDG want to do for this push? That's always my question. Are they going to go direct to site, or do they want to try to clear the south side of the map? Early positioning does imply they're going to try to clear these roamers out, Parker. And what tools do they have? Pretty good tools. Mentalist on the Blackbeard, Noah with extra drones, Bottom Love here on the Grim as well. They should have a lot of opportunities to find these players out. The Bandit is kind of a fun strat coming out from Ambi, makes it so that they can reliably play behind this hard wall, but not going to help them too much if they're worried about these drones and maybe some bees coming in too.
How on earth did he take barbed wire damage 5 steps away from the barbed wire? That's quite the radius on it.
He's got long legs, Parker.
Noah is very tall.
Yeah.
I understand it. He and Angelai now doubled up, hunting these roamers that you mentioned. It completely fallen off, though, so games will now be free for the taking on the side of EDG. That stat you posed earlier, that EDG has not won a round where they lose the first pick, well, they broke that back in round number 5, so it's not as important and not something that we're going to be keeping as much of an eye on moving forward, but still, I mean, assuming that this is SR's pick now.
It is. I can confirm, yeah.
That is good. Assuming that this is SR's pick, they had the weaker side and they came out 4-2. That is obviously confidence inspiring, and Super even said, keep confidence up.
Yep.
We are playing very well. Everybody pulling their weight. Canadian 1-3 so far. I know everybody will criticize him for that, but he has not been involved in much action.
Yeah, and I mean, the stall here has been fantastic through round 7, Parker. They haven't given up any kills. Now Canadians moved over towards this team too, and you know he's not going to give anything up. They finally get this wall open, which will force Canadian to play more passive, but even still, 2 minutes off the clock just on this roam clear. This is great for SR.
Am I missing something? Is there a reason why Mentalist has his shield away and is just simply raw dogging it ADS style? I'm not... There's got to be something I'm missing, right? You have a shield. What was the thinking there on the side of Mentalist? Surf the only casualty for Rebellion as they've reduced EDG to a single player. Carpe now obscured, and Rexon will finish that off. That is a lockout defense from SR as they'll pick up round number 5.
Yeah, that's the most dominant round we've seen so far today in this matchup, Parker. I mean, you said it. Bit of a strange play coming out from Mentalist. I think maybe just worried about the Clash getting in his face a little bit. That shield can be really, really tough to play when you're going up against the Clash, especially when it's Canadian, one of the best Clash players that we have in North America. So not a surprise to see him bringing that through. Immediately, a tactical timeout being called by Nato, the head coach of EDG, not liking what he saw in that first attack, and I think that's respectable. So slow on that roam clear, didn't really know how to deal with the threats that they were presented. I don't know if they were expecting that wall to get opened up and maybe the Bandit was just a problem for them. It's not like Spoit's utility was really being used on the roam too much. Didn't feel like that was something they were dealing with, but slow to get in, not able to stop any of those players from rotating back. And by the time they had shown their push, by the time they had laid their hand out on the table and shown what they were going to go for, Canadian had already rotated over. I mean, it was really simple for SR to read that execute, come through, and bring all their utility to make sure that that can't do anything. Great shots being hit by Spoit as usual, make that really, really tough for EDG to push in. So I want to see a different look on this next execute.
Did you see if they were actively droning in on July and Noah when they were over towards games?
They were a little, yeah.
I was going to say, because I didn't catch a ton of drone work there, but I mean, obviously that is something that we can miss. So
sure, yeah. A little bit awkward to come through, but it still gives them a bit of a buffer. Down by 3 now against SR. Remember, they lost to Enterprise 7-2 on this very map yesterday, so that's kind of the high water mark. They want to be able to get at least a third. Obviously, you'd like 7, but...
many people say Rebellion is the North American Enterprise, so I can understand.
A lot of people have said that.
Many people are telling me this.
Yeah,
actually,
very commonly described.
Probably the most heard phrase since I landed in Salt Lake City. People at the hotel, just random employees were telling me that.
Yeah.
Sitting at breakfast this morning, and somebody said, "Who are you casting today?" And I said, "Oh, we're casting EDG Rebellion." They said, Rebellion, Enterprise of North America. And I said, wow, good ball knowledge here.
You joke. The guy at catering genuinely talked to me about Enterprise. He said he picked them to win, and so he was happy that they got the dubs yesterday. So the hotel staff genuinely are getting involved. I kind of love it.
That's pretty cool. I don't know if y'all heard that. That's pretty cool.
One of the room attendants was a lifelong Siege fan, and was taking care of a bunch of the player rooms. And I hope Ubisoft don't flay me for this, but I believe they invited him to the live event as a show of thanks. So it was really nice of Ubisoft to do that. Don't know if that same courtesy will be extended to the entirety of our hotel staff, all of whom huge Enterprise fans.
Yes, on record now, okay? We've said it, and I've never lied on cast once. Here's a fight from Spoit, wins it versus On July here on the stairs, takes loads of damage, but 11-6, you can't complain about that.
Getting the Deimos out early is very huge.
More involved in the early game, but not a win, unfortunately.
Terrific game for Spoit so far. Ramby. Rexon and Ambi, which I guess technically you could do a portmanteau.
I ship them.
That's not really what I was getting at. But either way, they also tied right now at 8 kills apiece. Surf was 6-0, I believe, and has fallen off since then. But again, on defense, Surf tends to play some of those slower roles.
For sure.
Which is what has allowed Spoit to play more freely. And also, if you think it's going to be a cakewalk against EDG, which so far it's kind of looking like, I hate to invoke this phrase, Jesse, but maybe there's some potential here for saving strats.
Yeah, I mean, 75 seconds left here. No one in the building on the side of Edward Gaming. They just had On July, and he went down, as we all saw. So they're going to find some way to get direct to site. The roam clear hasn't really materialized much. They're not really interested in taking that north side control. So it's all going to be around small tower, all going to be around vending, and I'm not sure they have the util for it. Carpe will grab one, and another one from Noah. So the numbers are swinging, but where do they get into the site from?
I mean, Noah's going to be a big hope for this team now. As Carpe gets down outside of the building, he saw Surf. We said Surf's name. We reversed Caster cursed him. As he picks up 2 kills, Ambi's on the board. Down goes Noah.
Nice.
And it's another one for the Rebellion. 1 round away from winning their own map.
Beautifully played coming out there from Surf Parker. You mentioned how he likes to play more defense-focused roles, or more passive-focused roles on the defense, I should say. And you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean he can't go for a few swings on the Clash, and got a really big 2K in the midst of that round, actually bringing the shield outside.
No way Noah's rocking New Balances. Y'all see his shit? No way Noah's rocking New Balances.
If there is a clash, you'll very commonly see them get aggressive outside the bunk's breach because there's no real way for anyone behind you to do any damage. It's a very safe position as a clash. So I love seeing that coming out from Surf from the last round. Gets an important 2K. Ambi getting active as well. Hits double digits there in round number 8. So feeling really good on the side of Shopify Rebellion. 4 straight attempts they will have to close this out and win their own map pick for a team that frankly struggled against their CNL opponent yesterday with a very close win. A dominant victory over Edward Gaming has to feel good.
No, absolutely. And again, we kind of set the score and set the stage
Interesting
before round
setup
1 was
on that
played,
wall
where
by
both of
Rexon.
these teams have something to prove, but Edward Gaming actually has far less to prove here than the Rebellion. If you walk in and the Rebellion are struggling on their own map, struggling in this series, and if the unthinkable frankly happens, which I think is fair to say given the current state of this Edward Gaming roster, and Rebellion loses, there would be some really tough questions to ask. But as of this map, everything looks like it's going according to plan, and Rebellion are skating their way towards a victory.
Noah 6-8 too, and I have to mention it, half of his kills coming back in round number 1 with that 3K was on 4 frags for a very long time. So despite some early signs of progress, it doesn't feel like he's having the impact that a lot of fans were hoping him to have. Still top fragging the team. I'm not trying to put the blame on him. Obviously in a very tough spot coming in as a last-minute substitution, but I mean, people were worried that this was going to be overpowered, that this substitution was going to make EDG a crazy strong team, maybe get some big upsets. So far, hasn't really amounted to that from them. Ambi on the Kaid now, Parker, tries to get a bit aggressive. They weren't initially holding top, but now Ambi's hoping to go for a flank.
Yeah, he was lingering. He was lingering.
He thought about it.
He opted against it. Ambi breaking double digits after that previous round. The high water mark on the side of EDG was the player you mentioned just a few moments ago, Noah, the substitute, who is underwater. Not a single player on EDG positive at this point in time. And I mean, when you look at the score, that stands to reason. Same can't be said for Rebellion. Everybody positive except for Canadian, which is about what we're used to seeing these days. But to Canadian's credit, through 8 rounds, 9 rounds, technically if you count this one, he's only died 3 times. So good survival rate. He's had a lot of impact from a kills, or not from a kills perspective, but from a calls perspective, and for utility, enabling the rest of this team to do very well. Sluggish attack for EDG at this point, Jesse. Half of the round to go. Spoit will lead things off. Down goes Noah. The kingdom goes back to Spoit. Ownership of Sweden in the hands of the Rebellion, and they are up 5v4.
Yeah, and that's a pretty poetic opening frag to come through from SR. Sets the stage for what they were hoping to accomplish. The hatch is open. They're willing for an execute pretty quickly here. Mentalist actually playing over towards the main stairs. Their big problem is going to be the guy just playing inside of Infirmary. That's going to be Surf on the Fenrir. If he doesn't die, if he doesn't get forced out of this position, planting is going to be nearly impossible for EDG.
2 nades, both working wonders. One finding Canadian, the other finding a piece of gadgetry. Spoit on the board yet again, takes out on July. Mentalist dies at the hands of Surf. It's swim or get destroyed by the currents, and the currents will wash away EDG. Surf picking up a big 2K, and the Rebellion easily take their map 7-2.
That's what the doctor ordered. Really confidence-inspiring match coming through from Shopify Rebellion. What they needed to get back on track here in Salt Lake City. 7-2 repeats the scoreline for EDG. They will have to win the next 2 maps to move alive.
I'd like to meet Canadian too. Canadian is the shield GOAT. Like, there's nobody better on shields than Canadian. I like G2's logo. Pretty sick. Alright, y'all. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab me something to eat. I will be right back.
Well, the old adage in most of sports is you're not in trouble until you lose at home.
True.
Shopify Rebellion
Man, I
just
got
won
good
it.
timing.
EDG are now going to their home of Nighthaven Labs. But if they lose at home, that's it.
They'll be going home.
They will be going home. Where hopefully they are not losers in their own homes. But the problem is that it is now do or die for this EDG team.
Yeah.
They have but a single map to stave off elimination. They might be just our second team that we say so long goodbye to.
It'll be unfortunate if that is the case, but still.
What's up, y'all? Y'all still in here?
Disadvantage, of course. Noah coming in. Definitely played better in that first map than we saw from him yesterday, but I think still hoping, maybe EDG fans, hoping to see Noah evolve and take over this game. We know he can do it, especially last season, back when he was on Secret, and he's still on Secret, but had really big success. Haven't seen that same performance from him yet.
Yeah, and we've got a break ready for you, so we'll come back with our second map in just a few moments. Sit tight.
What the hell?
Oh, apparently not a break. Apparently we are... Apparently we have the map ready. Never mind. All right, 89% of you say that the Rebellion are going to win. I think based on map number 1, that's not a bad number. Yeah. This is also a map that historically Canadian and his teams have really liked playing, and success has mostly followed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. This is a very strong map for the Rebellion. 1-0 so far this season, beating 1 of 30 back in kickoff, but they played it a ton back at SI in Paris. They played it throughout Stage 2, the NAL Finals. I mean, this team trace the roots back quite deep, and we know how
do you have the actual stream pulled up somewhere
Still
too?
Edward Gaming, feeling confident that this is going to be the map that they can pick to play. They ran it a ton during the CNL kickoff. Not all victories, but mostly victories. 3-1 record throughout the kickoff of CNL, so still a very strong map for them, only losing to the number 1 team in China, All Gamers. So we do expect this to be a strong map, I'd say, for both of these teams. And makes sense for EDG to come through and pick a map that they're comfortable on. You don't want to see them come through and try to risk it on a map that you think SR are weak on. It's actually something that I know Super talked about back at SI, and some of the reasons why they struggled was because early in that tournament, they were doing map vetoes more around their opponents and less around themselves. Decided to stop doing that. They've kind of continued that trend, and it's been working out for them.
One thing that we touched on a few times back in map number 1 was EDG's defending, as that was their better stat.
I wonder where Spoit is playing with the zombie.
Yes, I mean, they didn't win an attack, so of course that was tough.
And they didn't win an attack today either.
Correct.
So, as it stands, through 2 completed maps, EDG is still searching for their first attacking round victory. Now, it is worth noting that they started as defenders on those 2 maps, so there was less time for them to find an attacking win. That cannot be used as an excuse here. You will have 6 rounds attacking as EDG starts on attack on this map. It is their choice. The presumption should be defenders are in a stronger position. So, how long does it take for EDG to show some prowess and get on the board with their first international attacking victory?
Interesting to note here as well, Parker, this is the exact same defender lineup that Shopify Rebellion ran earlier in kickoff versus 1 of 30. So if EDG have done their homework, they should know exactly what to expect on this defensive lineup from SR. We saw how good the Mira plus Impact combo was earlier today, actually, in the 4 a.m. versus Daystar game, where there were a lot of troubles opening that main breach. Not so for EDG as they get it open, and in fact, did they manage to clear out that class shield? No. Canadian has it still up and open, but an awkward position with that breach only being up in the top right.
I was trying to figure out what Angelai just gone 6th there. I don't know if maybe he was hoping to get the shield if Canadian had put it down, and not honestly a bad gamble on his part. Just unfortunately not what Canadian had done. Noah, the only person on the side of EDG who's taken some damage at this point. You said you need a big game from Noah. I completely agree. But it's Bottom Love to start off the fragging. Down goes Ambi, and EDG is on the board first.
All right, not bad. I mean, this is clearly a focus push over on the meeting side. They managed to get that first frag, and now active from Rexon. Loves playing the mirror here, gets that gunfight.
Oh, Canadian, you just body blocked him, bro. Come on.
Hits the deck and then gets a second frag.
Oh,
finally cleaned
Canadian,
up by
what
Carpe,
the fuck,
but the damage is done. It's a man advantage for SR.
One thing I have noticed about this EDG team is
and
now
then, like, getting swung by a fucking shotgun.
1v3 is that they don't back away. They will take an engagement, then they will just stop and reload. still standing in the doorway instead of backing up and using that wall to your advantage. They did it a number of times on Fortress, and the same thing is befalling them here.
Into a smoke.
Yet to win an attacking round, and it will continue. Nothing has changed on round number 1. Shopify Rebellion, after suffering the first casualty, regain focus and pummel EDG to take round number 1.
And to kick off Nighthaven Labs, Parker, I have to say I love the way that Rexon played that round. Quite aggressive around the mirror window inside connector, you know, and maybe in some circumstances, Rexon doesn't make that aggressive play, but here in this game against EDG, where you just got a 7-2 victory, where you know the opponents are a little bit nervous playing on the international stage for the first time, coming in as
What
the
rank are
underdogs,
you?
this
Hurricane,
is
you play
exactly the
MK,
scenario
don't you?
You can get away with aggressive plays like this one, and even after he kind of fails to get back in, just re-swings back out, says, whatever, I'm confident in my gunfights. Rexon has a really big play there to heavily tilt the scales in favor of Shopify Rebellion. He had a great interview with Jonah yesterday after their win versus 4AM. Genuinely one of the most insightful interviews that I have ever heard. Life-changing stuff spoken about by Rex, and I'm sure you all heard it and enjoyed it as well.
I couldn't have said it better myself. People will be very confused, but I'm not going to give away the joke.
SR fans know what I mean.
Either way, the big deficiency that happened there around Rexon actually played into the point I made about them not removing themselves from harm's way when reloading or switching on to cams. There was nobody covering when Rexon swung because they went for the reload, and because they were so exposed, it allowed that kill to transpire. It was obviously not great, and it's something that has plagued this EDG team for some time. I will say, there is a very high likelihood that a lot of these Chinese teams go home here in the play-ins. It is, unless we end up with a CNL versus CNL matchup, the presumption is that many of them are not going to be favorites in their matches. They are a brand new region. They are still learning this game. They are still figuring out how to play internationally. And because of that, we have to treat them as the new region they are. So set your expectations a little low and hope that they're able to gain as much valuable experience here as possible.
This is a great strat from Canadian. Despite the fact that the breach is open, he can still look down and watch the window directly into sight. A lot of teams will pop the IT breach and then just hop in for a quick plant, but you can't do that as long as Troy's here because he has that vert. Now, if he puts the shield down and it gets gone 6 or something, that's a whole different ball game, but plays it passive, doesn't lose his shield, and is actually going to back up a little bit, can retake that space.
I ain't gonna lie to you there, Hurricane. Peak Gold 3, but saying if your aim was better, you would be Emerald.
Number 1 finds bottom.
That's a huge,
Amy's been very sneaky with his kills. He broke double digits, obviously, on Fortress, and that one just
it took me
routine. Peaks gets a kill, immediately backs away, lets the rest of
seasons,
his team
like
now
400
assemble themselves. Rebellion yet to lose.
300
no
games
point of damage has been done
to
to
go
them.
from gold to emerald.
Canadian being hunted by On July, watching that opening created on the IT wall.
That's a huge
Not able
jump,
to take
man.
up much ground.
The lobbies are different.
Spoit is here for backup too. Canadian just able to give the call to the Swede as Canadians now wandered back safer into the bomb site with a minute still left on the clock. Mentalist, and it looked like On July posted over by Electrical, but they have peeled off and will now go for something a little different. A great shot by Spoit on the Mentalist. Another one was lined up. Spoit is just waiting and out. 4 kills for Spoit to go with the 14 that he had on map number 1. Now it's Canadian for a kill of his own. This is prolonged action. Jesse, you get some time off here. It's Noah in a 1v5 without a single point of damage done to the Rebellion.
I like Noah as much as the next guy, but that's not a winnable round. Gets slammed, not even one in the 5v1. Really solid round from Shopify Rebellion, Parker. And I, again, want to talk a little bit about the theory on that storage bomb site. Most teams historically would go down to the basement first and they'd run storage as a tertiary site. Over the last couple of months, a lot of teams have been looking at the data. They've been realizing our storage site actually has a much better defense win rate than down in the basement. And we're seeing teams run that storage site as a secondary far more often than we were just a few months ago. And part of the reason is because if you can contest that breach up towards IT, if you can see some more aggressive plays, whether it's with the Clash, whether it's with the Azami, it makes it so difficult to go for that direct to site push. And you go back to EDG side of things, and there really wasn't a good counter to that. I mean, what did they have for explosives to stop?
No, you're exaggerating.
Or more importantly, the Clash and the IT breach. all they had were nades being brought by Deimos, and the Deimos was in the basement. He was nowhere near enough to actually counter that clash, and even still, frag grenades counter a clash. It's tough to be able to get that util denial coming through. So with SR playing very similar strats to what we saw from them back during stage 1, again, very similar lineup to what we saw versus their game against 1 of 30. It really is concerning to me to not see them bring out a bit of a response to that. That should have been a predictable play from SR, but EDG had no answers to it.
I mean, we always say how tough it is to attack. Attacking is so challenging. And when you are a roster
Why are they not bringing a nomad
in another language with a player who doesn't understand you, as talented as that player might be, you can feel like a fish out of water. And I suspect that's how
You
Noah
know there's
feels
a
at this
clash.
present point in time.
The only thing that we've got
He
for
can be a very
that,
strong solo
three
player,
frag
but if he
grenades.
can't rely on the intel that's being given his way from his teammates droning, what is
They
he
have a
to
mute.
do?
Why did
And
you
he's
bring
just
the
left
snake?
all on his lonesome. And it's not even about Noah. We've spent a lot of time talking about Noah because of his experience, his tenure. But the real story is this EDG roster.
Yeah.
If they have direction, there is a chance that they have a fighting shot at being one of the 4 teams to advance. But there's no real suitable replacement here. Spoik gets picked up by Mentalist within the first minute of action. That's a good read. And the Scopos is gone.
Yeah, I like that caution on Noah. Didn't actually ping him on the snake from what I saw, right? Maybe pinged him a little bit at the end there, but just giving that intel over towards his teammate gets Mentalist that first frag here on the map and starts to make things a little bit cautious on the side of SR. Talking about how basement has really fallen off. They're actually going to kitchen. Still, most teams not choosing to play this site. Bit of a curveball perhaps being thrown towards EDG, but the adaptation's been good so far. Still don't have full top floor control, but that doesn't stop them getting the kills.
Rexon goes down at the hands of Noah, immediately traded out by SR. EDG still with the advantage here as they've got top floor control. Ambi was waiting for the all clear to lay off that nitro cell, but for now being called somewhere else. Keep in mind, Ambi's doing most of the calling now when they are defending, so this is Ambi steering the ship. He's the one that will ultimately be the master of his own fate, and he takes down Mentalist. Canadian unable to help as Carpe walks right in. Ambi surprised by that one. Canadian in a bit of trouble as Surf is the only one without a shield in hand to contest. Down goes Canadian. Now it's Surf to clutch out in a 1v3. He's done some mighty damage. He's still got a minute to go, but bottom level take him down from above. And it's Edward Gaming's first attacking round victory.
Really nice stuff coming out there from EDG. I love that lobby take, Parker. They don't overcomplicate things. They don't want to clear the whole map. They don't want to take that top control. They eventually got it with the Ram getting in there through the meeting windows. But it really is just that pressure over towards lobby side. You know Ambi's there. You know he's supported by Canadian on the clash, but the gun's not up. You can walk in. You can take that fight. It's really big to come out from Carpe. Again, one of our new real characters here on the international stage to come through for EDG, have a big moment to set themselves up for that big round win. Gets them off on the right foot with Mentalist, of course, getting that opening frag, and then it is just that straight push through the lobby, some good vert play late. Again, I just want to highlight this play. This pushing right past Canadian and then beats Troy on that gunfight as well. Just nothing you can do on the Clash. For how big of a problem Clash was back on the last round, they countered it perfectly in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that does also wear on Canadian and Ambi coordinating that one.
True.
Ambi had his attention elsewhere and seemed to second-guess himself, either off of a sound call, maybe a comms. It's hard to
Hurricane,
really
I would love to do a
fingers,
1v1 with
or
you.
Not even point fingers. It's hard to pinpoint
To get a better
he
idea
wasn't
of
able
where
to do
you're
that,
at.
but he surely should have had Canadian's
But-
back, or Canadian should have been in a position to be able to put that shield down. But these things happen in the blink of an eye, so it's easy for us to say that from the cheap seats.
I don't think that
Actually,
would
we're sitting
go
in black
very
light chairs.
well
These things are far
because
from
of you
cheap.
being in Europe.
Can't actually use that one.
Fair.
Good chairs, enjoy them, but
I think the ping would be a drastic.
that obviously has a huge impact on the round
Drastic
because
difference.
Ambi did not use the nitro cell.
One of us is
Ambi
gonna be at
died
about
getting a
120,
kill
140.
and likely could have held that control. And if Canadian is allowed to exist on the Clash, that also empowers Surf as well from that same position. So some small problems, but Rebellion are still in a good spot. And honestly, outside of that maybe tiny blunder, it's been a really nice set of defenses for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you lose your tertiary
Very
site,
nice
it
angle.
happens. Not going to be something that you cry about here unless things start to really spiral out of control, but we're not at that point yet for SR. Didn't ban the Clash, thought maybe that would be the op they want to take out, but it's not. The Mirror goes instead, so Rexon is forced to change his operator, and Canadian will continue to insta-lock the operator that doesn't bring a primary gun. That's totally fine. He's been effective with this Clash so far. IT Breach, as you see on the left side of your screen, a little messy. Mostly these can openers, and then, of course, Mentalist, of course, with the...
no.
Yeah, Hibana charge as well, not exactly finding what he wanted to. And that will hit. That should do the trick as long as these don't get shot off. You can get an angle on these sometimes, but no such play gets made, and the IT breach will be successful.
Sometimes they can have a much bigger impact than you'd think. A lot of teams will account for every single piece of hard breach, and if one of them goes awry, you're in trouble. Noah walks in and slaughters Ambi and Spoit. 2 players down for the count. EDG having a much better entry over these last 2 rounds, showing some fearlessness that will force Canadian to be an active operator. Shield down. He takes care of Mentalist, takes care of Bottom Love. And back to a 3v3 we will go. Even footing for these squads. Carpe eliminating Rexen. So EDG will wrestle that advantage back, not before Surf can take care of On July. This is a very hectic set of rounds, Jesse.
Troy winding back the clock and now opening things up, but Noah's not done. Parker rotates all the way to Aqua and now finds Canadian. Massive 4K on the round. Beautifully played by Noah. His best round of the tournament so far.
Bar none. Bar none. 4 kills for Noah. He finished map number 1 with 6. I believe he only had 6 yesterday as well in that matchup.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie,
So
I would be
Noah
pretty fucking mad
2/3 of them
if
in a single round. Impressive stuff.
if
Of course, that
Noah
wasn't
being
Noah's
picked up
only set
from
of kills.
Secret as a sub
prior to
for a
the start of
Chinese
this round.
team
A bit of a shell shock.
eliminates
round for
Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion, but they can recover. But they'll have to do
I'm
so
gonna be
soon
fucking
because
mad.
you've allowed EDG mentally to get back in this game.
And you won't see it, but Noah has typed, "Wow, I'm a crutch." And listen, he likes his snake. He likes to get aggressive with the intel. It happens from time to time. Got a big 2K, and I think he just walks through the barb. Maybe he's able to punch it down towards the bottom of rafters. Spoit actually types in bad sound. He clearly thought he had a sound cue on those rafter stairs with the barbed wire down there, but didn't hear Noah creeping out. So that's going to be a bit of a problem there. It left a bit of a gap, and Noah takes advantage of it. Perfectly done. And then I really like how he rotates. He doesn't just keep pushing the one angle where they know he's at. Immediately falls off to the ground floor and walks up Aqua. Really well done.
When in doubt, blame sound, blame the game, blame lag. Dude,
Why
I
not?
lagged as you take a dry engagement in the middle of the open. It's listen to me, gamers. I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, in Taro speaking. I talk about Rainbow Six Siege. When you die, it's never your fault. Just remember that. Okay,
Of
back to the
course.
action.
Noah hoping to
That's
find
pretty good.
someone that they can blame the game on. Just inside this window. Looks direct once again, but some big differences coming in, Parker. They've got the Ying this time around from Mentalist.
Ain't
This
that
could
right,
make the
Bar?
execute all the more explosive.
When you
still
die,
have
it's
to
never
worry
your
about
fault.
Canadian top floor
Taro
on
said
that IT
it.
breach. That was really where the problems began for EDG back in round 2. But if they can solve that problem, if they can make sure that you can't get denied from up above, flood the site with those Yings. It is really just Rexen and Surf down there on the bottom floor. You'll have the advantage if you can explode like that.
And there goes Carpe at the hands of Spoit. Ambi takes care of On July. Brisk set of action from EDG, but it does not pay off. Nice Nitro Cell goes in. Noah, his aim not in question. He's out-dueled by Rexen. Ambi will find his second, and now it's Mentalist to captain this team in a 1v5. Taking out Utility on the way in. Candela will go off. Spotted by Ambi, getting shot at directly from 2 separate doors and from below. Ambi gets a 3K on the round, and that is the ball game in round 5. SR regain their lead.
Felt like Mentalist had 100 different angles facing him in the 1v5. That's brutal. That's back-to-back storage defenses as well that were flawless to come through from Shopify Rebellion. So really confident there on that mid-floor bomb site. Something to keep an eye on later in this tournament, assuming SR continue to move on. Really beautiful stuff coming out. A bit of a change up from EDG. They tried to go fast. They really tried to catch them off guard, and the entry looked good. I mean, Carpe should have had a free pick onto Spoit, but just misses a couple of shots despite the fact that Spoit's back is turned. He wins that gunfight incredibly. Ambi hit some really nice shots on the top floor there as well, and it was well coordinated from EDG. They hit the top floor and the bomb site at the same time. They just lost on the top floor and the bomb site at the same time. So, tough.
Noah talking about a crutch. Was he talking about the F2 or was he talking about the operator? Noah has played Solid Snake 5 of the 6 rounds. He played Deimos all the way back in round number 2. It did not go very well for them, so I think the Solid Snake allows him to play to the best of his abilities, and it's also allowed them to play those other annoying intel ops like Dokkaebi, like Deimos, with relative freedom. Bottom Love has mostly played Grim as well, so those 2 players have been locked in. The Grim has really not been much of a factor. Unfortunately, they're just, the way the rounds have played out, those Bs have been good. in their positions, trying to isolate the defenders, but there's been no follow-up, and time again, EDG seems to be getting caught off guard with their entries. And I mean, hey, if Noah's playing Solid Snake and their goal is you're not going to use Solid Snake to help the team, just yourself,
yeah,
I can understand why Grim isn't getting the most value.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to come out from EDG. They'll face a new challenge here in round 6, Parker, a 4th bomb site being played by Shopify Rebellion, and again, playing basically the same strat that they showcased back during the NAL kickoff. One difference, of course, Surf would like to be on the Mira for this defense, but it's banned out, so he's playing the Warden instead. Relatively light down inside the basement, just Surf and Spoit trying to lock this one down, but the roam game is really the devastating part of this hold, Parker. You've got that mid-floor control, whether it's Rexon lurking over towards Kitchen, whether it's Ambi over towards Lounge. These two players can play together, and it's an early gunfight. Ambi gets away the better of it with a bit of damage onto Noah.
I believe there's a certain player in this lobby who, while holding a UMP, said, "You're playing Twitch?" Well, there's a new operator with the F2 in hand, and Ambi with the UMP almost just had a redux of that TSM Troy Canadian special when Gio was playing on Twitch, because Noah almost died with the F2 in hand to Ambi's UMP. I don't know what it is with these guns, but it's always nice to see them collide. Halfway point of the round, not a scratch on the paint of Rebellion. EDG was still everybody alive, only Noah taking some damage.
Worst gun of the game. Maybe not quite old enough for that frag. Still hunting for another one, though. Knows that Noah is still just inside of storage. They have that control, and this is important because that's what you use to deny the site. But here we go, inside the bomb site, 4v4 as Spoit and Noah both fall.
Noah did, to his credit, hit the Goyo canister, which could have done some serious damage to Rexon. Ambi now involved in his own altercation. It looked like On July and him were on a collision course from this position in storage. Now up comes Canadian for the assist. Canadian sitting on 3 kills, far more active in the fragging department. 2 of those coming in that impactless round where he was on the Clash trying to clutch out against Noah. But there were 3 other people on the team that all failed to kill him. Spoit and Noah have been speaking Swedish since we got in the lobby, and nobody knows what they're saying, but I'm sure it is great stuff.
Our Swedish fans can confirm, and here we go, Parker. Last 35 seconds. You've got to set yourself up for an execute. They're playing the vert, but this isn't good enough. They're inside the bomb site now, caught immediately with Rexon on the double.
Flattened by the TCSG. That's a tight angle to get past. Time not on the side of Edward Gaming. Canadian might have a kill of his own now in this position. He sees the bullet tracers go by. Rexon has been downed. He's retrievable by Ambi inside of EXO. He'll get back up.
Oh,
so
shit.
4
Oh,
on
shit.
the board for
Oh, shit.
Rebellion against
Oh,
3
shit.
for EDG.
Oh,
Carpe
shit.
by 3. Oh, my word. Canadian, the old dog, will have to clutch out. As Carpe now holds the fuse kit with just a second to go. Canadian has the position. Can he get the read to shut it down? He's running out of time to do so. Just out of reach. Canadian lets it slip through his fingers. Planted so well by EDG. Oh my goodness, this was a done deal for the Rebellion. And then Carpe showed up and said, seize the day, and now Canadian will need to clutch out to remain for EDG. Canadian will go for the drop. Just behind Animus, they let him live. Turning tail, he'll go for the engage. A reload, and Bottom Love clutches. What a round from Edward Gaming.
A massive attack, Parker. They've struggled with it all tournament long, but Carpe, what a move down in the basement. He makes the play that is needed. Lin Hauran, big moment coming in from his first international tournament here for EDG.
Guys, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So basically, all right, they're kind of shaking right now. This is Canadian's best bet, probably his best bet, okay? Now they are 3-3, they are kind of shaking, all right? It's a new start, it's a 0-0, so we treat this new half round by round, okay? Be on camps early to spot their operators. The operators always tell you how they're gonna play. On top floor, very likely they will go like 360, and try to like split very early rounds. Late rounds, I mean, sorry. Like they will try to open up everything and jerk off and bait for kills. And mid rounds, they probably, if we don't ban Ying, or they probably use something else to like bait Alpha. Yeah. So don't be baited by that. If they don't have any kills, any advantage, make sure we care about 360s. Angle delegation, very important.
It doesn't matter. 3 rounds is all we need, dude. We'll run up these attacks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One by one, good tempo, targeting, syncing, all that.
Yeah, like I said, let's try to have good prep info so we can see if like we do need to prepare something for Clash, if we did, Mira, etc. But yeah, like I said, this is more focused on doing what we do, not what they're doing. If we play our game, it's fine. Biggest thing to me is like, let's continue to have good tempo. Let's problem solve if they're running anything that we need to, such as traps, clash, that kind of thing. Okay. For that, play with confidence. Let's have good energy, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yo, who the fuck opens a banana like that?
Yes, timeout.
His name is Ambi, and he's so cool. If you mess with him, you're a fool. He's Ambi.
Bars, Seth. Bars.
Oh.
All right, guys, let's get this. Come on.
Yep.
Run this shit up on them.
Very nice to hear from both those coaches. Parker, I gotta say, I've casted every single EDG.
Oh, I don't
game
even
here at
remember,
SLC
bro.
Major, and that was the most confidence halftime timeout.
One game.
That was the most confidence halftime timeout that I have heard from him, Nato, all events so far, right? They can kind of feel that they've got a bit of motion here. The first time that we're really seeing EDG come alive in a game. It's their first time winning more than 2 rounds in a single map, and they're feeling pretty good about it. I love that call about getting on cams early, right? If you can find the operators that'll tell you the strat that's being run by SR. They kind of showed us in that first half, a lot of the strats they're running have not changed much from kickoff, right? It's similar setups, the same operators that we saw back during the NAL kickoff. So if EDG have been able to read into that, if they know what's coming, that can give them a bit of the edge. It's always going to come down to the mental with SR, right? Even with their playing some predictable strats, it should be Shopify Rebellion walking away with this game. But if you can get under their skin a little bit, if you can predict what they're going to do, if you can make some moves that counter their game plan, all of a sudden, this could be winnable.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, there was some joking that was going on between casters where we said, imagine SR wins this, but it's like SR wins their map 8-6. EDG wins their map 7-1, and then SR wins map 3 like 8-7.
Yeah.
How crazy that would be, because, of course, SR loves adversity. It's their favorite word in the English language. The job now will get harder for Rebellion. You pointed that out.
Yeah.
They have been absolutely and undeniably the better team here through this series, but EDG's got some fight in them, and they are improving. Now, granted, one of these 3 rounds won by EDG was a solo hero play from Noah. Those are not usually things you rely on. They're hard to replicate. Rebellions look like a much more well-rounded team. It's harder to do that on attack. So how do they position this advance? Rebellion dropped off the shield very late in the prep phase, opting for the Capitao instead. So Canadian does not want to go with the Monty, and instead they're going to bring a lot of tools on the side of Rebellion to cut through these defenders.
I do wonder if last second maybe they caught Mentalist on a drone. He was trying to hide on the Clash, and sometimes that can be a really effective strategy. I mean, ask SR about hiding on the Clash. They'll tell you a whole story about it. But even still, this is going to be an operative that they can work their way around. They've got really good counters to the Clash in this round. Canadian on the Capitao, Rexon on the Nomad. You got nades from Surf. I mean, everything you could want to clear this operator out. Even Ambi down below on the Snake trying to make some action happen. Why not? They've got good ways around this operator. So feels like the droning was strong from Shopify Rebellion. The adaptations can be good too, but this top floor is still a really tough nut to crack. Whether you can get control of Raptors, whether you can get control of Connector, that's going to be the name of the game. And it's Canadian who strikes first with the Capitao.
We talked about that Raptors play, right? Canadian does it with the
No
utility,
shot, he
but I
just
have to
killed Noah
imagine
with
there
a
was an
fucking
assist there
fireball,
because
bro.
Canadian isn't actually credited with the kill. It was either Spoit or Rexon, I believe, who picked that one up. So you'll have to take a look as to who actually got that pick, because Canadian just simply secured the down. So a good joint effort by Rebellion as we now hit the halfway point of this very critical round. Ambi knows he's got a set of eyes looking in his direction, and he will just play time here for Canadian to get into position. Canadian punishing
Damn, bro,
Carpe. He will finally get a kill of his own. On July, on the board, his first pick. Bottom left goes down to Spoit. Everything being spread out right now by this Rebellion team as Ambi is on the board.
Very nice.
All it'll take is Surf, and that might be a team ace. No, Ambi picks up 2, so it doesn't really matter. But quite a strong entry and not a lot of pushback from EDG.
Spoit with a technical 2K as well. He got that credit onto the opening pick onto Noah. So if you own land in Sweden, transfer the deed now. Really nice stuff coming out. And if there's any team in the world who's going to know how to counter a Clash, it's got to be Shopify Rebellion. That was picture perfect. Brought all the tools they needed to get around the Clash, and then didn't even really engage with the Clash until they absolutely had to. They put him as the last alive. They made sure that Mentalist couldn't do much to support the team because they were coming in from so many different directions. They had Raptors control. They were pressuring in towards Connector. They even had a little bit of pressure Aqua side. I mean, every part of that map was being contested by Shopify Rebellion. It made it really difficult for Mentalist to play the Clash and actually have value in that round. So credit to SR. Really well-placed attack there on the top floor and gives, I think, a lot of hope to NA fans in this matchup.
Our observers are trying to show us that Ambi had hidden his drone and allowed Noah to go on by. Ooh, Solus might still be able to see that after the prep phase once the gadget becomes active, but this is good intel for now for Rebellion as they all sit on their drones, waiting, watching very patiently.
Found
there
him.
we go. They got him. A very extended roam over this basement bomb site now as we see EDG players all across the map on the top floor, and Noah, who has been very strong when he's been allowed to play on his own, will likely do so again on this Solus.
Yeah, definitely going to be playing relatively solo here. Just inside the lobby at the moment. Can move around, though, if he needs to. Can go up those stairs. Can go back towards his teammates.
The best player in NA?
Side, though, to start here, Parker. It looks like from this push of SR, haven't really decided exactly where they want to go with it, but a top floor clear might be the play. We're seeing both Ambi and Surf trying to pressure this top floor, so a lot of map control could go their way if they're successful with this. Likely what that means is they're going to be pushing more towards the tank side of things if they can use some of that vert. They've got a little bit of soft breach coming through, not a ton, really just going to be kind of the DMRs, and I mean the Selma's even already used from Rex and Spoit, a great vert operator too.
Man, I really don't know.
Kind of come down to what you want to play on those direct to site breaches and how this roam clear shapes up for SR.
I mean, the most obvious answer would probably be Spoit.
Of annoyance as Solid Snake, Deimos, and Dokkaebi are at the disposal of Rebellion. Spoit, we talked about playing a bit more forward. His kills are reflecting that. The operator pool is also now starting to catch up. On the heels of his hot play in the previous round, Ambi finds one, but he comes to blows with Noah. Rexon trades that one. One thing that Shopify Rebellion's also been doing very well here, Jesse, is being able to trade out their deaths, even in losing rounds. EDG is not walking away with an abundance of players still alive. This round is no different, but Rebellion does have the numbers advantage for the time being. Logic bombs going off. Deimos tracks as well for Carpe. This is a tough spot to be in for EDG. Carpe will survive for now as they've chased him off to this top floor, right into the waiting arms.
Right into Canadian.
Really nice
that was perfect.
Again, they bring the perfect
that cut was perfectly executed. Oh my god.
Aggressive goes Mentalist, but bottom love will snake the kill out from under him. That's going to be now a 3v2. Mentalist can start heading back towards the bomb site, locking down the vending stairs at the moment, but nobody from SR really around. There was Spoit actually in towards Kitchen, and they're droning him out too. So good information being brought by Canadian, and he's holding the defuse kit. That's why Mentalist doesn't want to relinquish this control.
This is something my ranked teammates need to be aware of. If you've got the kit, you've got the objective, you don't need to get away. They're chasing Mentalist down now in this position, and things do not look particularly good for him. There goes Bottom Love. Mentalist will join him. Don't bother digging two graves. Just dig the one. 2 in a row now for Shopify Rebellion to start this second half. There was some confidence there from the EDG coaching staff, but you gotta feel like it might be going up in smoke.
A little bit shocking how Spoit even got into EXO. I think he dropped the hatch. Yeah, he must have dropped the hatch in from vending because he was almost behind that clash as Mentalist was just retreating. Because Mentalist was so aggressive on that side, it kind of forced him to play a little bit more aggressive, allowed Bottom Love to have to come over and make that play to play around his captain, try to support Mentalist when he could. But again, I really just think this comes down to the roam clear, Parker. Shopify Rebellion, 2 rounds in a row, have done an excellent job of identifying the setup in the prep phase, droning things out, and bringing an op lineup that makes the defensive strategy basically worthless. I mean, look at the ops they brought in that last round. They had Dokkaebi, they had Deimos, they had Snake, the holy trinity of information operators. And if you're playing a very solo roam style like EDG just were, you're going to get torn to pieces, especially when it's a good team like Rebellion on the other side.
They were trying to play to their credit around those mute jammers.
Yes, yeah,
they were trying.
Right.
They were trying. So while you are still a solo roamer, you do have a way to silence those phone calls, to deal with the death marks, and we did see death marks failed a couple of times because of those mute jammers. But the main problem that EDG has had is that they just are losing too many direct gunfights. There is obviously a strategic deficit here, but there is also a mechanical deficit. EDG's best gunners are not standing up against Rebellion, period. You can bring whatever utility you want, but the only person who's been shooting back most of the day has been Noah.
Yeah.
And even then, he can't really position himself for success because he's new to the team.
And I hate to say it, Parker, but EDG's best gunner is still in China. Didn't make it to the event. So that's always going to be something that lingers over this team. They've got to dig deep to find some defense round wins now. They're on to their third bomb site going down towards storage. If this doesn't find success, it'll be a perfect rotation from Shopify Rebellion. Again, I love the tools that they've brought. You've got the information from Spoit. You've got the vert play coming out from Ambi. This could be really, really nice for them.
Something must have happened with Rexon that I'm missing because he typed sick, which leads me to believe maybe the exothermic charge didn't work.
Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the case. Ghosts in the machine, my friend.
Wall's open. That's what matters.
They got it. They got it open.
What the fuck?
Don't have to worry about that for much longer, but the flashes come in. This top clear is so important for SR's attack.
Rexon has taken over a lot of Spoit's operator pool, if you've noticed. And again, it puts Spoit in these winning positions. He gets 1 kill immediately traded out. Canadian get defuse kit down. Yes, he will. Out the window he goes. So EDG distracted by the aggression from the Rebellion.
That works
because
very
that Canadian is able to exploit it. Anybody who's played this site in any level of capacity knows how hard it is to win. It's very similar to the basement of Consulate. You've got a yawning chasm that you need to deal with. You've got players outside of the building. They can easily just waste time, throw their utility in your direction. The best bet is to double up. Mentalist picked off by Ambi. Canadian is looking for more. Rexon finds 2 kills. And Ambi will find yet another match point for Shopify Rebellion.
Brilliant execute coming out from SR, Parker. We were busy watching the top floor, and that was important, but I think the key frag in the midst of that was the opening pick. It was a bit of a duel between Bottom Love on the pulse inside of storage, and then Spoit just outside the window playing on that snake. He actually had him on the pulse.
I don't know.
He knew that Spoit was outside the window, but the second he pulls out the nitro cell to try to kill Spoit, Spoit jumped in and took down Bottom Love. And because Bottom Love was the only player on site for EDG, that was the go call for Shopify Rebellion. They immediately capitalized on the gap that they found. They jumped in the storage window. Canadian got the plant down. And as our good friend Ollie was saying, just in that last BO3, this is one of the hardest sites to retake in the entire game if the attackers can get that defuse kit down. So
I said that.
Wow, okay.
I just said that.
You said it. Ollie
Moments
said it
ago.
first. Ollie said it first. I'm going to give credit to my favorite caster here in Salt Lake City, but I got to work with him yesterday. It was a really great time, actually. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully we can work together more. But it'll pop attack timeout from Edward Gaming here. Way better than any other partners I've worked with recently.
There's nothing I can say on this broadcast that will not get me either fired or banned from Twitch. So I will simply say fun, very funny story, very funny little anecdote. Noah right now sits at 8-8, obviously filling in for Direction. An incredible player who we miss and wish would have been here. It is never something we delight in nor enjoy when teams have issues with personnel. Hot and cold subbing for Wildcard. Wolves not able to get their visas. Direction unable to play and having Noah sub in. Obviously not ideal. Twisted Minds also having issues as well. It is really unfortunate, and it does put a bit of a stain on EDG's time here because the question would be asked, what would have happened in that Enterprise game if Direction was actually on the squad?
Yep.
Could it have made that big of a difference? Possibly, but I think another thing that we aren't really accounting for is your motivation.
True.
If you show up with a sub, some of these players might already be resigned to the fact that we're going to go home.
Sure.
And that
Very good
already
point.
can cause issues before you even get a single second inside of the server. He's been statistically their best player, so kudos to Noah for filling in on such short notice, but this might be the end of the ride for him and the rest of EDG.
I want to see a big round again, backs against the wall. I'm looking for a big round from On July, Parker. He was the only player to go positive on EDG yesterday. Of course, 1-8 here in the second map against Shopify Rebellion. He's been one of their strongest players. It's going to be the Battle of the Swedes that starts this one off, though. Spoit, the main character today for Shopify Rebellion, a massive frag to hit double digits, tied up with Ambi now. SR have just looked so good on some of these attacks. EDG had one lifeline to try to bail themselves out in this final quarter. They banned the snake, but it's made no difference on the opening duel.
Spoit, right now, best entry stats of anybody in this server, best KD of anybody in this server, highest EPS of anybody in this server, and the second highest cost of anybody in the server across both maps, not even just this map. That is cumulative. So Spoit tweeted out not too long ago, just, be ready. Be prepared. Remember this moment. And I know that you could argue about the caliber of opposition, but Spoit is still making his presence
Why
known.
would you
Don't
swing
count out
that?
Rexen. He's also now broken double digits. Ambi, Spoit, and Rexen, all 10 or above. EDG left to just Carpe and Bottom Love. Carpe did give us a remarkable clutch in 3K.
Oh,
does he
there
have
went
more
Spoit.
gas in the tank? Spoit goes down at the hands of Bottom Love, who will smoke his way out of that position. Carpe's gone. Bottom Love in a 1v4, and Rexen shuts the door. EDG,
Let's
the
get it.
second team eliminated here from Salt Lake City as Shopify Rebellion march onward, hoping to be another team to play their way into Phase 2 tomorrow.
A necessary result from SR. They will be in Phase 2, as you say, Parker. The Swiss bracket awaits them. North America will have 4 representatives here in the second phase of the Salt
Let's
Lake
get
City
it.
Major. Big congratulations to the guy on SR. Feeling really good about that one. Got messy at times. They didn't make it through the upper bracket like they were hoping so, but end of the day, they don't ask how, they just ask that you get there, and Shopify Rebellion have done so today.
I mean, on paper, SR needed to demolish EDG for people to actually see the light.
Yes.
And they did that. They did exactly what they needed to do. It wasn't a scrappy or grueling match. It wasn't particularly close. It was just show up, dominate, repeat, sleep. And that's exactly what SR is going to do. They've still got at least one more game ahead of them. They are not going home, so time will tell if SR can be one of the 4 teams to escape phase number 1. For EDG, they were dealt a blow, losing direction. Kudos to Noah for stepping in.
Yeah, really massive for SR. Of course, this is a big win for them. Now giving their congratulations over to the EDG guys, and you got to feel for them a little bit. This was a really tough situation to be in by Edward Gaming. They can leave, I think, Salt Lake City with their head held high. I'm excited to see what the future holds for them.
Absolutely, and we're not done just yet. At least one more game awaits us. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
Hell yeah. Alright, I gotta make a phone call. I'll be right back, y'all.
Shopify Rebellion, they take down EDG and move on to Phase 2. Spoit, Jesse said on the cast, that's just what the doctor ordered for Shopify Rebellion. Does this feel like this win was healing for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, in today's game as well, we focused more on the, ourselves rather than the enemies. Like yesterday, we played Falcons, and we did some counter stuff. But the thing is, we were just too slow in our own game, and it costed us like multiple times. Like when we did the cheese, like the first 3 rounds, like I just got C4 on glass twice, I think it was. So today was more of just like playing our own game, focusing on the 3-2-1s, the fundamentals, and yeah, it showed. It went well.
Tell me about your game. Obviously, come a long way from where kickoff began to the playoffs. You were killing it. Now it seems like you're back to your old self. Does it feel like you're playing well?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to find my own groove. So I mean, bad games happen. Like people thought we were like the worst team in the world. Like, bro, we lost like 2-3 games. Like, bro, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, and then playoffs came around. Playoff spot came back. Had a big play there. Now it's just heating up in the games here. Yeah, just focusing on myself, feeling comfy. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, boy. Shopify Rebellion take the win. They move on to Phase 2. One more team to move on to Phase 2 as the day continues.
Indeed, and one of those teams will either be 4 Angry Men or Los, as if you missed the game earlier, 4 Angry Men took the win 2-1 over Daystar, ending things on Chalet. But of course, Los, they haven't played a single game yet today. They have been waiting, watching, and we always talk about the dynamic coming in cold versus hot. But 4 Angry Men will be coming hot off their victory earlier to see who will be our last team to qualify to Phase 2.
It's kind of been Los.
It only takes one bullet. Anything you want to talk about?
Hopefully, Gilly.
All right.
I think we just sort of bill it as a bit of a step up in the competition.
Yep.
You're going from playing.
Daystar to Los.
Yeah, Daystar to like an SAL team.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Only one more game until we, well, I suppose decide who's our last team qualified and who's our last team eliminated. We just saw SR qualify in rather dominant fashion in the series we just witnessed, but then we have a pretty heavy competition coming up right now. Of course, we have 4 Angry Men, who we saw take the win 2-1 earlier, who are, I have to say, pretty decent, all things considered.
Yep.
But now they're going up against an SAL team. And no matter who that region sends, even if it's some crazy dark horse, you can never count that team out.
In this case, it kind of is a little bit of a dark horse, isn't it? It certainly isn't
Back,
the
yo.
that
no,
they
it is
didn't
not.
make it
No, it's
over
not.
toward the major. It is going to be lost, and for me, they sit in that really awkward position in the SAL table. They're that 5th, 6th place team that are constantly a thorn in a lot of different teams' side. Now, they did get here under quite unusual circumstances. We were lucky enough to cover a lot of their journey inside of the SAL kickoff. A lot of it came down to one single player. And when we don't see that one single player step up, Perez, things do start to drop back a little bit. So I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup because, yes, there's the structure and there's that slightly different play style than what 4AM are used to playing up against, but then still you've got it drawn back a little bit with that reliance on one player doing well.
And, of course, on the 4AM side, we saw pretty much everybody, I feel like, show up over the course of that series. Not only did we have, you know, Lido, who we mentioned going into the game, but pretty much everybody except him, it felt like, had some kind of big moment. Whether it was Rockstar, whether it was Darsley, whether it was Gotti. Feels like everybody kind of has had their moment over the past couple days. And, of course, that very much can be the same for Los. You mentioned Perez. Dark Eyes, another player that is very well known on this roster. The only remaining player from the old Los core that we saw play in the SAL last year. We'll see how it goes now. Of course, the maps, as you can see, Nighthaven Labs will be the first one up. The map that 4 Angry Men started off this day with all the way at the very beginning. Los would have had the opportunity to observe them, but not really quick enough to really formulate any clear counter strats. Most times, teams just going into the day with a game plan already set. And I have a feeling...
You think Los has got this one, or you think 4AM's got it?
Hard breach denial bans we saw earlier, and I believe also the same Grim Capital bans we saw earlier.
It's been a very common combination today, hasn't it? That's the kind of combo that we've seen more often than not. That Cade, Bandit, and then Grim and Capital all being removed there. And like you say, I don't think this is an instance where we're going to be seeing a lot of counter bans. Just to run over the maps really quickly. Obviously, we're blitzing through these games. We've got Nighthaven Labs coming up right now. We're going to move into Border. Labs being a 4AM pick, Border being a Los pick, and then a decider of Consulates if we do need that. So you can understand the sort of willingness to play over on Labs from 4AM because, as we've already mentioned, it's a map that they have played quite a lot to get to this point inside of Salt Lake City. They played it a lot throughout their own kickoff, and they've, of course, played it earlier this afternoon. Los with the Border pick, no real surprise there. They're chaos merchants that they are. They're going to love a little bit of Border whenever we get down to it. And, of course, 4AM got a little bit of form recently on that map as well. So some parallels that we can draw to when we get down that route. But for now, 4AM going to be starting off on the attack here. Not sad that they were, you know, the best at earlier on today. It was really their defenses that shone out on Labs, but it was still a side that we saw some nice ideas coming out from them, given that we've got very similar bans. I don't see that that's going to change too drastically.
No, it won't. And at least on the 4AM side, as you said, this half was 3-3 earlier when we saw them play against Daystar. And basically one of the main issues we kind of saw consistently on this attacking side was getting a bit too tunneled in, getting a bit too boxed in by the defense, and not really adding additional angles to things. We saw it one time, actually, and it resulted in I believe it was round 1 of that series, in fact, that kind of, even though it seemed like Daystar consistently had an advantage, 4AM were able to fight back in the late round, rotate, basically have pushes from a lot of different angles in the mid to late round, and actually win it. And then they kind of didn't really employ that for the rest of their attacking half. We'll see what happens here. Is already out the gate. We've got TX going down below on the Deimos, creating a rotate hole for himself with the M59. Also,
That's
the
X-Kairos
much more
my buddy just
successful
sent me.
right out the gate than they were for 4AM earlier. They got impacted within the first round.
Need Los to win, but you won't.
Hibana opens
4AM.
the walls, but then wide swings the IT breach, dies to dash, and then Gotti also goes down in the process.
And to bet money,
Deimos
you put it
and
on
Buck
Los.
were brought
Let's
by
see.
the attacking team, both serviceable and excellent for Vert, but, well, they are the second and third players to fall for 4 Angry Men, as Dash, still fresh off that, the transition from Wildcard back into South America with Los, getting 2 kills with that AR-15, Darsley and Lida, are the only 2 left.
Darsley going to try and get himself onto that upside down rappel just to see if there's anything that he can glean from behind that Kiba barricade. But this has been a shutout round here from Los. C4 ripped and ready from Dash. He can send that out at his leisure. There's a little bit of damage over toward Darsley, but Zoto is going to freeze things out for a good portion of time. Nice little swing there from Dark Eyes to secure that kill and bring what is going to be a rather inevitable end to the round. Lider lands one shot. Can he land the second? He's still got all 4 players to chew through if he does. He's got the time to do it, but loss. They've given him something to play with now, and instead they're just going to go for that sort of distraction factor. Lider does pick 2 as they all sort of line up, but we did have a very rogue flank outside of Electric all the way outside, working on the IT breach against that sole remaining survivor, but ultimately there were too many bodies that Lost could throw at that problem.
There were 3 players lined up pushing Garage. This has been an uncomfortable theme today, and I would like it to stop. I'd personally like it to stop. 2 times now, in a 4 a.m. game in particular, though it was usually 4 a.m. being lined up previously. Players just kept like stacking on top of each other, resulting in like collaterals for different players on the attacking team. That time there obviously happened, and
I don't understand.
Garage, the third stage
I don't know if you're paying
Either way,
attention
I
to
was
it.
breaking away from that phenomenon because it can get a little crazy
But the
and
keyboards
fall out of the defense
on all these
very
players,
rapidly.
a
But
lot
as
of
you
the
said, that was a
keyboards are
pretty simple round, all things considered. I mean, we had a couple
And
players.
Akiru
just
told me
either
to do
vertical
that.
angles or the IT breach lose their fights.
I've got
and
mine straight.
That happens enough.
I
the
was
round's
to turn
pretty
it.
much going to
I don't
end
know. I feel like
within
that's
the
putting
first
too
half.
much stress
Now,
on my
moving
wrist
down
and
to
my
the
shoulder.
basement,
Unless I'm like
Los
tucked
bringing
in, I don't know.
a lot of on-site utility, the smoke and the Goyo, also the mirror and the castle, enabling.
But
of
I
course,
see a
better
lot
on-site
of
hold for the
players
castle in particular.
when it
They need a
shows
bit
the
more presence
camera of their
onside the
room, a
site.
lot of
Falcon
them have their
cameras will
keyboard
also be good to kind of
cocked at
map
an
out
angle.
the interiors and intricacies of this setup around the middle and the top floor. So we'll see how it works out. It seems like there might be some kind of looser setup up top, or no. It seems it will just be 4 defenders moving around the middle floor with 1 player down below on the site.
Dark Eyes getting those Valkyrie cameras placed out there. Got a good chance of some early aggression right now. TX got a good idea that somebody's going to be hiding out inside of storage. Dark Eyes not really wanting to get caught out there on his own, but more than capable of holding his own in a fight if it does come his way. Good information now being gathered on the drone by Darsley as well. They're really getting a bit of a picture as to what this roam game looks like. A lot of players present at the moment inside of cafeteria and up in storage, really occupying a lot of that first floor. Maybe going to be forced up into more of a full clear to try and push those players around, because unless you get Lider in there on the Monty and are really effectively able to start pushing people around, it isn't going to be the easiest task of things, especially when you've got players like Daffo just tucked in on those half expedition stairs. You've got other
You know there's
positions
only
being
3
held
on
as
site.
well. Dark Eyes still kicking around up there. It's going to take a little bit here. Daffo still not really giving anything up, and with only 10 openers, it's not an ideal route for a Monty to start to move through, and it isn't going to get any better.
You know there's
with the
only
Ace
2
going
on
down
site
first.
because there's a smoke there as well.
Gotti will try and provide some support. Easily could be a 4v3 if they find this player outside the window, but oh no, the Goyo almost slips the net, but down just outside of Pantry, trying to join the rest of the defense, and now they'll have to retreat. Losing the player they were meant to save. The smoke and the Goyo going down, but the former of those being a bit more impactful. Active utility lost. They bled the Lion and the Ace in turn. I think in terms of utility remaining, this might favor 4 Angry Men a little bit. They've still got the Snake, the vertical pressure for the Buck, and the Monty, perhaps the most important piece of that. The 4 Angry Men feeling generally decent getting a 3v3 and having this utility remaining. Ooh, if that C4 landed, that is a big moment for Los. Unfortunately, only does a little bit of chip damage to Gotti, and we're still out of 3v3.
Gotti still can jump in that scanner and see if there's anything that he can glean. Lider does need to be cautious. There are going to be players occupying space around him inside of Exo, and unfortunately he wasn't aware that Nuxka was just tucked in behind one of those big exosuit cases or cabinets. Yeah, you can get a line on the diffuser, Darsley, but with the diffuser now cold inside of Exo, Lider has sort of gone a little bit too far ahead of everybody else, it seems. And Los can just continue to start to draw back and make this even more painful, even more punishing. Gotti is going to be the next player to fall, and well, Daffo, he's going to clean the last as well, straight through that soft Exo hatch that was left.
You see what I mean about the
hatch
keyboards?
left off there in that position, and it's strange again. There was a book right there. You maybe would think, you know, why don't we just open that and use that as a tool to assist with the Monty pushing down?
I don't understand why they.
But it won't happen.
Dude,
And
I've
Los
seen that a
continue to have
lot.
some pretty
Them
decent
boys
successes
have their
on this
face.
defense
I
so
mean,
far.
they're
Obviously,
like
in the last one, mainly just, or at least
trying to play the
when they
damn
first put
game,
this on,
dude.
mainly
I don't
playing inside of the
understand
site,
that.
winning a lot of the gunfights that foreign men were very willing to take against them. That go around, they were roaming a lot more than they were before, so a lot of the action obviously happening on the middle floor, but still a generally consistent setup in that all the roamers were within arm's reach of each other, all in very tradable positions. And then, of course, when the mid-round happened and they started to get some more information, they kind of realized they could push a little bit further up the Exo stairs, maybe even get the Valkyrie inside of a gap.
Yo, Hurricane, I didn't think you were still in here, man.
Being quite aware of the situation, how it's developing, how it's progressing.
Shopify won that one.
Since
your boy's home.
On these defenses so far, even though they are coming in without having played a game today, clearly showing up ready to play and looking very sharp.
I quite like this from 4AM. Bit of a hefty 6-pick there, and finally we're starting to see them bring a appropriate amount of hard breach to deal with Nighthaven Labs. We've not only got the Hibana that's been a bit of a favourite for them over the course of the day, the ace being brought, of course, occasionally. We do see the ace be brought now as well. Now, the mirror windows are going to be a factor, and Daffo, you can see, he's already placed one of those out on the IT breach. He's got the other looking over toward connector. Some pretty nasty trips being placed out as well. So that is just going to be a labyrinth that Perez is starting to generate. Should be able to get these walls open fairly easily here. Perez, no impacts to really do anything about that, and instead can just slip himself back into electric. But no one's going to be able to get through there without him knowing about it.
That's insane.
Them call it E-Box Electric. It's
like
pretty wild.
This massive tripwire covering the perimeter of the room. I love that. Nobody getting through. Rockstar once again applying those X-Kairos to the IT wall. Will leave Lida with a lot of Selma charges. Probably dedicate over towards the generator and the electrical side. Oh, but again, this ace goes down early. Terra's just wide swinging. The connector breach, I think. Shots connect directly with Lida's head. And, well, you brought that redundancy, and now, unfortunately, it won't serve you very well. Rockstar with 6x Kairos remaining. And I was about to say, I think there's one pocket reinforcement, so the defense, if they wanted to, could reinforce next to that mirror window and really make 4AM's life annoying.
Nook's going to find a kill over onto TX. The mirror window is going to be surrendered right now. There's not too much that you can do about stopping that from blowing. Perez, he will drop himself off. Don't forget, this isn't a top floor defense, so all the time that has been wasted upstairs is time well spent as far as Los are concerned right now. Perez eventually shuts Gotti down. Gotti was able to find one onto Nook, so that's going to be the only impact that they have inside of the round now. Los, a firm man count advantage. 4 versus 2 right now. You can see them starting to draw back just a little bit. Rockstar, he will push himself up through, but isn't anticipating that the Vert is being watched here and takes a good chunk of damage. That's just going to further assist the Azami and Dark Eyes playing in IT.
Just waiting, knowing that there's nobody going to drone this with 35 seconds remaining. No chance. Maybe Darsley uses a flashbang, and, well, he could if he wanted to, but being the last player standing, it doesn't really matter if he uses a flashbang or not. Oh, he's actually kind of forced back because the air jab. Interesting. Not shooting the air jab as well, probably just to try and give Darsley or give the Nomad some false sense of security. 3 rounds in a row now for Los. Really good stuff. Might even see a tactical timeout from 4 Angry Men at this point. Might see Eden try to run through a game plan because these defenses have not looked particularly close.
The timeouts from Eden have typically been quite good as well. They've been very, very precise, very decisive. I wouldn't be surprised to see one come at the end of round 4. A lot of teams like to use round 4 because we've got another couple of bans that get sent in, and it extends the time that the players can talk. It doesn't extend the time the coach can talk, but then the coach can come in, of course, after that. And it seems that was Eden's plan all along. We don't get to listen into the tactical timeout, but we do get to listen into the halfway point, which is coming up in only 3 rounds' time. So stay tuned for that. Eden's timeouts have certainly been worth a listen. But the headline for this game so far is that Los are pretty much walking all over at 4 AM, and we are consistently seeing the same problems be brought up. It's a lack of control, it's a lack of space. In some areas,
boys wearing
it doesn't
slippers.
even matter the KPC utility being used, generated, or exchanged correctly. A lot of it's coming down to the gunfights.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, and the paradigmatic example of that for me last round was that fight between, I believe it was Perez and Gotti. Gotti gets the kill on the player, like, swinging into lounge, and then Perez is flanking from behind, and he's, like, so far behind the other swing that this is just, like, a straight-up 1v1 that Gotti's ready for. He turns around and is pre-aiming the angle, and I could, as the two players are about to meet, I was like, oh, he absolutely gets this kill. There's no way he doesn't. See right there, gets that. I thought for sure he gets Perez there as he swings around the corner. Still loses the fight. Even though Gotti's ready for it, even though it's two isolated 1v1s, still goes down and gets traded. That's a good example where, you know, Perez, if he's, I'm not saying Perez necessarily did something wrong, but if, like, he swings a little earlier, no way Gotti gets out of that. But because he swings later, it is a pretty much just straight up 50-50 that Gotti is ready for. The fact that he still wins it, it's indicative that even when things are going right, as you said, the gunfights just still aren't going for Angry Men's way. And when everything is going against you and then also you can't win your fights, that's usually why you get you go down 0-3.
I mean, there's only Nux that's died twice, right? Everybody else has died once. And as you say, it comes down to shooting at the end of the day. Siege, as much brilliant utility as we've got in the game, you've got to be in the right position to use it. It looks like confidence is starting to swell a little bit on the side of Los as they're going for some pretty extended spawn peaks right off the rip here. But everyone going to be able to get up to that platform fairly safely and operate inside a connector terrace. Darsley straight on it to start to move and open up these connector walls. Now, as we mentioned, timeouts from Eden have been good so far. Not only have they netted one round, in some instances they've netted as many as 3 or 4 in a row. So that little bit of guidance can be very crucial. But it's going to have to be a hell of a lot of guidance this time, not just a little bit, to really change this tide. Good drone being placed underneath. Gotti keeping an eye on those flanks, knowing it's something that Los have done before already, so anticipating that that's going to be something that's done again. Now trying to deal with these Denari trips that Perez has been setting up, this labyrinth we've been talking about inside of connector and electrical. Zafir, not a bad way of trying to deal with that, and a bit of drone information just to be able to be a little bit more precise with that lifeline.
Nade banked around the corner will disrupt part of that network, but ooh, not even in its entirety. Dedicating a lot of utility to trying to disrupt this. So much value just from these tripwires. Really impressive placement by Perez there. It'll even encourage
you can learn a thing or two from this fucking Perez guy on Denari.
HP. This is draining so much time. I think maybe they finally got part of it, but not even all of it in its entirety. Smoke canisters going out to add insult to injury. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this if you're Los. So much value, and now the Denari is shot. I mean, that's what, like a minute and a half? That's crazy.
It's 4 nades. It's a full lifeline. It's stuns. It's everything. All the focus so far has been toward getting this open. Lida's even had to tank a little bit of damage to try and enable this sort of push. It's so telegraphed right now that really what can 4AM do? Do they double down and continue to try and bang their head against this wall thinking, well, we've spent all our utility on it, we may as well try and make something happen, or are they going to hit a rotate, or are they not going to be given a chance?
Well, I mean, we saw earlier on Nighthaven Labs, when they didn't have this issue, they still tried to bang their head against the wall and continue pushing through this exact same breach. TX will get 2, make that 3 as one wide swings. In the 1v2, it's not as dominant as it might otherwise have been. And with Dark Eyes on low HP, Eric's does a lot of damage, but you got to find the gunfights first. 4 in a row for Los. And, you know, I obviously want to put a lot of importance on those Denari tripwires. It drains so much utility, so much time. Just an honestly comically large amount of basically every resource that 4AM had at their disposal. But also earlier when there was less crazy bits of utility, when it was just reinforcements and breaches and mirror windows, they still got stuck on that side. They still had a heavily telegraphed pushed all from the connector position. The exact same thing we saw against A-Star.
Los is looking pretty solid.
It's you know, not just the Denari trips that are making things hard. That's the focus, and that's the nice thing that, you know, it's very easy to sit there and talk about that because it's so it's obvious what's happening. But like you say, it's not the only thing that they've been tripping themselves up over.
I watched Los in the kickoff against
4 opening picks in a row for loss. Again,
oh man,
really
I can't remember who the hell they played.
Of life.
But I liked them during the kickoff too.
By 4 AM, were kind of times where Lost players are just sort of throwing themselves and they're just going, you know what, time's short, we've used all the utility, we've got a man count advantage, we've got some guaranteed players tucked in here.
It's troll time.
They're not going to troll. I'm just going to go and send myself at these couple of players and see if there's anything that I can do. no impactful kills that have come out so far from 4am, and that's not.
I wonder
something
why
you
they
wanna be
shoot
saying at
TV.
round 5.
No, especially
Does it make a
on
static
map
noise or
earlier
something?
that you obviously won though on your defenses, but you still pulled out a 3-3 attacking half, and you still pulled it out, generally being competitive the whole time. It's not like they were down 0-3 then came back 3-3. It wasn't a streaky first half. It was a bit more back and forth, and just to see such a radically different opening side of Nighthaven than the one we saw against Daystar earlier.
I've never
it's a worrying
understood
sign
that.
At this point, it is a very worrying sign for 4am's chances in this
There
series.
shouldn't be anywhere that
It
you're just
continues.
given freely.
The top floor will now go down to the basement.
Excuse me.
Still some of the same players we saw last time. Hopefully, with this blitz, we'll maybe see a little bit more, I suppose, pressure applied to these roamers, ability to clear them out. As those kind of just retreated downstairs at their own pace, at their own time, and traded out the attackers as they pushed in, but still kind of escaped with a pretty decent position. The 4am still had some.
They're
good
called a
momentum,
reset.
particularly that Snake.
They've shown us some really exciting attacks on this side,
Yep.
and this isn't looking like one of them. We're just seeing a bit of a flood in at the moment in through Animus. If they're just going to try and use the
Yep.
lifeline and the blitz to make something happen here, it could get quite messy. Rockstar finds his first of the game so far, but that looks like a lot of site control to me, Lynx.
A lot of site control, and Rockstar getting that first
That
pick
was a
also
great
highly important
call
because
by
now
Lita.
the Thorn,
Lita,
not really a lot of
whatever.
great options. I actually, did she get him with the Razor
Yeah.
Bloom? Surely not. That's crazy. Darsley does find another, and it is 4am with the advantage, but that is a nasty find, and I've never seen a Razor Bloom used that way.
Oh.
Really good heads-up play by
Okay.
Dax that his stalled out 4am for
Commentator,
the
you
moment.
must not,
They're starting to drop
you must not
bodies.
watch a lot.
The Hibana and Gotti both low, but I don't know if they can find this planter in time. It is a straight-up 2v2, and a blitz in low time is not the player you want. Now it is just Rockstar behind the pillar. Got his first kill and will not get any more
I gotta
than
take
that.
this.
Dark Eyes with 3, but perhaps an MVP late-round Razor Bloom, a bit of utility play that I have never seen.
Dash, using both sides of his brain there. The Razor Bloom being used to try and deny that plant, and successfully denying that plant. They'd made a good play. It was, okay, the site's a little bit light.
It was a good call.
We can move through. We've got Blitz. We've got Zafir. We've got the lifeline. We can make something happen quite quickly here. We can ignore a lot of the utility in that the Goyo Vulcan pack, and we can just sort of push straight through to site. Great call. I like it. It worked. Nearly. The one thing that it didn't work on is that there was only 3 of them that did it. And the other 2 players, bit more impact maybe, a little bit of something. Like, we needed a little bit more, because if you've got 3 players making that push, and then one starts to put the plant down, you've then got 2. So you're already at a losing battle, especially when gunfights have been the hardest thing that we've seen 4am have to win today.
I also think, again, just to go back to that Razor Bloom, because I like everything you said, but also just adding on to that, I think, and at least this is a completely subjective feeling I have, maybe I'm wrong, I do feel like this phenomenon of keeping, like, specifically for, like, your Ellas, your Thorns, this phenomenon of keeping one trap in the pocket that I've seen a lot more consistently over the past year and a half, I feel like, it can still trip you up quite extensively. I mean, you think about it with Ella, but I haven't really seen that happen with Thorn very often, but it makes a lot of sense, especially if somebody's trying to put the diffuser down, and I don't think that's something a lot of players are, like, necessarily going to be thinking of as, like, a high priority in their head, just because for basically a lot of the game's history, you saw those traps placed at the beginning of the round, and so...
With how quickly that round went, though, that could have just been something he'd not placed yet.
That's true. It might not even been
You know,
intentional.
it might not have even been like, oh, let's do this just in case.
How do
you know,
these
but
commentators
it's
not
the headspace
understand?
in the
It
moment
is such a
going,
common
actually,
play
I've
to
got this,
keep
I can
some
affect
thorns
that.
in your
Let's
pocket,
roll.
keep
We've
some
got the
Ella
muscle to go and
mines
get
in
the
your
job done.
pocket. To
5 rounds in
play
a row then for
plant
loss.
denial.
First
To
time we
play-
saw 4 Angry Men get the opening pick.
I mean, if
Rockstar was
you're
successful in round
trying
number
to
5, but
hold,
as we've just seen, it wasn't enough. It still
like
wasn't enough to tip the scales in their favor. We're going to be attacking
Okay,
into
Fire,
the
thank you,
mid-court
man.
right now. Again, we've not seen them have too much problem get the breaches open. That's kind of what you get when you have a double breach denial ban. You've got the Cade gun, you've got the Bandit gun. These things are going to happen. These things are going to be fairly straightforward. It's what happens next that really matters. And searching out for some of these roamers has been a little bit of a problem. Not only that, but winning the gunfights once they get there. Perez, we can see, is going to be dug in over toward that IT side of things and actually rotates himself down Fish, so doesn't want to stick around upstairs and find out what's going to go on.
I think that's a good option. I mean, at this point, minute 27, you don't want to be giving 4 Angry Men any openings you don't otherwise need to, especially as he is zombie with 5 Kivas generated. You want to keep those
Very
active,
nice.
keep them good for the late round. Darcy, the glass goes down early. One of those disruption operators, though maybe the less exciting one out of Grim, Cappy, Tao, and Ying. Could have been somebody who could have stayed in the smoke, quickly pre-fired around a corner with that DMR. Saw that 4AM do that exact thing against Daystar earlier, albeit up on the second floor. Kitchen dining, you won't have that. Still thinking about getting those breaches. You've got the tin openers. You've got the somas. You've got a hell of a lot of vertical destruction with every boogie drone getting used. But only a minute remaining. Still a 5v4 with a clash on the board, with Perez having all of his Kibas. Still all 5 in pocket, by the way. This is looking like a really tricky position. Great coordination between the Clash and the Warden. Now we just have the DMR tagging on, looking for some action. I mean, it's kind of a rudimentary description, but this has felt like a 6-0 pretty much the whole time. We've barely seen any fight from 4 Angry Men, and that just continues to be the case in round 6.
It's just a little bit too checklist again, isn't it? It's like we're going to go in, we're going to use the RAM, we're going to open up the floor. That floor's been open for the entire round.
Like
nothing's
8,000
happened
years.
through it. Like it's not doing the do. If you've got a Clash at the bottom and you've got Dash throwing C4s left, right, and center, you're going to need to give us a little bit more than just going through your plan and being stubborn and sticking to it. And again, it's what we saw happen in the game earlier today. We need to see what the adaptation is.
And we'll see what Eden has to say.
那我操，不背有什么用？
No sound. No sound either. No sound.
Oh, it's better now?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, before anything, take 20-30 seconds, okay? Breathe, keep calm, and we come back, we reset in the game, okay? Here, it's not like we magically forgot how to play in 2 hours time frame, okay? It's just that we are not playing together, okay? We are doing stupid picks and we're putting ourselves in their lines, okay? Just chill, we play together, we comes, okay? That's what is making us successful, so please don't forget it. Okay, now that we took this time, what are they doing in attack? Go on, I did not see the...
Oh, they
the
rush a
lab.
lot. They rush a lot.
Roubado, tá ligado?
É, roubado.
Vou jogar Jingle ou Glass, então.
Tá.
Então,
O,
na
tanque ele tem uma 1-3-1 que vira 1-4 muito rápido.
E o cara começa a água e desce rapidão água. Pela água ele desce.
É, eu anotei pra gente fazer o semi-garagem e a gente pode começar a nossa caçada pela água, entendeu? Com Darkase e Nuzga dobrando água ali, entendeu?
Alguém pega o back dele no L ali, consegue?
Isso, eu pego,
Tá,
eu pego.
fechou então.
Mirar ele e empilha, ele não tem nenhum lado pra correr, né?
Ô, Dash, esse semi-garagem, tem como a gente fazer com o abrindo bomba de começo ou quer fazer muito rápido? Que eu já votei.
Semi-garagem com você no nome de começo?
É.
Mano, eu acho que a gente faz um pouquinho mais rápido, Daf. A gente não. É, a gente vai um pouco mais rápido. Senão esse cara vai descer, talvez a gente não pegue aqui o dele.
E presta atenção no bagulho de movimentação deles, guys. Ele entra pro board, ele entra pra todos os mapas deles. Lembra que os caras, mano, se mexem full.
Tá.
Ligado?
É, vamos na calma aqui, mano. Punindo, comunicando os gap. Fazer os steps direitinho aí, mano.
Eu jogo
Tipo,
bem
só-
Liquid 2021. Paga de afobadão, não.
Sem jogar juntos,
Na,
nada.
Guys, e na garagem, eles na caixas, eles têm uma 3-2 full trap. E que eu acho que a gente faz nessa 3-2, a gente só faz o full domínio padrão. Eles vão se fuder.
Definitely liked a lot of what Eden was saying at the beginning. I just liked his point specifically about, you know, it seems silly, but like we haven't forgotten to play Siege in the past 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like that's I think it's just a very good sentence to say out loud. Be like, hey guys, we haven't actually just like forgotten how to do the thing we've been doing for like 11 years now, or however long they've been playing the game. Just like a small touch that I really appreciated from Eden, especially since obviously going down 0-6 on a map that you won 7-3 earlier can be the thing that can be the kind of thing that tanks your mental a little bit.
There's not a lot of useful things that you can say
No, there
at that
really isn't.
moment, but I think that was a useful thing to say.
Very useful.
And it's one of only a handful of things, really, because it's true. They've not just magically forgotten how to play. They just need to, in Eden's words, talk through things a little bit more. It sounds like there's been maybe a couple of heads have dipped. Naturally, you've just lost 6 rounds in a row. You've just lost an entire half of a map. It's natural that comms are going to start to get a little bit stressful and things are going to start to change a little bit. On the loss side of things, it just seems like vibes. Again, it feels like they just need to continue
Curious
to
to
move
see
through
if
these motions.
4 AM
They've got a lot of opportunity
can
right
bounce
now to
back from
close
this
this
or
out
not.
as a 7-0. Then we move on to Border, which, as we know, is a map where they are going to thrive as well. Not that they're not going to thrive here on Labs, because with a 6-0 scoreline, it's hard to say that they have done anything but up until this point. They will switch over onto the attack, however. We will have a B ban, a Grim ban, and a Thermite ban. Countered, of course, with the classic double hard breach denial ban, the Cade and the Bandit, which is becoming oh so popular. Top floor is going to be the first site. 4 AM choose to defend. And again, Lynx, they've got plenty of tools to try and do this. They've got the mirror. They can make the breaches a little bit more techy. They can continue to start, you know, making these things a little bit more hard work. The very same that Lost did to them. They've just got far fewer opportunities for mistakes on the side of 4 Angry Men.
Lot less opportunities for mistakes. And one thing, one other interesting we heard during the time I was Eden mentioning that he thought they might like to rush a lot, and that might be true. I'm not saying it's wrong, but at least in this round, definitely it does not seem to be the case based off this lineup. And so, as you mentioned, a lot of tools, we can see being put to good use right now. Shock drones taking down a lot of those F-Knots quite early. No, oh, almost gets from your window. Body blocked, unfortunately, though I think no, it's just broken. Not completely destroyed. Actually, can't tell if the glass got taken down. No, it's just cracked. Unfortunate, as Paris almost had the craziest twitch round pathing of Salt Lake City right there, but lightest thigh body blocks the shot, and now still alive to use this C4 and aim it over towards the connector breach. As it is a 5-man hold of the top floor, nobody roaming at the moment, all playing generally shoulder width apart. It means we're probably going to have a bit of a slow middle round here.
I did sort of raise a little bit of an eyebrow as well when I heard Eden say they like to rush, because it's not characteristic really that we give any of the SAL teams anymore, is that sort of rush strat. It's far much more structured than that. Dark Eyes, he's in the mix right now. Takes down Lider. He was lining up a shot over onto Electrical earlier. Gotti, he's going to find a brilliant C4 there over onto Dash. One of the downsides from not playing a Nomad, you can't just block off that Electrical door and stop players from having a little bit of a stretch out there and sending a C4. There's going to be a keeper barricade there to slow things down, but a shotgun in this position is a classic. And it's going to be Gotti tasked with trying to hold on to it. What a shot over onto Dark Eyes. A lot of work being put in on Electrical at the moment from 4 AM, and that could be enough to swing the tide, at least in this round. 51 seconds left. There are still 3 players from Los alive. We've got 1 Toxic Babe canister in Rockstar's hand.
Last one just escaped, and 4 AM maintained their advantage. Both Daffo and Nux stuck around the electrical generator side. Oh, Rockstar just peeks around the corner. Got to be careful about taking this fight. DMR might be strong, but the shotgun will meld you against the wall. Azami close around the corner. No way he gets away with that. Azami trying to land the trade. Ace almost lining them up, but the Fender gets it. Now stuck in the 1v1. He's got info on the Azami's position. Might just land the pre-fire, but no, TX good for it. A nail-biter towards the end as 4 AM get there first.
A 1v1
That's about damn time. I was really hoping they weren't going to get
0.
7-0'd.
Ooh, not a position that you want to find yourself in there. You want the rounds to be a bit more decisive than that, but you can't always choose how they're won.
And 9x19 against a DMR, probably the most cursed matchup you could be taking that 1v1 against.
I know, yeah. I mean, Nux had already done so much. They'd already been able to deal with the smoke. They'd already been able to They had filled their quota for round number 7, and then some.
That shot was crazy with the SMG-12. That's also crazy that he hip-fired DMR'd that guy from around the corner. And oh, that was close. TX was on very low HP at the end of that 1v1. Could have been 7-0 right there, but difference between 7-0, 7-1, even 7-2 to an extent, really splitting hairs. We're going to need to see a lot from 4 Angry Men, or see very little from Los, conversely, to really have an idea for a convincing comeback here, because Los are still, but not only generally dominant, but even generally very good in that round. While 4 AM were able, I think, strategically to keep them at a distance, Los showed themselves to be quite adept in the gunfights, though 4 AM did as well. That continues here. It only takes one. Only takes one overperformance or crazy shot from Dark Eyes, combined with, say, a blitz push from Nux to really throw things out of whack for 4 Angry Men, and for the map to end and us to go to border. As we attack and look to basement, got a lot of the standard players. 2 sources of vertical destruction for Los at the moment, and of course the blitz that I mentioned earlier. Trying to clear out any of these roamers, or anybody on the site later on.
Los's recipe is typically the same as many other teams. It is going to be to get in and start to take a little bit of control of that mid-floor, work some of that vert a little bit. We've got Perez on the ram, who's going to be able to achieve that quite nicely. Self-sufficient here, droning themselves in on the catwalk. Already sent one of those ram boogie drones in toward Electrical. but doesn't need to be there to sort of line it up and follow it in. Can instead make his own path. It's going to be Dash taking down Gotti to start things off, and Perez just hits some beautiful timing.
Oh, so it's
as
over.
Dash finds himself a third, and
Good
Rockstar,
Lord.
well, one of your teammates has already got a 1vx, but this time it's a 1 versus 5.
I mean, that TCSG hits like a truck. It can do a lot of damage. Might be able to take down one. We even saw some nasty shots hit by the TCSG in our first series of the day. If he's found a gap, spots one. Dark Eyes put to low. He's got at least the first, but with one player around the corner, it is not going to happen. 7-1 will do. Not all that different from a 7-0. It is just as dominant in the grand scheme of things. And how Nighthaven Labs has changed for 4 Angry Men.
Night and day difference, really, isn't it? And I think that's one of the things that they're going to experience when they start to come up against one of the bigger dogs here. Loss, they are from a big region. They are from the SL, and they play some cracking teams week in, week out. And they have really made a mockery there of 4am. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we'll be back with map 2 in the series.
That was interesting. Damn, what a break.
That was a quick one, as we just saw. Not a 7-0, not a 7-0. But a 7-1 is basically the same thing at the end of the day. Nighthaven Labs quickly dealt with by Los, and now we have Border coming up. And I hate to say it, if Los are shooting that straight on Nighthaven, I have a feeling Border might be similarly paced.
Border is going to be a map that suits Los a lot better. It's a map that is very synonymous with the region that they are from in SAL. We see quite a lot of Border. We know there are a lot of Border-loving teams over there. And we've seen 4AM play on Border already, and it wasn't necessarily the game to remember them by.
No.
And I don't really know how that's going to stack up against Loss, purely because from what we saw on Labs Links, there was just a gulf in terms of gun ability in a lot of cases.
I mean, especially by the end of the map, I mean, I want to say, I think some players still had like extremely minimal amounts of kills. Yeah, 2 kills for Rockstar, 3 kills for Lida and Darsley apiece. Just really bleak stuff, all things considered, which part of it was because of Los's performance, but still something you have to worry about, especially as we go to a map like Border. As Ali mentioned, if the gunfights were lacking on Nighthaven, then on Border, if it's lacking, it is just going to punish you even more. And something we talked about yesterday, something we talked about earlier, when we saw 4AM play on Border against SR yesterday, it was all 12 rounds, to be fair. But something they struggled with was clearing out some of those power positions. And if I'm thinking about who might win a fight against Dark Eyes if he's playing like CCTV with a Rooney, right now it's nobody on 4AM based on Nighthaven Labs. It feels like nobody's winning that fight.
And I think that's it. And to throw it into a bit of context, it's not like we sit here and hold SR as being on a pedestal for their ability to play border. It's not really a map that they play a hell of a lot over inside of the NAL, and it wouldn't be my first choice of map if you said, if you think of SR, what's the map that you think of? I wouldn't be picking border. I don't think it'd be my first, second, third, or fourth. So again, you throw that into there and you start to wonder. But each team has a map to pick inside of a best of 3. It just so happens that Loss chose this one, and I'm sure they've chosen it for a very good reason. 4 Angry Men yet to have a significant impact in this series. They were good for 1 round on Nighthaven Labs, but we're going to need to see a hell of a lot more out of them than that if they want to make it any further here at the Salt Lake City Major.
Need to see a big performance out of 4AM starting on these defenses. Also would like to see no hard breach denial bans. When we moved out of Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse, we were treated to some different fare. But Ali and I have been
I don't think you need hard breach bans on this.
But I believe that Los will make things a bit easier, and indeed will start Azami taken off the board. And you think about, at least for 4AM on these defenses, what are the kind of things they really need to get rid of? I think a lot of those disruption
Snake and
operators are
Mirror
going to be the name of the game. I've never really thought of Los as like a particularly deadly shield team, in particular Nux a long time, while he also plays the shields. It's not really like one of the main shield players in SAL, but I will say their ability to use operators like Ying, like Grim, to get good value out of them is something you really have to worry about. Same with some of the intel ops as well. So I think focusing on the Ying and the Glass for 4AM is likely just a good prophylactic measure.
It's never going to be a bad thing to target, is it? Glaz, Ying, always pretty firm favourites when it comes to border. There's going to be quite a lot of long angles that can be opened up that Glaz can exploit, and at the same time, some fairly tight spaces that Ying's Candelas can be really effective in as well. It is, of course, going to leave open plenty of other tools, as we know now. Dark Eyes, a little bit of Deimos. Perez, no surprise to see him on the Snake. It seems to be the operator that a lot of the fraggers are really starting to gravitate toward, just because how self-sufficient and how quickly they can move through the map with that Auton scanner. A couple of changes, maybe not going to see the Monty, but still at least going to see a shield, it seems, in a Blackbeard. Daffo just going to round things out with another global, some more oppressive information in the Alliant there being chosen. 4AM kind of spreading themselves a little bit far and wide here, but that's the nature of border. You've got key areas that you really need to keep a good control of. Kind of like that Thorn Razor Bloom from Rockstar. I think it might just fly under the radar a little bit with that window already being opened. There's a chance that somebody might miss that just being there on the sill.
It's also a Razor Bloom that kind of is indicative of a good understanding of player behavior. Like, sure, that Razor Bloom, technically speaking, is super visible. You can shoot that from a lot of different angles. But most people obviously don't rappel up the side because of the armory wall. And if people are up at the front, they're probably going to have triggered the Razor Bloom, because the main way players approach this area is from the corner that the Snake is at right now. And so it's an understanding that even if it seems in theory highly visible, from the angle that players always approach it at, not visible whatsoever. At the beginning, Dark Eyes gets the first pick with a shotgun, taking down Gotti in the 90 hallway. TX next up on deck. Rockstar might find one fighting in CCTV. In general, 4AM seem to have a little bit of fight left in them. Diffuser dropped inside of CC at the moment, though, with Perez around the corner. Can use that Soliton scanner, can use some of that secondary utility. What a comeback from 4 Angry Men. 3 kills in a row. Though Perez has exact information on Rockstar's position.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, this definitely makes me feel a little bit better about crosshair placement. Because I've been watching.
About it from there, though. There's another Razor Bloom that's been placed as a replacement. That information that's being gathered from Perez.
I've been watching
you can feed it to Dash.
These pro players
Dash
and their crosshair placement's a little low.
Onto that.
That makes me see what I mean.
That
makes me feel
and enter into the site.
Better.
Doesn't matter that they've not got the diffuser. They're going to be pushing for kills, it seems, in this one. It'll take Darsley down. It's a really important play to make at that point, because there's still loads of time here. And look at how powerful this Soliton scanner is. He's going to be able to find exactly what he needs to know. Can call the diffuser as clear for Dash, but will be taken out by Rockstar.
And unfortunately, it's just long enough. Eventually, you're going to show your head. Eventually, you're going to make even the slightest mistake. And at that moment, as the call is perfectly good, get the information. Dash gets the diffuser. He's running over. It's going to happen. Ends up exposing himself. Now stuck in the 1v2. Lida, who was threatening a flank earlier, now joins the Thorn inside of the site. 50% already gone. Dash will fall off and spot him, but Rockstar good for it. Massive 3v5 from 4 Angry Men right out the gate, stopping the momentum gathered by Los.
I think it's the right play there from Dash. I just
I'd
don't
agree.
know that there's much else you can do. There's things that went a little bit further wrong than that earlier on into the round. You've got to just try and bait something out there and hope you get a little bit of a misplay out of it from 4 a.m. But they were fairly well locked in and will cement the first round here on Border. Good hold inside of CCTV as well. Some brilliant usage of not only the Razor Bloom, but just the knowledge of having that link between the top of those east stairs with Lida there and being able to help and to keep things a little bit safer for Rockstar hanging around inside of CCTV. The fact that he was one of the last players alive as well was even more impressive in that endeavor, because usually it's a bit of a hold where you kind of either leave and the round wins, or you leave and you go onto the cameras. You never really get to do much more than play inside of CC.
CC obviously gaining a lot of focus from the last round. We'll see what kind of focus it has in this one as a ventilation and workshop defense. Likely see 4am make a little bit of motion towards it, but the main point of action off-site at least will be likely an armory. Though we can see sometimes teams, attacking teams specifically, rush in through the horizontal, whether it's through customs and passport or through the teller's wall. We'll see what Los have in store. A lot of castle barricades being used up top, covering a lot of these armory and office windows. Denying some exterior angles from the attacking team. Hell of a lot of information gathering. Dark Eyes and Perez on the Dokkaebi and the Snake respectively. Perez again in this position. Doesn't know that somebody's outside the window. Open up. Oh, just sees the head. With this trigger discipline, spots him. Great play. Cutting down Lida. Just tucked inside behind the CC desk and now gaining some upward momentum with the Soliton scanner. Only spotting one player in Fountain. No, the bullets just sail over his shoulder. Just trying to get extra at this point. The Monty getting activated as well over on the break room side. They've already taken control of CCTV within 45 seconds. They've got a kill. They do not need to push for more.
Look at how powerful that Soliton scanner is, by the way. Literally walks through CCTV with it out, just looking, just like, well, no, who's there? It just makes the game so different. And the players that are going to be able to leverage that the best are the players that are going to do
That's
well.
why Snake is the man.
That much is for certain. Perez still can operate inside of CC, but it's going to be time to move off and assist Dash a little bit with starting to bait out a little bit that utility on that armory wall. Nux is going to be able to come along and start to open up that wall as
make
well.
These younger players have to go back to old school intel gathering.
Less effective.
Oh, DMR shot sailing straight through small office. I thought that might have found Rockstar. Instead, it's Darsley who goes down behind him. Smoke still using utility, all of it utilized at basically the halfway point. TX finding a massive couple kills. I don't even know how he found those. He gets 3 as they push all the way through Armory. And somehow, 4 Angry Men 2 times in a row when it seems Los have gained the advantage. Whether it's multiple or just one player in this case, find a brief opening to fight back. As the Monty and the Hibana have taken control of the site, the Specchio scanner can wait and spot Nux once he puts down that diffuser. Instead, it'll be Dash picking it up. With bearing 9 around the corner. Neither him nor God, you want to make this first move. He's got to cover Dash. He puts it down. Right swing around the corner. Just barely dodges the headshot, but TX good for the next. Ace required if he wants to get 4 Angry Men their second. Look at these vertical angles. They've already dealt with the Monty. They have already put so much pressure on the attacking team. So as Nux rotates over, is looking at the hatch, revealed his position, but gains some information. Another attempt behind the wall. TX might have to drop. The sound cue will go out, and the Bandit decides to wait. Nux coming off the diffuser, has to find this kill. Flashbang done by the Bandit, and all 5 for TX.
Good
it's
clutch.
Another clutch for 4 a.m.
What a massive play there from TX. An ace to make it happen. 3 kills, just dug in deep inside of Archive.
Hell of a clutch.
And the final 2 coming in, well, 1 on the vert, and then the last one there on the drop. I thought Nux played it perfectly. He's got to get the plant down. He doesn't want to get caught into this cat and mouse game of, oh, am I getting the plant down? Oh, are you going to drop the hatch? Oh, are you going to peek? Has to try and firm the plant. Played it as well as he could. Throw the flash. Hope that you get the right side of the swing and just, work from there. But TX swings the other side, dodges out the flash entirely, and is there ready and waiting to take that frag. Difficult one to call. Didn't know who I fancied for it, but an ace clutch is an ace clutch nonetheless. And 4 a.m. have got 2 rounds here on Border. It looks like they've already firmly forgotten anything that was going on over on Labs, and they are locked in here. 2 rounds on the defense as well. This is a map that you expect Attack to do fairly well in.
Than you expected, especially with the impact that Los have had in the early game so far. I mean, obviously finding the Malusi there pretty early on. I believe they found the opening pick in round 1 as well, though it is escaping me where exactly it happened. Oh yeah, it happened with Dark Eyes in 90. So usually when you see that opening pick go the way for a certain team, you usually see what happens in round 2, where it's like, okay, we can immediately take CCTV control, and now we can leverage this into a lot of armory pressure. And a lot of that was successful, but there are these very small moments in each of these rounds, some individual engagements in round 1, and then obviously a lot of people lining up for TX in round 2, that despite Los basically making use of a lot of the built-in advantages of Border, it gets completely mitigated by the halfway or by the 45-second point. And 4AM are playing really good in this recovery game right now. Really, really, really good. Switching up the defensive strategy as well as we get to round 3. We got the Cade Tuber out entering the mix. Going to be some pretty heavy stall on time. So we're defending Tellers and Bathroom, their third choice site.
Nice to seeing people getting involved in the kills as well now. Just had TX hit an ace, for goodness sake. Whereas on Night Haven Labs, players couldn't win a gunfight. They couldn't buy a kill in a lot of instances. So it really does seem like whatever was going on Labs has very quickly been forgotten here and put to bed. It's all about 4AM starting to build a little bit of a lead here on Border. TX just going to be playing at the bottom of these metal stairs. He knows that somebody's going to be pushing him in through ventilation there. But Dark Eyes hot on his tail. Dash playing on that blitz as well. Oh, just turns the back for a second, but activates on the Banshee.
What a fucking pre-fire.
Tried to turn around and make something happen, but Dark Eyes still just a little bit quicker there.
Wow. C4 triggered right as Dark Eyes gets the second kill. I was very confused about 2 seconds, then follows up on the next. He has had enough of whatever antics have filled these first 2 rounds. He decided to take things into his own hands. Remaining defenders, 1 inside a bathroom, I believe. No, inside a workshop. Might be the end of Dark Eyes if this IQ isn't careful. This blitz isn't either. Ooh, they do not know. ROU projector provides some coverage. The IQ should go down. Will the blitz fall off the defuse plant or will he die to that C4? It is the latter. But Los getting an important couple kills, and now Rockstar retakes control of bathroom all by his lonesome. Got control of the diffuser. Information on one player outside of the window, but everyone from Los consolidates, and they put their first attack on the board.
Really looked like a bit of a lash out round there from Los, didn't it? And Dark Eyes in particular, like, right, guys, come on. We've lost 2 rounds in a row here that were very winnable for us. There's no reason to keep letting these slip away. Let's just push through and make this really, really straightforward. Nothing fancy, no going for the vert, no taking control of CCTV, E-stairs, none of that. Quite literally walking through main door, walking through ventilation, walking through workshop, or even down by metal, and just
guaranteed they're banning Snake.
And as soon as you pick up 3 kills, it's going to be relatively easy to transition that from 3 kills into a round win. Even still, the win not good enough for Los. Going to choose to take their time out here as well. It's the halfway point for this first half, and they know that they need to secure every round from here on out, basically.
Well, and especially since there were still so many issues in the first couple rounds. And also, if you look at there, I mean, a lot of that was an individual performance from Dark Eyes. I think being well positioned, being well set up by his team. But even then, you see some gaps in the information in the late round. It wasn't perfect play. It was quite individual play, at least in terms of the impact had in round 3. Still a good victory overall. But definitely some things that in the overall picture of these first 3 rounds that I imagine Hugzord will want to work on and has a lot of priorities for what Los could improve upon or how they might be able to net themselves a winning half, as 6-0 is long gone, but a 4-2 is still very much a possibility if you can really iron out some of the kinks in your play, especially since you had a lot of success in rounds 1 and 2. You know, it had to be pretty big recoveries from 4 Angry Men. I imagine really focusing in on what they did well in rounds 1 and 2 and how they can maybe supplement that with some better later round play.
I think that's got to be the topic of the timeout from Hugzord, hasn't it? It's like, look, guys, this should be a 3-0 right now. And instead it's a 2-1 and we're trailing. Now, I'm sure the alarm bells aren't ringing just yet. We know that Los are very capable, but they also want to be playing a very tight brand of Siege, and they don't want to be letting these mistakes start to creep into official games, because that's when they start to become problems later on down the line. You can't control always when those mistakes start to creep in. If you've let it happen a couple of times, it just becomes one of those things, unfortunately. No, stamp it out. The first 2 rounds, very, very winnable here. You've been ace clutched on, for goodness sake. It is kind of time to lock in a little bit. The game isn't in danger, the series isn't in danger just yet, but it's just about the message that it sends.
It's always about sending a message.
Love sending a message.
Love sending a message. Sending a message right now, barbed wire out on the rafters. You are not getting through. Razor Bloom as well.
Same Razor Bloom as we saw a couple of rounds ago. Now, I don't think that it assisted in a kill, but the barbed wire definitely slows down the player that's hopping in, but I'm sure that they're going to be a bit more aware of that. I think the barbed was this side, so it was inside last time, not outside. Again, a little bit of a mini game. It gives a bit more warning for Rockstar of anyone just getting on that window.
Well, and you think about it, I mean, the window was closed in this round, and it was a different operator, but, you know, Perez did get that opening pick in round 2 from that exact window onto a Malusi sitting inside a CCTV, so just some good foresight and just stopping that from happening. Mirror window, inside a 90 flashbang will go out. I was going to say, I feel like we'll see some kind of Selma charge placed on the wall. Yes, we will, though. Thorn just peeks around the corner, shoots it, and then we're all good.
He should be dead from the window, though. He shouldn't be allowed to make that sort of a play. Perez is preoccupied by what's going on over toward Armory side, but instead he's kind of let Rockstar out of position. Now, Perez has picked up this kill before, with Rockstar tucked in behind that sort of banana array of screens, but this time it seems like he's really concerned with whatever's going on inside of Armory. And we can see that, I mean, there's one guy there, it's going to be TX, but for as good as TX is, he's not really going to be able to shoot you around the corner.
But keep in mind, he can't really do more than that because of the barbed wire. He might not know about the Razor Bloom, but he can't really push up and hold this Thorn on that window. So if he wants to have any kind of, like, momentum on the side, it's got to be holding that angle on Armory. He has this drone looking at the Thorn, but I really would want to send Dark Eyes on Deimos in this position. I mean, you got soft floors, you got Deathmark trackers. Dark Eyes had a shotgun as well, so could use the revolver or the shotgun to use this.
Looks like Dark Eyes is thinking about a bit of a rotate round as well now. Thorn now targeted by the Deimos. C4 ripped and sent out. But Gotsy chooses to play in front of his mirror window. Rockstar will be credited with the kill onto Perez, the Razor Bloom. Coming good there for him. And an equal 3 versus 3 after that initial flurry of action. Dark Eyes still below, though. And he's got all available defenders to track on that death mark. But he's not going to need a track for that one. Just a yellow ping, but still isn't able to land the shots.
He didn't move.
Darsley, you've got to move, mate. He's shooting the floor at your feet.
He's let him reload and everything. Darcy was like, oh, you missed that one? Here, come on, I'll give you another shot. That is, honestly, great sportsmanship from Darsley. Maybe not the best strategic move. TX domes one outside on Armory balcony, but gets down in the process. I was about to talk about how Dark Eyes maybe rendering the CCTV push a little inefficient, but certainly paying things back with this play around Armory. Almost swings a little too far as Lida is an angle down the main stairs. Goyo spotted by this remaining Deathmark tracker. Should give Nux the security to go for the defuse plant. Indeed it will. Dark Eyes now moving to the cutoff on metal stairs, and we will move into the post plant with barely any shots fired. An excellent pinch by Los to round things out. We are all tied up at 4.
Dark Eyes has done a brilliant job there that round. So much work being put in on that Deimos from below. Not only is he able to get the comical kill onto Darsley.
I can't believe he didn't move. I cannot believe that guy didn't move.
But he's also able to, you know, just really affect onto a lot of those players. 3 kills on the round. All of them, 2 of them coming through the vert, of course, and then that last kill just coming out straight as a straight-up gunfight. You've got to credit them for that sort of ability. The first 2 kills as well coming in within a couple of seconds of each other, so really just the right place at the right time. I do like the minigame that we're seeing played. I just think it was this one, wasn't it? I need to see it from the top. I need to see what made them think that they were safe. You know?
Well, so I almost wonder, because there were attackers on metal or on Armory balcony.
Just so pinched they can't move.
I was going to say, it's possible that they might have been able to move whatsoever.
Yeah, true.
It's very funny, though. It creates a very funny image. And honestly, like, that's the best part.
10 seconds.
He was just, or maybe he was really just like, surely he doesn't check this again.
Yeah, he's like, oh, no. We'll go for it again.
Surely not. Well, he did. And we'll see what happens, at least going forward. Dark Eyes good for 2 in the last round with the demo. So he said, you know how they always say keep a good thing going? I don't believe that. We'll switch it up to the Dokkaebi and see what kind of lurks we can make that way. Ventilation and Workshop defense from 4 a.m. in turn. I believe we have a lot of the same operators from before. Lida as well on the Malusi, maybe around CCTV. Ooh. See Perez. His snake's been banned, but he's still got the F2. Look at this gap he's found with the Razor Bloom triggered, and somebody in the 90 hallway trying to get the aggressive, but Lida again falls. Understandable why he goes for that fight. Perez can't fall off. He's stuck in the hallway. Just unfortunate that the Twitch is ready for it. And again, on Ventilation Workshop, it is Perez and Lida as the opening duel.
He just backs himself, doesn't he? Every time he backs himself to win that gunfight, it's like, oh, I'm going to push in. Oh, the Razor Bloom's triggered. Actually, that's a good thing. Someone's probably going to swing me now from down there, and I'm going to be better in the gunfight. I'm going to be a bit more unpredictable. I'm going to be a bit quicker. They're not going to think that I'm right stood there in the middle of the corridor. And as quickly as he's got the kill, boom, he's out of there. And there's no further risk then. It is only advantage from that point onwards.
The broader advantage for Los at the moment. Still plenty of utility to use. Dark Eyes with a Doji call generating. The Monty still active, full HP. Saw one shock drone go down, but Perez with another. Continues to find some of these Razor Blooms or Grismonts as both seem to be placed, if not destroyed. Ooh! Great play by Gotti right there, I believe. Impact grenade, double to finish off the player. A lot of good coordination between 4AM to land that kill, and one of the two very important operators taken down as the other Dokubi call goes out as well. How much value will they find? Perez looking to land a pre-fire around the corner. Will down Rockstar in the process. But there's another just on the opposite side of that ACOG. Trying to wrap around. Take the 1v1 against the Twitch, though this will inadvertently weaken the upstairs position as Darsley joining the defenders down below. Sending in the shock drone to finish this off. It feels like 2018 all over again. Oh, and he just escapes. That's
He's
crazy.
master of getting these kills out, though, isn't he? It's not good enough that he finds himself one, finds himself two. He's only happy with 3 right now.
Somebody stop this guy.
Was desperately trying to figure out a way of finishing off the downed player earlier, but he knows how these players are going to react. He's essentially baiting and making it really work quite well for him. Thinking about committing to a drop, going to send out some smoke there just to assist. Nux, you can start to try and get this plant down. It's a 4 versus 2. Yeah, you've got a Solus, but are you really going to be able to stop this from going down? I don't think so. Locked in and confirmed in a post. Gotti and TX now. TX has already had a massive clutch here today, but he's going to need another with his teammate Gotti. They're going to be successful here in round 5.
And I don't know if it's going to offer it. I mean, you've got the attackers on vertical angles. You've got the Solus around the corner. Dark Eyes cutting off the main rotation. Perez, potentially 2 aces in one game right now if they let Perez get active just around the corner. Ace number 2 on border, and Perez making Rainbow Six look easy.
A real anything you can do, I can do better there from Perez. I can't
Man, that's
believe
crazy.
we don't get any aces all the games that we do, and then all of a sudden we get like a bus. They come in 2s.
Yeah, exactly. They come in pairs.
They really do.
I've never seen the F2 look that simple.
No, you load up the
Just like-
game, honestly. Load up the game and just see how bad it is.
That's what I
It's
mean.
gonna
Like,
be awful.
I was
It's not,
so
though.
used to that thing bouncing for
Yeah.
years, and now I see Perez walking through, and it is just like
It's
I
because
wanna
it's
watch
got a
some of
vertical
this. I'm
grip
just gonna
now.
sit back, actually.
And people will tell you, no, it's fine. It's got a grip on it nowadays. It's like, nope, it's still not fine for me.
You just got to get better, buddy. I don't know what to tell you about that one.
It's not fine for me. Get me the 417.
I mean, the 417's a good gun, too.
Honestly,
Don't get me wrong.
you gotta again sportsmanship thing. You gotta give him respect. He said, "I'm not picking the DMR."
Yeah?
He said, "I'm not doing it."
I'll back it. He's just going to pick the best gun in the game.
Okay, I mean, true, but
5-0 this.
I don't know, is the F2 the best gun in the game?
Earlier on, TX and Rockstar both. Well,
Interesting
3K for TX.
rotate right there in a
Sorry,
small room.
Ace for TX and a 3K for Rockstar. It's been Dark Eyes and Perez that have really kept Los in the mix so far. It's been a very clutch oriented.
Doing the same thing for the 3rd time? You think they're not going to expect that?
So far. 3K, 5K, 3K, 3K, 5K. A lot of big individual performance. And the response to the pesky Razor Blooms, well, it is going to be that shock drone. Perez again getting good value out of it. It's something we saw him do over on Night Haven Labs quite well. Not only is he quite slippy in the server with a gun, he's also pretty decent at navigating himself around there with one of these shock drones and usually gets a good portion of value out of that. Removing the Grismot mine. Removing 2 of the Razor Blooms. I mean, let's be honest, it's a one-man army at this point. He's got an ace and he's just single-handedly demolished what? Like 6 pieces of utility?
gotta say though, it is kind of cool to watch Rockstar place that Razor Bloom at the beginning, and then Perez doesn't check it on the window that time. He only gets it on the second go around. So a lot of good value on that Razor Bloom. And again, it might seem simple or strange, but clearly unanticipated by Los, even if it hasn't had a lot of the impact I think we otherwise would like, or otherwise 4AM would have liked. Swing around the corner, Gotti's just not winning that. It's not his day today. It's not his map, unfortunately. Perez, how about number 9? 9-3 right now, and just number 6 if you include the past couple rounds. Very real possibility could be 4 in a row for Los at this point if they can convert this kill, though Lida with a huge frag. Finding Dark Eyes on the Deimos down at the bottom of Metal Stairs. Some heavy utility and some heavy vertical pressure taken down.
Feels like 4AM are getting a little bit antsy right now, doesn't it? That play that Gotti made, it's not a play that we'd have seen him make this morning. You know, he wouldn't have been caught out so far out of bounds.
No.
Very similar in round 5. You wouldn't have seen him playing really bold in front of a mirror window. It's like they're almost trying to lash out a little bit here against Loss and be that bit more of an aggressive factor, but it ain't working. It ain't washing at the moment. Lida tucked in at the minute. Will be stunned here. With a couple of players ready and waiting to jump in on him. Finds one onto Dash, but Perez elsewhere is still seeing success. He's got control of Break Room now, but he doesn't have a great deal of HP to speak of. Nux is also looking pretty low, but Lida just gives himself up.
Why? Why did you
Perez
peek
still on
that?
the board. As Darsley gets 1. He might have 1 HP, but this F2 in Perez's hands is nightmarish. Direct information on 1, spots him, tags him up through the wall as Daffo finishes him off. TX in a 1v2. 5 of his kills came early on this half. Now he's got to get 2 to tie things up. Spots 1, but can't land the kill on 1 HP. He's still good for it. Perez simply cannot be stopped.
He needed to land 1 bullet. That was all. 1 bullet would have done the job. Perez was just too good in the moment.
Man,
let's see what they've got to say at the
4
halfway
Angry
point.
Men are just kind of, I don't know. They were up 2-0.
Okay, we're going on attack this time. Let me get what they do. On defense, remember they have pulse, office, they extend break, and they hold bottom east like we're doing. Tellers, they extend top all the way to CCTV, they have mirror window 90 for the break, and they have Oryx, they will try to flank us, okay? Vert, they extend top 2, they have mirror archives to look office door. So this is on site, give info on drone, and implement the plant, okay? They will play aggressive, so be careful. The more confident they are, the more aggressive they play. They will not hesitate to run out. Like we open east, they run out break. That's what they usually do. Even sometimes when we open break, they don't care, they still run out break. So be aware of this, be aware of spawn kills, and they should contest us on entry. Then the moment we step in the map, they should fall back and hold lines, okay? So we need to be fast on map entry. We take our position, then it's us, our turn to play, okay? Crossfire, gadgets, play together, communicate. Okay, guys?
Tá, beleza. Na oficina, a gente vai fazer a Fúria 3.0 default ou a default. Mas lembra dos comportamentos da default de subir de solis lá, mirar e garantir o plant pra não dar a porta do pipi, da vertical da porta do pipi, e
Lembra
você
disso,
do
hein,
drop
Dark?
da sua Pão Cyber, ô Pérez.
Oi?
Roubadão.
Lembra disso que ele falou.
O que? O final agora?
Lá embaixo, subir e pegar o pixel do
Ah,
pipi.
não, presta
do
atenção,
budget.
tô fazendo reviewzão aqui, presta atenção, velho.
Não, deixa eu tô on fire aqui.
Então, mas eu sei, velho, mas é esse tipo de coisa que...
Não,
Fala,
deixa,
no banheiro, a gente vai fazer 5 em
Essa é
cima,
a palavra.
comigo de Kaid, o Nusga de
você
Oryx.
passando no meio primeiro pra você.
Aham, perfeito. O resto é default, né? A gente não vai mudar nada na 5 em cima, né? Deixa eu falar.
Não vai mudar.
não.
É? E a mira comigo de Kaid também. E aí, só lembrar de você fazer a liga da tripla, Daf, na mira.
Aham.
Tá, é isso.
Beleza.
Lembra que a gente vai banir capitão também, né? Então, então
É,
provavelmente
capitão.
a progressão da Leste não vai ser tão forte em você, deixa
Eu acho que é bom lembrar nisso, Dash, do banheiro, do banheiro, que joga meio splitado, mas ele joga com foco pra comer pra dentro da oficina, tá ligado? Com Ace lá.
As we can see going forward, Los, I imagine feeling confident. Dash doing a lot of the talking. Definitely something that he has really grown into over the past couple years. Obviously moving from W7M to Wildcard, taking a bit, not necessarily a leadership role, but definitely still, I think, bringing some presence to that team. And now fully, you can hear him calming a lot during that Los tactical timeout. And conversely, for 4AM, the attacking sides, things started off well in terms of round victories, but definitely in hindsight, if we see just some good conversions from Los Ali, this could have been another 6-0 half.
Azami and Mira.
We live in that world. We live in a very real world. It could have so easily been a 6-0 half. It was such a multi-kill heavy half of Siege in general, though, because not only were the multi-kills got by 4 Angry Men the reason that they won their 2 rounds, but every single round won by a loss. There was multi-kills happening, whether it was Dark Eyes getting 3Ks, Perez getting aces or 3Ks. That was kind of the order of the day, really.
Which I'm not complaining about because it makes things like
It's
way more
border, isn't it?
entertaining.
Look, it's border. You're going to get multi-kills.
Lida
People are in the right place at
shouldn't
the
have
right
swung
time,
there. I mean,
especially with the way that bodies were kind of being
I'm not
thrown
pro
out a
league,
little
and it's a
bit.
lot
I think certainly
easier
4AM
to
were
look at this
throwing
and
more
say
bodies at problems than they
what
maybe
should have
needed
been
to.
done and
There
what
was a bit of
shouldn't
a
have been
lacking
done.
gunfights being won, so of course if you die you're going to be susceptible to getting another one.
Pro League
because he's got
players
his
you
dying inside
expected
the break,
are different.
Wants to stop Perez from moving through and picking up another two.
Different sort
Absolutely
of
nothing.
discipline.
So it does make sense.
And
But the pressure
that,
really on
that
4 Angry Men at the
specific
moment.
round that
Of
it just
course,
showed is
even
Lida
the
being
first map of the
Goyo.
series night over labs 7 rounds to 1.
He should not have
Okay, they've
swung
done
that.
better. They've got 2 rounds,
Just
but it's still not
Play
gonna get
for
them
the
through
jump
stage
in.
2, is it?
Just
We need
wait
to see them
and
have a
play for the
massive
jump in.
performance here
You
on their
don't
own
have to
attack.
peek. You're the defender. They
course,
have to come to you.
She started
Just play for the jump in. You already killed one on the jump in.
Phase
They're
2
expecting
on the
you
line
to be
right now.
there.
4 Angry Men go down on border. They will go out
Okay,
of the
so
tournament, and Los will
don't
progress.
swing. He's
joining Shopify
already expecting you to be there.
Rebellion,
Why would you
Falcons,
swing?
Enterprise.
You're throwing your body.
Teams
It just don't
qualified
make
from
sense.
phase 1 into phase 2, the Swiss stage. Starting on these defenses here, looking to make a good first impression.
That
and
kind of
make a
plays
compelling
something
start.
you expect
It's
from
actually
people
not Dark Eyes, by the way.
that
With
aren't in
DMR
Pro
playing
League.
the CCTV.
Pro League
It's
players are held
somehow
at a different
worse
standard.
in that it's not
They're
DMR,
more
but it's
disciplined.
Perez playing the CCTV position right
And
now.
I'm not
And then,
seeing
of course,
that
on the
from
opposite side, you could
4
things get
a.m.
even worse because you got a clash moving around East Stairs. Bit of a problematic operator or player on both sides of this equation. B's going out, the Zoto canisters also going forward. Dash is just like, okay, I guess this is happening. Keep with the shield facing forward.
Yeah, Dash just kind of needs to stay still there, doesn't he, a little bit? There's not really too much of a risk for him. Can slowly back himself up over into office, but this push is very well telegraphed. And quite rightly, as Eden said, what have they done? Taken map control open top east. Everyone's backed up and they're starting to play lines. They're playing cut-offs. They've challenged a little bit at the periphery, and now they're just dug deep. We've got Perez tucked inside of CCTV. He's not moved too much. We've got Dark Eyes on 90. Again, he hasn't moved too much either. TX below. He's going to be able to get a couple of scans out there. He's going to track Perez at the moment. We all know that Perez is going to be likely playing upside inside of CCTV. Dafo's actually come up for a little bit of assistance right now as they're just starting to flick in and out between CCTV and Armory. Still with some Razor Blooms in pocket as well, so he can still keep himself safe here. Perez finds one onto Lida though. Gotti. Good for the trade out there onto Dash, but Dark Eyes, he's made himself down those metal stairs and is playing a brilliant link role at the moment between the rest of the team and Perez, just keeping him safe, making sure that no Deimos can go underneath and try and displace him from being able to operate upstairs inside of CC.
Keeping them at bay quite well, keeping the whole team together. Rockstar's been looking for a pick from this break room position about 30 seconds right now, and nothing has gone his way. Moving over to Armory, creating an alternate angle, but the defender is tucked in around the corner. Nux even still has a C4, though. Oh, never mind. Nux no longer has a C4. Perez going down soon after as things even up, but the time so low for 4 Angry Men. And with one player around the corner, spotted the last second, trying to find the next. God, he gets one, but the ace down as well. It's 4 a.m. with the advantage, but can Dark Eyes find the 1v2? Flashbang goes out. Neither player somehow takes a fight in that engagement. I don't even know where Gotti went, vanished in a puff of smoke. As the striker now the only one left, at least inside of Armory, gets the diffuser down. Another flashbang sails through as Gotti is on metal, but I don't even know where he is. Dark Eyes somehow survives both of these pieces of secondary utility. The attackers have retreated to their post-plant positions. You wish you had a C4, you wish you had a Zoto canister, something to even the odds. With this diffuser right here, but think about just maybe even taking the fight, going for a pre-fire. No, instead we'll start around the corner. Gotti might swing from metal, finds him through the wall, and 4 a.m. pick up their first on attack.
Wasn't even like great post-plan positions there. I was getting a little bit panicked because you think, oh, one of these players kind of messes up and doesn't get the memo that we're going to peak at the same time. Very easy chance there for Dark Eyes to get a kill off the back of it. Bit of a weird round. The control held by Loss so well for the majority, and then it's just that final little bit. We get the player dying in small, the Cade, and all of a sudden everything starts to unravel. Nux just didn't have anywhere to go. He didn't have enough space to operate in the hatch. I don't think he could have dropped that. Didn't quite have the same level of support. The opening portion of the round was fantastic. It was there. Dafo. Where is he expected to go from there? Not an easy spot to try and tuck in, and especially if you've already gotten a kill from that position, you're very unlikely to be able to get another if the player is just joining you and coming in straight off the back of his teammate. 4AM keeping things competitive though, and they've narrowed the lead that Lost hold by 1. Currently sitting 4-3 in favour of Lost still, but it feels tenuous at the moment, Lynx.
It does. It does feel a bit tenuous. Honestly, like kind of in a way for both teams. I mean, obviously 4AM still trying to claw their way back, but for Los as well, I mean, again, another round in which it seems like they have everything going for them, but as with all 3 of the rounds, 4 Angry Men have won. Just some small things collapse in the late round. Then all of a sudden, we're in a case where they've won. A case where 4 Angry Men have come away with it. They've done a good job playing the team in front of them and taking advantage of those openings when they presented themselves. But again, if you're looking towards Los, this has been a consistent problem now in both attack and defense. Even, I say problem, not necessarily in that it's something they can even necessarily fix. It's just a trend that keeps appearing. That could make this game close, as we only have 1 round separating these 2 teams. 4 Angry Men could very well tie things up with a win on Ventilation and Workshop. As Lida looks beyond just the side itself to try and gain some information on where these defenders are playing, where he can direct Rockstar's attention to on the Monty. Also, I guess direct where Darcy might be able to find, as we have one player inside a bathroom right now, shoulder to shoulder through the wall with the Sens. As both attacker and defender riding around the corner. Might just spot the Cade, though. Could be an incoming engagement, depending on what Darsley decides to do. We'll spot him as the Monty moves in for the pressure. Dark Eyes in a really tricky spot as the C4 bounces around the corner, but it takes down the Monty. Might just find the Sens as well, but no! I mean, they do find him, but it's not even the Cade. It's the Castle through the vertical angles that takes down the Sens. And this push over on Teller's bathroom side is a disaster.
It's not how you want to be losing the Monty and the Sens, really, is it? You would expect the Monty to be able to close the gap a little bit more than that. The C4 bouncing off the shield, and I don't know if Rockstar pushed too far ahead or should have just backed up a little bit. Either way, it isn't looking great as Nuxka takes Gotti down. Gotti still struggling to replicate performances we've seen him have earlier today. And TX and Lida now trying to left trying to pick up the pieces. Lida downstairs, TX inside of office. Even he's only on a shred of HP. Still got a full wealth of utility, but not really too much that they're going to be able to do with it. Isn't going to get the glimpse there onto Dark Eyes. Eventually will. That's some good information exchange. Lida down there on the Soliton scanner, able to swap that information about, but does take a good bit of damage there from Dash. You don't know where Dash is, but you don't know where Daffo is. It looks like the final kill is going to come in as well here. Nux just cleaning things up on that top floor and Lost.
Lida is tunnel visioning bad.
On that defensive round.
Why did he not check his corner? Why would you swing that? He exposed himself to all of fucking Workshop.
On the bathroom side. I mean, obviously the Cade gets drone, and 4 Angry Men make a perfectly fair call. Bring the Monty over, try to pressure him. It's going to be a bit of a weird pinch just because you only have Sens, who's right next to the Monty and pushing from the same angle. But Los were ready for it. Just so many protocols and layers on that side to deal with both of them, and then, of course, just an advantage that you can run away with for the rest of things. Eden now hitting the pause button as elimination from Salt Lake City is starting to become a greater and greater possibility as these rounds trickle by. Only 2 rounds before Los might close this out in regulation. And anything might happen at that point. Might be a Perez ace, could be a number of things that might just accidentally go Los's way.
With the way that this game's gone, it really could be anything. If you
could
want
just be timing.
It could be timing. I mean, we've seen a little bit of timing already, but if you want to look at numbers, the numbers they kind of heavily favour Los. I don't think there's too much of a surprise there. Los have had the opening pick in every single one of these rounds so far. Okay, they've lost 3 of them, so that means they've not converted all of those opening picks, but the sentiment still remains. They have been cat hot on that opening engagement regardless. A lot of the time, the rounds are coming down to multi-kills being required. Round 8, interestingly enough, the only round that we didn't have a multi-kill in.
Well, what do you know?
I know that in round 8, it was the only round so far that we didn't have a multi-kill in.
Well, here's a question. So, we obviously multi-kill in terms of, like, what, like, we track is, like, at least a 3K, but a double kill is technically a multi-kill.
It is.
It's just, like, those don't really get talked about often, you know? Which is, like, understandable because, like, everything above a 3K gets, like, super big font, but the double kill is, like, really just kind of, like, it's negligible font.
It's only a double kill, though, isn't it?
It's still a multi-kill.
Yeah, I guess so. I think you could credit Nux then if you wanted to, say that he got his multi-kill.
That's why I was doing this. I really just wanted to. I just wanted to defend Nux. Get him some credit.
Consider them defended.
Well, after my valiant and stalwart defense of Nux. Let's see how Los can compare to me when they defend Tellers and Bathroom. Extending onto the second floor. We have an Oryx in play, by the way. I love that. I think we actually saw... Was it? I remember seeing an Oryx in SAO, and it might have been Los that did it.
It was told, Eden said it in his timeout, didn't he? He said, look, they're going to play the Oryx. It's what they like to do. Expect the flank, expect people to, you know, be very loose and jumping up hatches and stuff like that in anticipation of a shield being played. But again, you don't have to just be playing a shield to counter it with an Oryx. Oryx is something that Nux does like to play.
And something that Los likes to play specifically, as you said, and Eden said as well, to counter those shields. Of course. Could just be Rima dashing some random guy with a gun in his hand. Feels a similar purpose, though not as effective with the shield. Gonna climb up the hatches and make some quick rotations, though, and I don't think Nux will be complaining all that much about that. Can support the upstairs or downstairs positions as they so desire. It might be important. As Dark Eyes starting to face a little bit of pressure from these Bs. But not a whole lot.
You can see the shock drones going in, trying to deal with some of this defender utility, the trips. The camera on 90. It is starting to work. Slowly they're chipping away at it, but they're not getting a good foothold in on that east stair just yet. Dark Eyes still tucked in onto that long corridor. Perez still inside a CCTV. He's even got a deployable shield to go back onto. Dark Eyes eventually will be downed there, but not before Lida's downed as well.
Now, Rockstar finished off in the process. 5v3, 5v2 at the moment for 4 a.m. Confirmed once Light is taken down. Big trade with the DMR, but Dash, good for some kind of multi-kill. Maybe not 3, but 2 in his hands with the TCSG, and that's what TX has to find now. It would have to be all 3. Ooh, almost flicks up on the east stairs. There's 2 TCSGs in his way. Cade and Goyo, respectively. Diffuser not in his possession. No C4, by the way, for Dash. It's barbed wire instead. So there have to be one off of gunfight. Whether it's by him or the Goyo. A nice little crossfire set up. The Daffo would have to swing around the corner and get an angle through that soft wall.
Daffo and Dash not wanting to give up this upstairs control. Are they going to let this plank go down here? Certainly looks like it's being stuck. Eventually going to hit that drop, but it is going to be a little bit too late. Nice shots being fired there by TX, but he's put himself in a really tough spot now because he has to try and hold on to the kit as well as get the 2 kills, and he knows that he's now going to get pushed.
I mean, it's one of those unfortunate positions where I think going to get the defuse plant is perfectly fine, but for that site in particular, like, where do you go?
On the window and then get outside.
Okay, well, hold on. Hold on. Because think about it this way, right? He could go to the window and go outside, but the defender was already rotating that way and the Cade was there. I think there's a decent chance he might still get caught hopping out of the window based on the timing. I do think, to be fair, like, going out of the window is probably the better position. But even then, if you go out the window, you have somebody coming from east stairs side as well. How the hell are you going to counter that? Like, are you going to hop in the window at that point? Because then the defender's just covering you from the outside. And the point I'm making is that even assuming the window's the best position, it's still a bad position in that spot. I don't think there was anywhere he could go, any angle he could hold that was going to be good. And that's not a him issue thing. It's the fact that Los are still bleeding them so heavily in the early game, doing so well winning these gunfights, that on a site like Teller's Bathroom, it's not like Armory where maybe you have a better position you can hide. Nobody anchors in Teller's for a reason. So it makes sense that there's not going to be any good post-plant position to play on Teller's either.
We get to see a couple of the kills as they happened because a lot went down there on that east stairs. It's Dash with 3 there for round 9. What could be the final round of the day coming
Is
right
this going to
here.
be the third Chinese
team
eliminated from the major? Or are they going to pull it back?
Barreling toward a win right now.
To map
3 rounds
3.
will be required here in a row by 4 Angry Men to secure an overtime. To at least have some sort of a chance of a consulate being a possibility here as our 3rd and final map. With the siege that we've seen, with the way that these opening picks have been going, with how well we've seen the players on Loss working together at the moment, it is looking like a little bit of a tall order. Dark Eyes, 10 and 7. Perez, 14 and 6. Impactful kills coming out of players like Daffo and Dash. Nux as well joining in on the action. You could really speak about any single one of these players. And on the flip side, it's been kind of a one-player story for him. TX, he's had his big round with an ace, but aside from that, he's had 3 kills elsewhere. We've just not seen the same level of contribution. Perez still going to be playing inside of the CCTV area.
DMR this time, though.
Yeah. No Thorn.
No Thorn.
Surprised it wasn't banned out, really. It's the 2-brow that's been removed, but...
Ooh, there's a gap in that RU projector.
Daffo might just need to bide his time there. Perez is playing this in a real off angle as well. Look at all the kit he's got on the floor. He's got a Vulcan Pack and Mute Jammer, deployable shield. He's got his laser gate placed on the window.
Damn.
I don't think I've ever seen it set up in that sort of a way before, but
I don't think I have
there's
either.
a heck of a lot there to try and keep him safe. There will be a player below, though, and he does need to be cautious because TX below could cause a ruckus. He's already opened a little bit of the floor inside of CCTV, and if he opens any more and gets the info, it could be a bit of a nightmare.
But again, if he gets the info, and that's what I'm curious about because he's so focused on that shield, and Perez just isn't playing there. Oh, it is a wide swing by Daffo. He's able to light one up, but Perez facing some damage, though not a whole lot. 4AM, I think, have an idea of his position now at this point. They know he is not behind the shield, but Daffo, oh, that RU projector doing some heavy lifting right there. Finally, somebody hops in, but Perez still gets the kill on Delida. Survives everything, and the glass decides to have a bite, too. Perez 16-6 right now. Party wants him to swing the balcony and get 17, but instead, it'll be Los with the advantage. Gotti remains outside. He's dropped down to the bottom floor. Diffuser not in his possession. Instead, it is Perez who's got control of 4AM's fate, who's had their number from the beginning of Border. And Gotti's just given up.
What else is there to do at this point? Reset, go back from spawn, see if you can find a couple of quick kills. He knows at least where Perez is going to be hiding. But honestly, with the way he's played, I fancy him for the last as well. What a shot to close out Border and to close out the series here. Lost will be the final team here, advancing toward phase 2.
What do you even say? What do you even say about that? A one-tap for what, number 18 was that, Ollie?
Yeah.
It's 18 kills to end Border. Unbelievable stuff from Perez. Dark Eyes also with 11 in kills, but excellent, excellent work. We'll have a lot more right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Well, that will be the third team eliminated from the Salt Lake City Major. And coincidentally, it is the third Chinese team that has been eliminated from the Salt Lake City Major. I think that was expected. I think everybody expected the Chinese teams to get eliminated in phase 1. Well, that is going to be it for this one. I'm going to take about a, I don't know, 20-minute break or so. Then I will get back on and I will be playing myself. I'm grinding for gold in PC on mouse and keyboard. So, appreciate everybody that was here. Appreciate all the communications from everybody, all the interactions from everybody. I will be back on, like I said, about 20 or 30 minutes.